Preface of The Art of Travel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in November 2010. The Art of Travel by Sir Francis Galton. Preface to the 5th edition. This edition does not differ materially from the 4th. I have incorporated some new material, including Colomb and Bolton's flashing signals, but in other respects the work is little altered. I therefore reprint the Preface to the 4th edition. In publishing a 4th edition of The Art of Travel, it is well that I should preface it with a few words of explanation on the origin and intention of the book, and on the difference between this and former editions. The idea of the work occurred to me when exploring southwestern Africa in 1850–51. I felt acutely at that time the impossibility of obtaining sufficient information on the subjects of which it treats, for though the natives of that country taught me a great deal, it was obvious that their acquaintance with bush lore was exceedingly partial and limited. Then, remembering how the traditional maxims and methods of travelling in each country differ from those of others, and how every traveller discovers some useful contrivances for himself, it appeared to me that I should do welcome service to all who have to rough it, whether explorers, emigrants, missionaries, or soldiers, by collecting the scattered experiences of many such persons in various circumstances, collating them, examining into their principles, and deducing from them what might fairly be called an art of travel. Footnote: the soldier should be taught all such practical expedients and their philosophy as are laid down in Mr. Galton's useful little book, Minute, by the late Sir James Outram on Army Management, Parliamentary Return, of May 240, page 159. End footnote. To this end, on my return home, I searched through a vast number of geographical works, I sought information from numerous travellers of distinction, and I made a point of retesting in every needful case what I had read or learned by hearsay. It should be understood that I do not profess to give exhaustive treatises on each of the numerous subjects comprised in this volume, but only such information as is not generally known among travellers. A striking instance of the limited geographical area over which the knowledge of many useful contrivances extends is that described as a dateram, page 164, by which tent ropes may be secured in sand of the loosest description. Though tents are used over an enormous extent of sandy country, in all of which this simple contrivance would be of the utmost value on every stormy night, and though the art of pitching tents is studied by the troops of all civilized and partly civilized nations, yet I believe that the use of the dateram never extended beyond the limits of a comparatively small district in the south of the Sahara, until I had described it in a former edition. And further, my knowledge of that contrivance was wholly due to a single traveller, the late Dr. Barth. The first edition of The Art of Travel was published in 1854. It was far less comprehensive than the later ones, for my materials steadily accumulate, and each successive edition has shown a marked improvement on its predecessor. Hitherto I have adhered to the original arrangement of the work, but I am now obliged to deviate from it, for the contents have outgrown the system of classification I first adopted. Before I could interpolate the new matter prepared for this edition, I found it necessary to recast the last one, by cutting it into pieces, sorting it into fresh paragraphs, and thoroughly revising the writing, disentangling here and consolidating there. The present edition will consequently be found more conveniently arranged than those that preceded it, and, at the same time, I trust the copiousness of its index will enable persons to find with readiness any passage they had remarked in a former edition, and to which they may desire again to refer. I am still most thankful to strangers as well as to friends for contributions of hints or corrections, having been indebted to many a previously unknown correspondent for valuable information. I beg that such communications may be addressed to me, care of my publisher, Mr. Murray, 50 Albemarle Street, London. P.S. A reviewer of my third edition accused me of copying largely from an American book called The Prairie Traveller, by the then Captain Randolph B. Marcy. I therefore think it well to remark that the first edition of that work was published in 1859, Harper & Brothers, New York, by authority of the American War Department, and that the passages in question are all taken from my second edition published in 1856. Part of them are copies of what I have myself written. The rest are reprints of my quotations, as though the author of The Prairie Traveller had himself originally selected them. I take this opportunity of remarking that though I have been indebted for information to a very large number of authors and correspondents, yet I am sorry to be unable to make my acknowledgments, except in comparatively few instances. The fact is that the passages in this book are seldom traceable to distinctly definite sources, commonly more than one person giving me information that partially covers the same subject, and not unfrequently my own subsequent inquiries modifying or enlarging the hints I had received. Consequently, I have given the names of authorities only when my information has been wholly due to them, or when their descriptions are so graphic that I have transferred them without alteration into my pages, or else when their statements require confirmation. It will be easy to see by the context to which of these categories each quotation belongs. Francis Galton. End of preface.
Chapter 1 of The Art of Travel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Art of Travel by Sir Francis Galton. Chapter 1. Preparatory Inquiries. To those who meditate travel. Qualifications for a traveller. If you have health, a great craving for adventure, at least a moderate fortune, and can set your heart on a definite object, which all travellers do not think impracticable, then travel by all means. If, in addition to these qualifications, you have scientific taste and knowledge, I believe that no career, in time of peace, can offer to you more advantages than that of a traveller. If you have not independent means, you may still turn travelling to excellent account, for experience shows it often leads to promotion. Nay, some men support themselves by travel. They explore pastoral land in Australia, they hunt for ivory in Africa, they collect specimens of natural history for sale, or they wander as artists. Reputed dangers of travel. A young man of good constitution, who is bound on an enterprise sanctioned by experienced travellers, does not run very great risks. Let those who doubt refer to the history of the various expeditions encouraged by the Royal Geographical Society, and they will see how few deaths have occurred, and of those deaths how small a proportion among young travellers. Savages rarely murder newcomers. They fear their guns, and have a superstitious awe of the white man's power. They require time to discover that he is not very different to themselves, and is easily to be made away with. Ordinary fever are seldom fatal to the sound and elastic constitution of youth, which usually has power to resist the adverse influences of 2 or 3 years of wild life. Advantages of travel. It is no slight advantage to a young man to have the opportunity for distinction which travel affords. If he plans his journey among scenes and places likely to interest the stay-at-home public, he will probably achieve a reputation that might well be envied by wiser men who have not had his opportunities. The scientific advantages of travel are enormous to a man prepared to profit by them. He sees nature working by herself without the interference of human intelligence, and he sees her from new points of view. He has also undisturbed leisure for the problems which perpetually attract his attention by their novelty. The consequence is, that though scientific travellers are comparatively few, yet out of their ranks a large proportion of the leaders in all branches of science has been supplied. It is one of the most grateful results of a journey to the young traveller to find himself admitted, on the ground of his having so much of special interest to relate, into the society of men with whose names he has long been familiar, and whom he had reverenced as his heroes. To obtain information. The centres of information respecting rude and savage countries are the geographical, ethnological, and anthropological societies at home and abroad. Any one intending to travel should put himself into communication with the secretary and become a member of one or more of these societies. He will not only have access to books and maps, but will be sure to meet with sympathy, encouragement, and intelligent appreciation. If he is about to attempt a really bold exploration under fair conditions of success, he will no doubt be introduced to the best living authorities in the country to which he is bound, and will be provided with letters of introduction to the officials at the port where he is to disembark, that will smooth away many small difficulties and give him a recognized position during his travels. Information on scientific matters. Owing to the unhappy system of education that has hitherto prevailed, by which boys acquire a very imperfect knowledge of the structure of two dead languages, and none at all of the structure of the living world, most persons preparing to travel are overwhelmed with the consciousness of their incapacity to observe with intelligence the country they are about to visit. I have been very frequently begged by such persons to put them in the way of obtaining a rudimentary knowledge of the various branches of science, and have constantly made inquiries. But I regret to say that I have been unable to discover any establishment where suitable instruction in natural science is to be obtained by persons of the age and station of most travellers. Nor do I know of any persons who advertise private tuition in any of its branches, whose names I might therefore be at liberty to publish, except Professor Tennant, who gives private lessons in mineralogy at his shop in the Strand, where the learner might easily familiarize himself with the ordinary minerals and fossils, and where collections might be purchased for after reference. An intending traveller could readily find naturalists who would give lessons in museums and botanical gardens, adapting their instruction to his probable wants, and he would thus obtain some familiarity with the character of the principal plants and animals amongst which he would afterwards be thrown. If he has no private means of learning the names of such persons, I should recommend him to write to some public professor, stating all particulars, and begging the favour of his advice. The use of the sextant may be learned at various establishments in the City and East End of London, where the junior officers of merchant vessels receive instruction at small cost. A traveller could learn their addresses from the maker of his sextant. He might also apply at the rooms of the Royal Geographical Society, 1 Savile Row, London, where he would probably receive advice suitable to his particular needs, and possibly some assistance of a superior order to that which the instructors of whom I spoke profess to afford. That well-known volume, the Admiralty Manual of Scientific Enquiry, has been written to meet the wants of uninformed travellers, and a small pamphlet, Hints to Travellers, has been published with the same object by the Royal Geographical Society. It is procurable at their rooms. There is perhaps no branch of natural history in which a traveller could do so much without more information than is to be obtained from a few books, than that of the science of man. He could see the large collection of skulls in the College of Surgeons, and the flint and bone implements in the British Museum, the Christie Museum, and elsewhere, and he should buy the principal modern works on anthropology, to be carefully re-studied on his outward voyage. Conditions of success and failure in travel. An exploring expedition is daily exposed to a succession of accidents, any one of which might be fatal to his further progress. The cattle may at any time stray, die, or be stolen. Water may not be reached, and they may perish. One or more of the men may become seriously ill, or the party may be attacked by natives. Hence the success of the expedition depends on a chain of eventualities, each link of which must be a success. for if one link fails at that point, there must be an end of further advance. It is therefore well, especially at the outset of a long journey, not to go hurriedly to work, nor to push forward too thoughtlessly. Give the men and cattle time to become acclimatized, make the bush your home, and avoid unnecessary hardships. Interest yourself chiefly in the progress of your journey, and do not look forward to its end with eagerness. It is better to think of a return to civilization, not as an end to hardship and a haven from ill, but as a close to an adventurous and pleasant life. In this way, risking little, and insensibly creeping on, you will make connections and learn the capabilities of the country as you advance, all which will be found invaluable in the case of a hurried or disastrous return. And thus, when some months have passed by, you will look back with surprise on the great distance travelled over, for if you average only 3 miles a day, at the end of the year you will have advanced 1200, which is a very considerable exploration. The fable of the tortoise and the hare is peculiarly applicable to travellers over wide and unknown tracts. It is a very high merit to accomplish a long exploration without loss of health, of papers, or even of comfort. Physical strength of leader. Powerful men do not necessarily make the most eminent travellers. It is rather those who take the most interest in their work that succeed the best. As a huntsman says, "It is the nose that gives speed to the hound." Dr. Kane, who was one of the most adventurous of travellers, was by no means a strong man, either in health or muscle. Good temper. Tedious journeys are apt to make companions irritable one to another, but under hard circumstances a traveller does his duty best who doubles his kindliness of manner to those about him, and takes harsh words gently and without retort. He should make it a point of duty to do so. It is at those times very superfluous to show too much punctiliousness about keeping up one's dignity and so forth, since the difficulty lies not in taking up quarrels, but in avoiding them. Reluctant servants. Great allowance should be made for the reluctant cooperation of servants. They have infinitely less interest in the success of the expedition than their leaders, for they derive but little credit from it. They argue thus: "Why should we do more than we knowingly undertook, and strain our constitutions, and peril our lives in enterprises about which we are indifferent?" It will perhaps surprise a leader who, having ascertained to what frugal habits a bush servant is inured, learns on trial how desperately he clings to those few luxuries which he has always had. Thus, speaking generally, a Cape servant is happy on meat, coffee, and biscuit, but if the coffee or biscuit has to be stopped for a few days, he is ready for mutiny. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of The Art of Travel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by HearHis.com. The Art of Travel by Sir Francis Galton. Chapter 2. Organizing an Expedition. Size of Party. The best size for a party depends on many considerations. It should admit of being divided into 2 parts, each strong enough to take care of itself, and in each of which is one person at least able to write a letter, which bus servants, excellent in every other particular, are too often unable to do. In travel through a disorganized country, where there are small chiefs and bands of marauders, a large party is necessary. Thus, the great success of Livingstone's earlier expeditions was largely due to his being provided with an unusually strong escort of well-armed and warlike, but not too aggressive, Caffres. In other cases, small parties succeed better than large ones. They excite less fear, do not eat up the country, and are less delayed by illness. The last fatal expedition of Mungo Park is full of warning to travelers who propose exploring with a large body of Europeans. Solitary travelers. Neither sleepy nor deaf men are fit to travel quite alone. It is remarkable how often the qualities of wakefulness and watchfulness stand every party in good stead. Servants. Nature of engagements. The general duties that a servant should be bound to, independently of those for which he is specially engaged, are, under penalty of his pay being stopped, and it may be of dismissal, to maintain discipline, take share of camp duties and night watch, and do all in his power to promote the success of the expedition. His wages should not be payable to him in full till the return of the party to the town from which it started, or to some other civilized place. It is best that all clothing, bedding, etc., that the men may require, should be issued out and given to them as a present, and that none of their old clothes should be allowed to be taken. They are more careful of what is their own, and, by supplying the things yourself, you can be sure that they are good in quality, uniform in appearance, and equal in weight, while this last is ascertainable. The following form of agreement is abridged from one that is used in Mr. Austen's expedition in Australia. It seems short, explicit, and reasonable. We, the undersigned, forming an expedition about to explore the interior of, under Mr. A, consent to place ourselves, horses and equipments, entirely and unreservedly under his orders for the above purpose, from the date hereof until our return to, or, on failure of this respect, to abide all consequences that may result. We fully recognize Mr. B as the second, and Mr. C as the third in command, and the right of succession to the command and entire charge of the party in the order thus stated. We severely undertake to use our best endeavors to promote the harmony of the party and the success of the expedition. In witness whereof we sign our names, here follow the signatures, read over and signed by the representative parties in my presence. Here follows the signature of some persons of importance in the place where the expedition is organized. By the words, abide all consequences, the leader would be just in leaving a man to shift for himself and refuse his pay, if the case were a serious one. Good interpreters are very important. Men who have been used by their chiefs, missionaries, etc., as interpreters, are much to be preferred, for so great is the poverty of thought and language among common people that you will seldom find a man, taken at hazard, able to render your words with correctness. Recollect to take with you vocabularies of all the tribes whom you are at all likely to visit. Engaging natives. On engaging natives, the people with whom they have lived and to whom they have become attached and learnt to fear, should impress on them that unless they bring you back in safety, they must never show their faces again, nor expect the balance of their pay, which will only be delivered to them on your return. Women. Natives' wives. If some of the natives take their wives, it gives great life to the party. They are of very great service, and cause no delay, for the body of the caravan must always travel at a foot's pace, and a woman will endure a long journey nearly as well as a man, and certainly better than a horse or a bullock. They are invaluable in picking up and retailing information and hearsay gossip, which will give clues to much of importance that, unassisted, you might miss. Mr. Hearne, the American traveler of the last century, in his charming book, writes as follows, and I can fully corroborate the faithfulness with which he gives us a savage's view of the matter. After the account of his first attempt, which was unsuccessful, he goes on to say, quote, "The very plan which, by the desire of the governor, we pursued, of not taking any women with us on the journey, was, as the chief said, the principal thing that occasioned all our want. For, said he, when all the men are heavy laden, they can neither hunt nor travel to any considerable distance, and if they meet with any success in hunting, who is to carry the produce of the labor? Women, said he, were made for labor. One of them can carry or haul as much as 2 men can do. They also pitch our tents, make and mend our clothing, keep us warm at night, and in fact, there is no such thing as traveling any considerable distance, or for any length of time in this country without their assistance. Women, he said again, though they do everything, are maintained at a trifling expense, for, as they always stand cook, the very licking of their fingers in scarce times is sufficient for their subsistence. Strength of women. I believe there are very greater popular errors than the idea we have mainly derived from chivalrous times, that woman is a weakly creature. Julius Caesar, who judged for himself, took a very different view of the powers of certain women of the northern races, about whom he wrote. I suppose that in the days of baronial castles, where crowds of people herded together like pigs within the narrow enclosures of a fortification, and the ladies did nothing but needlework in their boudoirs, the mode of life was very prejudicial to their nervous system and muscular powers. The women suffered from the effects of ill ventilation and bad drainage, and had none of the counteracting advantages of the military life that was led by the males. Consequently, women really became the helpless dolls that they were considered to be, and which it is still the fashion to consider them. It always seems to me that a hard-worked woman is better and happier for her work. It is in the nature of woman to be fond of carrying weights. You may see them in omnibuses and carriages, always preferring to hold their baskets or their babies on their knees to setting them down on the seats or by their sides. A woman whose modern dress includes I don't know how many cubic feet of space has hardly ever pockets of sufficient size to carry small articles, for she prefers to load her hands with a bag or other weighty object. A nursery maid, who is on the move all day, seems the happiest specimen of her sex, and, after her, a maid of all work, who is treated fairly by her mistress. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of The Art of Travel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Warboys. The Art of Travel by Sir Francis Galton. Chapter 3. Outfit. It is impossible to include lists of outfit in any reasonable space that shall suit the various requirements of men engaged in expeditions of different magnitudes, who adopt different modes of locomotion, and who visit different countries and climates. I have therefore thought it best to describe only one outfit as a specimen, selecting for my example the desiderata for South Africa. In that country the traveller has, or had a few years ago, to take everything with him, for there were no civilized settlers, and the natural products of the country are of as little value in supplying his wants as those of any country can be. Again, South African wants are typical of those likely to be felt in every part of a large proportion of the region where rude travel is likely to be experienced, as in North Africa, in Australia, in southern Siberia, and even in the prairies and pampas of North and South America. To make such an expedition effective, all the articles included in the following lists may be considered as essential. I trust, on the other hand, that no article of real importance is omitted. Stores for general use. These are to a great degree independent of the duration of the journey. Small stores various. 1 or 2 very small soft steel axes, a small file to sharpen them, a few additional tools, see chapter on timber, spare butcher's knives. £8. A dozen awls for wood and for leather, 2 of them in handles, 2 gimlets, a dozen sail needles, 3 palms, a ball of sewing twine, bit of beeswax, sewing needles, assorted, a ball of black and white thread, buttons, 2 tailor's thimbles. See chapter on cord, string and thread. £3. 2 penknives, small metal saw, bit of turkey bone, large scissors, corkscrew, £1.50. Spring balances from £1/4 to £5, and from £1 to £50, or else a hand steelyard, £1.50. Fish hooks of many sorts, cobbler's wax, black silk, gut, 2 or more fishing lines and floats, a large ball of line, thin brass wire, for springs. See chapters on fishing and trapping. £2. Ball of wicks for lamps, candle mould. See chapter on candles. A few corks, lump of sulphur, amardeau. See chapter on fire. £1.50. Medicines. See chapter on medicine. A blunt-pointed bistoury and good forceps for thorns. £1. A small iron and an ironing flannel, clothes brush, bottle of benzene or other scouring drops. £3. Bullet mould, not a heavy one. Bit of iron plate for a ladle. Gun cleaning apparatus. Turn screws, nipple wrench, bottle of fine oil, spare nipples, spare screw for cock. See chapter on gun fittings. £2.50. 2 Mackintosh water bags, shaped for the pack saddle, of 1 gallon each, with funnel-shaped necks and having a wide mouth, empty. See chapter on water for drinking. £2.50. Composition for mending them in 2 small bottles and a spare piece of mackintosh. £0.5. Spare leather, canvas, and webbing for girths, rings and buckles. £20. 2 small patrol tents, poles and pegs. See chapter on tents. £30. Small inflatable pontoon to hold 1 or even 2 men. See chapter on rafts and boats. £10. Small bags for packing the various articles independently of the saddlebags. £4. Mackintosh sheeting overall to keep the pack dry. £4. Total weight of various small stores, £95. Heavy stores, various. Pack saddles, spare saddlery. See chapter on harness. Bag for packing. Water vessels. See chapter on water for drinking. Heavy ammunition for sporting purposes. 1 pound weight gives 10 shots. Otherwise each armed man is supposed to carry a long double-barreled rifle of very small bore, say of 70, and ammunition for these is allowed for below. Total weight of various heavy stores, not given. Stationery. 2 ledgers, a dozen notebooks. See chapter on memoranda and logbooks. Paper. £9. Ink, pens, pencils, sealing wax, gum. £2.50. Board to write upon. £2. Books to read, say equal to 6 volumes, the ordinary size of novels, and maps. £7.50. Bags and cases, £3. Sketching books, colours and pencils, £6. Total weight of stationery, £30. Mapping. 2 sextants, horizon and roof, lantern, 2 pints of oil, azimuth compass, small aneroid, thermometers, tin pot for boiling thermometers, watches. See chapter on surveying instruments. £18. Protractors, rulers, compasses, measuring tape, etc. £3. Raper's navigation, nautical almanac, Car's Synopsis, published by Wheel. Small tables and small almanacs. Star maps, £4. Bags and baskets, well wadded, £6. Total weight of mapping materials, £31. Natural history for an occasional collector. Arsenical soap, £2. Camphor, £0.5 Pepper, £0.5 Bag of some powder to absorb blood, £2. Tow and cotton, about £10. Scalpel, forceps, scissors, etc., £0.5 Sheet brass, stamped for labels, £0.5 £16. Pill boxes, cork, insect boxes, pins, tin for catching and keeping and killing animals, nets for butterflies, see, bags and all, £10. Geological hammers, lenses, clinometer, etc., £4. Specimens. I make no allowance for the weight of these, for they accumulate as stores are used up, and the total weight is seldom increased. Total weight of natural history materials, for an occasional collector, £30. Stores for individual use. For each white man, independently of duration of journey. Clothes, mackintosh rug, ditto sheet, blanket bag, spare blanket, £30. Share of plates, knives, forks, spoons, pannikins or bowls, £2. Share of cooking things, iron pots, coffee mill, kettles, etc., £3. Spare knife, flints, steel, tinderbox, tinder, 4 pipes, £2. Bags, £6. Provisions for emergency, 5 days of jerked meat at £3 a day, on average, £15. 2 quarts of water, on average, £4. Share of kegs, £1.5, £8. Total for each white man, £66. For each white man and for each 6 months. Tea and coffee, £9. Tobacco, £6. Salt, £6. Pepper, £1. £22. Brandy or rum, occasionally served out, £6. White sugar, £2. Arrowroot, £1. Dried onions, etc., £3. £6. Ammunition for small-bored rifles with reserve powder and caps, £9. Total for 6 months, or at the rate of £7 per month, £43. For each black man, independently of duration of journey. Bedding, etc., £9. Meat and water for emergencies, as above, about, £19. Share of cooking things, £2. Total for each black man, £30. For each black man and for each 6 months. Tobacco, £6. Salt, pepper, etc., £5. £11. Presents, which will have to be made him from time to time, £6. Total for 6 months, £17, or at the rate of £3 per month. Presents and articles for payment. It is of the utmost importance to a traveller to be well and judiciously supplied with these. They are his money, and without money a person can have no more travel in savagedom than in Christendom. It is a great mistake to suppose that savages will give their labour or cattle in return for anything that is bright or new. They have their real wants and their fashions as much as we have, and, unless what a traveller brings meets either the one or the other, he can get nothing from them except through fear or compulsion. The necessities of a savage are soon satisfied, and, unless he belongs to a nation civilized enough to live in permanent habitations and secure from plunder, he cannot accumulate, but is only able to keep what he actually is able to carry about his own person. Thus, the chief at Lake Ngami told Mr. Anderson that his beads will be of little use, for the women about the place already, quotes, grunted like pigs," unquote, under the burdens of those that they wore, and which they had received from previous travellers. These are matters of serious consideration to persons who propose to travel with a large party and who must have proportionately large wants. Speaking of presents and articles for payment, as of money, it is essential to have a great quantity and variety of small change, wherewith the traveller can pay for small services, for carrying messages, for draughts of milk, pieces of meat, etc. Beads, shells, tobacco, needles, awls, cotton caps, handkerchiefs, clasp knives, small axes, spear and arrowheads generally answer this purpose. There is infinite fastidiousness shown by savages in selecting beads, which, indeed, are their jewellery. So valuable beads, taken at haphazard, are much more likely to prove failures than not. It would always be well to take abundance, 40 or 50 pounds weight goes but a little way, of the following cheap beads, as they are very generally accepted: dull white, dark blue, and vermilion red, all of a small size. It is the ignorance of what are the received articles of payment in a distant country, and the using up of those that are taken, which, more than any other cause, limits the journeyings of an explorer. The demands of each fresh chief are an immense drain upon his store. Summary. To know the minimum weight for which a proposed expedition must find means of transport, the omitted figures must be supplied in the following schedule, the others must be corrected where required, and the whole must be added together. Stores for general use. Various small stores, £95. Various heavy stores, not given. Stationery, 30. Mapping, 31. Natural history, occasional, 30. For each white man, at rate of £7 per month, 66. For each black man, at rate of £3 per month, 30. Presents and articles of payment are usually of far greater weight than all the above things put together. Total weight to be carried by expedition, 282. Mem. If meat and bread and the like have to be carried, a very large addition of weight must be made to this list, for the weight of a daily ration varies from 3 pounds, or even 4 pounds, to 2 pounds, according to the concentration of nutriment in the food that is used. Slaughter animals carry themselves, but the cattle watchers swell the list of those who have to be fed. Means of transport. In order to transport the articles belonging to an expedition across a wild and unknown country, we may estimate as follows. Beasts of burthen. An ass will not usually carry more than about net weight 65 pounds. A small mule, 90. A horse, 100. An ox of an average breed, 120. A camel, which rarely can be used by an explorer, 300 pounds. A light cart, exclusive of the driver, should not carry more than 800. A light wagon, such as 1 or 2 horses would trot away with, along a turnpike lane, not more than 1500. A wagon of the strongest construction, not more than 3000. Weight of rations. A fair estimate in commissariat matters is as follows. A strong wagon full of food carries 1000 full-day rations. The pack of an ox, 40. The pack of a horse, 30. A slaughter of ox yields, as fresh meat, 80. A fat sheep yields 10. Note well, meat when jerk loses about 1/2 of its nourishing powers. It is very inconvenient to take more than 6 pack animals in a caravan that has to pass over broken country, for so much time is lost by the whole party in readjusting the packs of each member of it, whenever one gets loose, that its progress is seriously retarded. Carriages. An animal, camels always excepted, draws upon wheels in a wild country about 2½ times the weight he can carry. End of chapter 3. Recording by Mike Warboys, Orono, Maine.
Chapter 4 of The Art of Travel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Art of Travel by Sir Francis Galton. Chapter 4. Medicine. General remarks. Travellers are apt to expect too much from their medicines, and to think that savages will hail them as demigods wherever they go. But their patients are generally cripples who want to be made whole in a moment, and other such like impracticable cases. Powerful emetics, purgatives, and eye-washes are the most popular physickings. The traveller who is sick away from help may console himself with the proverb that, though there is a great difference between a good physician and a bad one, there is very little between a good one and none at all. Drugs and instruments. Outfit of medicines. A traveller, unless he be a professed physician, has no object in taking a large assortment of drugs. He wants a few powders, ready prepared, which a physician, who knows the diseases of the country in which he is about to travel, will prescribe for him. Those in general use are as follows: 1. Emetic, mild. 2. Ditto, very powerful, for poison. Sulphate of zinc, also used as an eye-wash in ophthalmia. 3. Aperient, mild. 4. Ditto, powerful. 5. Cordial for diarrhea. 6. Quinine for ague. 7. Sudorific, Dover's powder. 8. Chlorodyne. 9. Camphor. 10. Carbolic acid. In addition to these powders, the traveller will want Warburg's fever drops, glycerine or cold cream, mustard paper for blistering, heartburn lozenges, lint, a small roll of diachylon, lunar caustic in a proper holder to touch old sores with and for snake bites, a scalpel and a blunt-pointed bistoury with which to open abscesses. The blades of these should be waxed to keep them from rust. A good pair of forceps to pull out thorns, a couple of needles to sew up gashes, waxed thread, or better, silver wire. A mild effervescing aperient like moccasins is very convenient. Seidlitz powders are perhaps a little too strong for frequent use in a tropical climate. How to carry medicines. The medicines should be kept in zinc pill boxes with a few letters punched both on their tops and bottoms to indicate what they contain, as EMET, ASTR, etc. It is more important that the bottoms of the boxes should be labelled than their tops, because when two of them have been opened at the same time, it often happens that the tops run a risk of being changed. It will save continual trouble with weights and scales if the powders be so diluted with flour that 1 measureful of each shall be a full average dose for an adult, and if the measure to which they are adopted be cylindrical, and of such a size as just to admit a common lead pencil, and of a determined length, it can at any time be replaced by twisting up a paper cartridge. I would further suggest that the powders be differently coloured, one colour being used for emetics and another for aperients. Lint, to make. Scrape a piece of linen with a knife. Ointment. Simple cerat, which is spread on lint as a soothing plaster for sores, consists of equal parts of oil and wax, but lard may be used as a substitute for the wax. Seidlitz powders are not often to be procured in the form we are accustomed to take them in England, so a recipe for making 12 sets of them is annexed. 1½ ounce of carbonate of soda and 3 ounces of tartarized soda for the blue papers, 7 drachms of tartaric acid for the white papers. Bush remedies. Emetics. For want of proper physic, drink a charge of gunpowder in a tumbleful of warm water of soapsuds, and tickle the throat. Vapour baths are used in many countries, and the following plan, used in Russia, is often the most convenient. Heat stones in the fire, and put them on the ground in the middle of the cabin or tent. On these pour a little water, and clouds of vapour are given off. In other parts of the world, branches are spread on hot wood embers, and the patient is placed upon these, wrapped in a large cloth. Water is then sprinkled on the embers, and the patient is soon covered with a cloud of vapour. The traveller who is chilled or overworked, and has a day of rest before him, would do well to practise this simple and pleasant remedy. Bleeding and cupping. Physicians say, nowadays, that bleeding is rarely, if ever, required, and that frequently it does much harm, but they used to bleed for everything. Many savages know how to cup. They commonly use a piece of a horn as the cup, and they either suck at a hole in the top of the horn to produce the necessary vacuum, or they make a blaze as we do, but with a wisp of grass. Illnesses. Fevers of all kinds, diarrhea, and rheumatism are the plagues that most afflict travellers. Ophthalmia often threatens them. Change of air, from the flat country up into the hills, as soon as the first violence of the illness is past, works wonders in hastening and perfecting a cure. Fever. The number of travellers that have fallen victims to fever in certain lands is terrible. It is a matter of serious consideration whether any motives, short of imperious duty, justify a person in braving a fever-stricken country. In the ill-fated Niger expedition, 3 vessels were employed, of which the Albert stayed the longest time in the river, namely 2 months and 2 days. Her English crew consisted of 62 men. Of these, 55 caught fever in the river, and 23 died. Of the remaining 7, only 2 ultimately escaped scot-free, the others suffering more or less severely on their return to England. In Dr. McWilliams's medical history of this expedition, it is laid down that the Niger fever, which may be considered as a type of pestilential fever generally, usually sets in 16 days after exposure to the malaria, and that one attack, instead of acclimatizing the patient, seems to render him all the more liable to a second. Every conceivable precaution known in those days had been taken to ensure the health of the crew of the Albert. A great discovery of modern days is the power of quinine to keep off many types of fever. A person would now have little to fear in taking a passage in a Niger steamer, supposing that vessels ran regularly up that river. The quinine he would take, beginning at the coast, would render him proof against fever until he had passed the delta, but nothing would remove the risk of a long sojourn in the delta itself. However, I should add that Dr. Livingstone's experience on the Zambesi throws doubt on the power of quinine to keep off the type of fever that prevails upon that river. Precautions in unhealthy places. There are certain precautions which should be borne in mind in unhealthy places, besides that which I have just mentioned of regularly taking small doses of quinine, such as never to encamp to the leeward of a marsh, to sleep close in between large fires, with a handkerchief gathered round your face. Natural instinct will teach this. To avoid starting too early in the morning, and to beware of unnecessary hunger, hardship, and exposure. It is a widely corroborated fact that the banks of a river and adjacent plains are often less affected by malaria than the low hills that overlook them. Diarrhea. With a bad diarrhea, take nothing but broth, rice water, and it may be rice in very small quantities at a meal until you are quite restored. The least piece of bread or meat causes an immediate relapse. Ophthalmia. Sulphate of zinc is invaluable as an eye wash, for ophthalmia is a scourge in parts of North and South Africa, in Australia, and in many other countries. The taste of the solution, which should be strongly astringent, is the best guide to its strength. Toothache. Tough diet tries the teeth so severely that a man about to undergo it should pay a visit to a dentist before he leaves England. An unskilled traveller is very likely to make a bad job of a first attempt at tooth drawing. By constantly pushing and pulling at an aching tooth, it will in time loosen and perhaps, after some weeks, come out. Thirst. Pour water over the clothes of the patient and keep them constantly wet. Restrain his drinking after the first few minutes as strictly as you can summon heart to do it. See Thirst in the chapter on water. In less severe cases, drink water with a teaspoon. It will satisfy a parched palate as much as if you gulped it down in tumblerfuls, and will disorder the digestion very considerably less. Hunger. Give 2 or 3 mouthfuls every quarter of an hour to a man reduced to the last extremity by hunger. Strong broth is the best food for him. Poisoning. The first thing is to give a powerful emetic, that whatever poison still remains unabsorbed in the stomach may be thrown up. Use soap suds or gunpowder, see emetics, if proper emetics are not at hand. If there be violent pains and gripings, or retchings, give plenty of water to make the vomitings more easy. Next, do your best to combat the symptoms that are caused by the poison which was absorbed before the emetic acted. Thus, if the man's feet are cold and numbed, put hot stones against them, and wrap them up warmly. If he be drowsy, heavy, and stupid, give brandy and strong coffee, and try to rouse him. There is nothing more to be done, save to avoid doing mischief. Fleas. Italian flea powder sold in the East is really efficacious. It is the powdered peyote or fleabane mentioned in Curzon's Armenia as growing in that country. It has since become an important article of export. A correspondent writes to me, quote, "I have often found a light cotton or linen bag a great safeguard against the attacks of fleas. I used to creep into it, draw the loop tight round my neck, and was thus able to set legions of them at defiance." End quote. Vermin on the person. I quote the following extract from Huck's Travels in Tartary. Quote, "We had now been travelling for nearly 6 weeks, and still wore the same clothing we had assumed on our departure. The incessant pricklings with which we were harassed sufficiently indicated that our attire was peopled with the filthy vermin to which the Chinese and Tartars are familiarly accustomed, but which, with the Europeans, are objects of horror and disgust. Before quitting Tashkend we had bought in a chemist's shop a few sapecs worth of mercury. We now made with it a prompt and specific remedy against the lice. We had formerly got the receipt from some Chinese, and, as it may be useful to others, we think it right to describe it here. You take half an ounce of mercury, which you mix with old tea leaves, previously reduced to paste by mastication. To render this softer, you generally add saliva. Water could not have the same effect. You must afterwards bruise and stir it a while, so that the mercury may be divided into little balls as fine as dust. I presume the blue pill is a pretty exact equivalent to this preparation. You infuse this composition into a string of cotton, loosely twisted, which you hang round the neck. The lice are sure to bite at the bait, and they thereupon as surely swell, become red, and die forthwith. In China and in Tartary you have to renew this salutary necklace once a month. Blistered feet. To prevent the feet from blistering, it is a good plan to soap the inside of the stocking before setting out, making a thick lather all over it. A raw egg broken into a boot before putting it on greatly softens the leather. Of course the boots should be well greased when hard walking is anticipated. After some hours on the road, when the feet are beginning to be chafed, take off the shoes and change the stockings, putting what was the right stocking on the left foot and the left stocking on the right foot. Or, if one foot only hurts, take off the boot and turn the stocking inside out. These were the plans adopted by Captain Barclay when a blister was formed. Quote, "Rub the feet, on going to bed, with spirits mixed with tallow dropped from a candle into the palm of the hand. On the following morning no blister will exist. The spirits seem to possess the healing power, the tallow serving only to keep the skin soft and pliant. This is Captain Cochrane's advice, and the remedy was used by him in his pedestrian tour." End quote. Murray's Handbook of Switzerland. The recipe is an excellent one. Pedestrians and teachers of gymnastics all endorse it. Rarefied air, effects of. On high plateaux or mountains, newcomers must expect to suffer. The symptoms are described by many South American travellers. The attack of them is there, among other names, called the puna. The disorder is sometimes fatal to stout plethoric people. Oddly enough, cats are unable to endure it. At villages 13,000 feet above the sea, Dr. Tschudi says that they cannot live. Numerous trials have been made with these unhappy feline barometers, and the creatures have been found to die in frightful convulsions. The symptoms of the puna are giddiness, dimness of sight and hearing, headaches, fainting fits, blood from mouth, eyes, nose, lips, and a feeling like seasickness. Nothing but time cures it. It begins to be felt severely at from 12,000 to 13,000 feet above the sea. M. Hermann Schlagentweit, who has had a great deal of mountain experience in the Alps and in the Himalayas, up to the height of 20,000 feet or more, tells me that he found the headache, etc., come on when there was a breeze, far more than at any other time. his whole party would wake at the same moment, and begin to complain of the symptoms immediately on the commencement of a breeze. The symptoms of overwork are not wholly unlike those of the puna, and many young travellers who have felt the first have ascribed them to the second. Scurvy has attacked travellers even in Australia, and I have myself felt symptoms of it in Africa when living wholly on meat. Any vegetable diet cures it. Lime juice, treacle, raw potatoes, and acid fruits are especially efficacious. Dr. Kane insists on the value of entirely raw meat as a certain antiscorbutic. This is generally used by the Eskimo. Hemorrhage from a wound. When the blood does not pour or trickle in a steady stream from a deep wound, but jets forth in pulses and is of a bright red colour, all the bandages in the world will not stop it. It is an artery that is wounded, and unless there be some one accessible who knows how to take it up and tie it, I suppose that the method of our forefathers is the only one that can be used, as you would for a snake bite (see next paragraph), or else to pour boiling grease into the wound. This is, of course, a barbarous treatment, and its success is uncertain, as the cauterized artery may break out afresh. Still, life is in question, and it is the only hope of saving it. After the cautery, the wounded limb should be kept perfectly still, well raised, and cool, until the wound is nearly healed. A tourniquet, which will stop the blood for a time, is made by tying a strong thong, or string, or handkerchief firmly above the part, putting a stick through, and screwing it tight. If you know whereabouts the artery lies, which is the object to compress, put a stone over the place under the handkerchief. The main arteries follow pretty much the direction of the inner seams of the sleeves and trousers. Snake bites. Tie a string tight above the part, suck the wound, and caustic it as soon as you can. Or, for want of a caustic, explode gunpowder in the wound, or else do what Mr. Mansfield Parkins well suggests, that is, cut away with a knife, and afterwards burn out with the end of your iron ramrod, heated as near a white heat as you can readily get it. The arteries lie deep, and as much flesh may, without much danger, be cut or burned into, as the fingers can pinch up. The next step is to use the utmost energy, and even cruelty, to prevent the patient's giving way to that lethargy and drowsiness which is the usual effect of snake poison, and too often ends in death. Wasp and scorpion stings. The oil scraped out of a tobacco pipe is a good application. Should the scorpion be large, his sting must be treated like a snake bite. Broken bones. It is extremely improbable that a man should die in consequence of a broken leg or arm if the skin be uninjured. But if the broken end forces its way through the flesh, the injury is a very serious one. Abscesses form, the parts mortify, and the severest consequences often follow. Hence, when a man breaks a bone, do not convert a simple injury into a severe one by carrying him carelessly. If possible, move the encampment to the injured man, and not vice versa. Mr. Druitt says, quote, "When a man has broken his leg, lay him on the other side, put the broken limb exactly on the sound one, with a little straw between them, and tie the two legs together with handkerchiefs. Thus the two legs will move as one, and the broken bone will not hurt the flesh so much, nor yet come through the skin." End quote. Drowning. A half-drowned man must be put to bed in dry heated clothes, hot stones, etc., placed against his feet, and his head must be raised moderately. Human warmth is excellent, such as that of two big men made to lie close up against him, one on each side. All rough treatment is not only ridiculous but full of harm, such as the fashion, which still exists in some places, of hanging up the body by the feet, that the swallowed water may drain out of the mouth. I reprint here the instructions circulated by Dr. Marshall Hall. 1. Treat the patient instantly, on the spot, in the open air, exposing the face and chest to the breeze, except in severe weather. To clear the throat. 2. Place the patient gently on the face, with one wrist under the forehead. All fluids and the tongue itself then fall forwards, leaving the entrance into the windpipe free. If there be breathing, wait and watch. If not, or if it fail, to excite respiration. 3. Turn the patient well and instantly on his side, and 4. Excite the nostrils with snuff, the throat with a feather, etc. Dash cold water on the face previously rubbed warm. If there be no success, Lose not a moment, but instantly to imitate respiration. 5. Replace the patient on his face, raising and supporting the chest well on a folded coat or other article of dress. 6. Turn the body very gently on the side and a little beyond, and then briskly on the face, alternately, repeating these measures deliberately, efficiently, and perseveringly 15 times in the minute, occasionally varying the side. When the patient reposes on the chest, this cavity is compressed by the weight of the body, and expiration takes place. When he is turned on the side, this pressure is removed, and inspiration occurs. 7. When the prone position is resumed, make equable but efficient pressure with brisk movement along the back of the chest, removing it immediately before rotation on the side. The first measure augments the expiration, the second commences inspiration. The result is respiration, and, if not too late, life. To induce circulation and warmth. 8. Rub the limbs upward, with firm grasping pressure and with energy, using handkerchiefs, etc. By this measure the blood is propelled along the veins towards the heart. 9. Let the limbs be thus dried and warmed, and then clothed, the bystanders supplying coats, waistcoats, etc. 10. Avoid the continuous warm bath and the position on or inclined to the back. Litter for the wounded. If a man be wounded or sick and has to be carried upon the shoulders of others, make a litter for him in the Indian fashion, that is to say, cut 2 stout poles, each 8 foot long, to make its 2 sides, and 3 other crossbars of 2½ feet each to be lashed to them. Then, supporting this ladder-shaped framework over the sick man as he lies in his blanket, knot the blanket up well to it, and so carry him off palanquin fashion. 1 crossbar will be just behind his head, another in front of his feet, the middle one will cross his stomach and keep him from falling out, and there will remain 2 short handles for the carriers to lay hold of. The American Indians carry their wounded companions by this contrivance after a fight, and during a hurried retreat, for wonderful distances. A king of wagon roof top can easily be made to it, with bent boughs and 1 spare blanket. See palanquin. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of the Art of Travel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Stephanie Lee. The Art of Travel by Sir Francis Galton. Chapter 5. Surveying Instruments. In previous editions I reprinted here, with a few trifling alterations, part of a paper that I originally communicated to the Royal Geographical Society, and which will be found at the end of their volume for 1854. In addition to it, communications are published there from Lieutenant Raper, Admiral Fitzroy, Admiral Smith, Admiral Beechey, and Colonel Sykes, the whole of which was collected under the title of Hints to Travelers. They were printed in a separate form and widely circulated. When the edition was exhausted, a fresh committee was appointed by the Council of the Royal Geographical Society, consisting of Admiral Sir George Back, Admiral R. Collinson, and myself, to revise the pamphlet thoroughly. This process was again gone through in 1871, and now the pamphlet is so much amended and enlarged that I should do no good by making extracts. It is much better that intending travelers should apply for this 3rd edition of the Hints to Travelers at the Society's rooms, 1 Savile Row, for it gives a great deal of information upon instruments that they would find of real value. Its price is 1 shilling. Porters for delicate instruments. Entrust surveying instruments and fragile articles to some respectable old savage, whose infirmities compel him to walk steadily. He will be delighted at the prospect of picking up a living by such easy service. Measuring low angles by reflection. An ordinary artificial horizon is useless for very low angles. They can be measured to within 2 or 3 minutes by means of a vertical point of reference obtained in the following manner. Tie 2 pieces of thread, crossing each other at 2 feet above the ground, put the vessel of mercury underneath it, and look down upon the mercury. When the eye is so placed that the crossed threads exactly cover their reflection, the line of sight is truly vertical. and if the distant object be brought down to them by the sextant, the angle read off will be 90 degrees plus altitude. Captain George's arrangement of glass floating on mercury, made by Carey, Fleet Street, London, allows of very low angles being observed, but the use of this instrument requires considerable caution as to the purity of the mercury and the cleanliness of the glass. Substitute for glass roof to horizon. For want of a glass roof to place over the mercury, a piece of gauze stretched over the vessel will answer very tolerably for the purpose of keeping off the wind. The diameter of the pupil of the eye is so large compared to the thickness of the threads of the gauze that the latter offer little impediment to a clear view of the image. Silvering glasses for sextants. Before taking leave of this subject, it may not be unimportant to describe the operation of silvering the glasses of sextants, as those employed on surveying duties very frequently have to perform the operation. The requisites are clean tinfoil and mercury. A hare's foot is handy. Lay the tinfoil, which should exceed the surface of the glass by 1/4 of an inch on each side, on a smooth surface, the back of a book. Rub it out smooth with a finger, add a bubble of mercury about the size of a small shot, which rub gently over the tinfoil until it spreads itself and shows a silvered surface. Gently add sufficient mercury to cover the leaf so that its surface is fluid. Prepare a slip of paper the size of the tinfoil. Take the glass in the left hand, previously well cleaned, and the paper in the right. Brush the surface of the mercury gently to free it from dross. Lay the paper on the mercury and the glass on it. Pressing gently on the glass, withdraw the paper. Turn the glass on its face and leave it on an inclined plane to allow the mercury to flow off, which is accelerated by laying a strip of tinfoil as a conductor to its lower edge. The edges may, after 12 hours' rest, be removed. In 24 hours give it a coat of varnish, made from spirits of wine and red sealing wax. It may be as well to practice on small bits of common glass, which will soon prove the degree of perfection which the operator has attained. Admiral Sir E. Belcher. End of Chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of The Art of Travel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Ullman. The Art of Travel by Sir Francis GALTON. Chapter 6. Memoranda and Logbooks. Best form for memoranda. I have remarked that almost every traveller who is distinguished for his copiousness and accuracy of his journals has written them in a remarkably small but distinct handwriting. Hard pencil marks, HHH pencils, on common paper or on metallic paper are very durable. Dr. Barth wrote his numerous observations entirely in Indian ink. He kept a tiny saucer in his pocket, rubbed with the ink. When he wanted to use it, he rubbed it up with his wetted fingertip, or resupplied it with fresh ink and filled his pen and wrote. Captain Burton wrote very much in the dark, when lying awake at night. He used a board with prominent lines of wood, such as adapted by the blind. It is very important that what is written should be intelligible to a stranger after a long lapse of time. A traveller may die and his uncompleted work perish with him, or he may return and years will pass by, and suddenly some observations he had made will be called in question. Professor J. Forbes says, "The practice which I have long adopted is this: to carry a memorandum book with Harwood's prepared paper. In this point of detail I do not concur. See next paragraph. And metallic pencil, in which notes and observations and slight sketches of every description are made on the spot and in the exact order in which they occur. These notes are almost ineffaceable and are preserved for reference. They are then extended, as far as possible, every evening with pen and ink in a suitable book in the form of a journal, from which finally they may be extracted and modified for any ultimate purpose. The speedy extension of memoranda has several great advantages. It secures a deliberate revision of observations, whether of instrument or of nature, whilst further explanation may be sought, and very often whilst ambiguities or contradictions admit of removal by a fresh appeal to facts. By this precaution, too, the risk of losing all the fruit of some weeks of labour by the loss of a pocketbook may be avoided. It has occurred to me frequently to be consulted about the best way of keeping MSS Captain Blakiston, who surveyed the northern part of the Rocky Mountains and subsequently received the Medal of the Royal Geographical Society for his exploration and admirable map of the Yangtze Kiang in China, paid great attention to the subject. He was fully in possession of all I had to say on the matter, and I gladly quote the method he adapted in North America, with slight modifications, according to the results of his experience and with a few trivial additions of my own. For the purpose of the memoranda and mapping data, he uses 3 sets of books, which can be ordered at any lithographer. Number 1, Pocket Memorandum Book, measuring 3.5 inches by 5, made of strong paper. Captain Blakiston did not use, and I should not advise travellers to use, prepared paper, for it soon becomes rotten and the leaves fall out. Beside that, wet makes the paper soppy. The books are paged with bold numbers printed in the corners. 2 faint red lines are ruled down the middle of each page, half an inch apart, to enable a book to be used as a field surveyor's book when required. In this pocket book, every single thing that is recorded at all is originally recorded with a hard triple H pencil. Everything is written consecutively, without confusion or attempt to save space. There may easily be 150 pages in each of these books, and a sufficient number should be procured to admit of having at least one per month. Do not stint yourself in these. Number 2, Log Book. This is an orderly way of collecting such parts of the surveying material as has been scattered over each day in your notebook. It is to be neatly written out and will become the standard of future reference. By using a printed form, the labour of drawing up the log on the one hand, and that of consulting it on the other, will be vastly diminished. I give Captain Blakiston's form in pages 28, 29, and I would urge intending travellers not to depart from it without very valid reason, for it is the result of considerable care and experience. The size in which the form is printed here is not quite accurate, because the pages of this book are not large enough to admit of it, but the proportion is kept. The actual size is intended to be 5.5 inches high and 9 inches wide, so that it should open freely along one of the narrow sides of the page, in the way that all memoranda books ought to open. 4 pages go to a day. Of these, pages 1 and 2 are alone represented in this book, pages 3 and 4 being intended to be left blank. The bold figures 17 and 18 in the right-hand corners of the form I give show how the pages should be numbered. The line in page 18 should be faint blue. Number 3, Calculation Book. This should be of the same size and shape as the log book, and should contain outline forms for calculations. The labour and confusion saved by using these, and the accuracy of work that they ensure, are truly remarkable. The instruments used, the observations made, and especially the tables employed, are so exceedingly diverse that I fear it would be to little purpose if I were to give special examples. Each traveller must suit himself. I will, therefore, simply make a few general remarks on the subject in the following paragraphs. Number of observations requiring a record. A traveller does excellently who takes latitude by meridian altitudes once in a 24 hours, a careful series of lunars once a fortnight on an average, compass variations as often, and an occultation now and then. He will want occasionally a time observation by which to set his watch. I am supposed he uses no chronometer. He ought, therefore, to provide himself with outline forms for calculating these observations. even if he finds himself obliged to have them printed on lithograph on purpose, and in preparing them he should bear the following well-known maxims in mind. Let all careful observations be in doubles. If they be for latitudes, observe a star north and a star south. The errors of your instrument will then affect the results in opposite directions, and the mean of the results will destroy the error. So, if for time, observe in doubles, viz., a star east and a star west. Also, if for lunars, let your sets be in doubles, one set of distances to star E of moon and one to star west of moon. Whenever you begin on lunars, give 3 hours at least to them, and bring away a reliable series. You will be thus possessed of a certainty to work upon, instead of the miserably unsatisfactory results obtained from a single set of lunars taken here and another set there, scattered all over the country and impossible to correlate. A series should consist of 6 sets, each set including 3 simple distances. 3 of these sets should be to a star or stars east of moon, and 3 to a star or stars west of moon. Lunars not taken on the east and west plan are almost worthless, no matter how numerous they may be, for the sextant, etc., may be inaccurate to any amount, and yet no error be manifest in the results. But the east and west plan exposes errors mercilessly, and also eliminates them. One of the best authorities on the requirements of sextant observations in rude land travel, the Astronomer Royal of Cape Town, says to this effect: do not observe the altitude of the star in taking lunars, but compute it. The labour requisite for that observation is better bestowed in taking a large number of distances. So much delicacy of hand and eyesight is requisite in taking lunars that shall give results reliable to 7 or 8 miles, and so small an exertion or flurry spoils that delicacy. That economy of labour and fidget is a matter to be carefully studied. These things being premised, it will be readily understood that outline forms sufficient for an entire series of lunars will extend over many pages. They will, in fact, require 18 pages. There are 4 sets of observations for time, one east and one west, both at beginning and close of the whole, one for latitudes north and south, 6 for 6 sets of lunars as described above, 6 for the corresponding altitudes of the stars, which have to be computed, and, finally, 1 page for taking means and recording the observations for adjustments, etc. Each double observation for latitude will take 1 page, each single time observation 1 page, and each single compass variation 1 page. An occultation would require 3 pages in all, one of which would be for time. At this rate, and taking the observations mentioned above, a book of 500 pages would last half a year. Of course, where the means of transport is limited, travellers must content themselves with less. Thus Captain Speke, who started on his great journey amply equipped with log books and calculation books such as I have described, found them too great an encumbrance and was compelled to abandon them. The result was that though he brought back a very large number of laborious observations, there was a want of method in them, which made a considerable part of his work of little or no use, while the rest required very careful treatment, in order to give results commensurate with their high intrinsic value. End of chapter 6. Recording by Gary Ullman, West Palm Beach, Florida. Chapter 7 of the Art of Travel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Ullman. The Art of Travel by Sir Francis Galton. Chapter 7. Measurements. Distance. To measure the length of a journey by time. The pace of a caravan across average country is 2.5 statues, or 2 geographical miles per hour, as measured with compasses from point to point and not following the sinuosities of each day's course. But in making this estimate, every minute lost in stoppages by the way is supposed to be subtracted from the whole time spent on the road. A careful traveller will be surprised at the accuracy of the geographical results obtainable by noting the time he has employed in actual travel. Experience shows that 10 English miles per day, measured along the road, or, what is much the same thing, 7 geographical miles measured with a pair of compasses from point to point, is, taking one day with another, and including all stoppages of every kind, whatever be their cause, very fast travelling for a caravan. In estimating the probable duration of a journey in an unknown country, or in arranging an outfit for exploring expedition, not more than half that speed should be reckoned upon. Indeed, it would be creditable to an explorer to have conducted the same caravan for a distance of 1,000 geographical miles across a rude country in 6 months. The data have, of course, no reference to a journey which may be accomplished by a single great effort, nor to one where the watering places and pasturages are well known, but apply to an exploration of considerable length, in which a traveller must feel his way, and where he must use great caution not to exhaust his cattle, lest some unexpected call for exertion should arise, which they might prove unequal to. Persons who have never travelled, and very many of those who have, from neglecting to analyze their own performances, entertain very erroneous views on these matters. Rate of movement to measure. A. When the length of a pace, etc., is known before beginning to observe. A man or a horse walking at the rate of 1 mile per hour takes 10 paces in some ascertainable number of seconds, dependent upon the length of his step. If the length of his step be 30 inches, he will occupy 17 seconds in making 10 paces. Conversely, if the same person counts his paces for 17 seconds and finds that he has taken 10 in that time, he will know that he is walking at the rate of exactly 1 mile per hour. If he has taken 40 paces in the same period, he would know that his rate has been 4 miles per hour. If 35 paces, that it had been 3.5 or 3.5 miles per hour. Thus it will be easily intelligible that if a man knows the number of seconds appropriate to the length of his pace, he can learn the rate at which he is walking, by counting his paces during that number of seconds, and dividing the number of his paces so obtained by 10. In short, the number of his paces during the period in question gives his rate per hour, in miles and decimals of a mile, to one place of decimals. I am indebted to Mr. Archibald Smith for this very ingenious notion, which I have worked into the following tables. In Table 1, I give the appropriate number of seconds corresponding to paces of various lengths. I find, however, that the pace of neither man nor horse is constant in length during all rates of walking. Consequently, where precision is sought, it is better to use this table on a method of approximation. That is to say, the traveller should find his approximate rate by using the number of seconds appropriate to his estimated speed. Then, knowing the length of a pace due to that approximate rate, he will proceed afresh by adopting a revised number of seconds, and will obtain a result much nearer to the truth than the first. Table 1 could, of course, be employed for finding the rate of a carriage, when the circumference of one of its wheels was known, but it is troublesome to make such a measurement. I therefore have calculated Table 2. in terms of the radius of the wheel. The formulae by which the two tables have been calculated are m equals 1 times 0.5682 for table 1, and m equals r times 3.570 for table 2, where m is the appropriate number of seconds, L is the length of the pace or circumference of the wheel, and r is the radius of the wheel. The formulae by which the two tables have been calculated are m equals L times 0.5682 for table 1, and m equals r times 3.570 for table 2, where m is the appropriate number of seconds, L is the length of the pace or circumference of the wheel, and r is the radius of the wheel. B. When the length of pace is unknown till after observation. In this case, the following plan gives the rate of travel per hour with the smallest amount of arithmetic. For statute miles per hour, observe the number of paces, n, taken in 5.7 seconds. Let I be the number of inches, to be subsequently determined at leisure in a single pace. Then Ni divided by 100 is the rate per hour. For geographical miles per hour, the number of seconds to be employed is 5. This formula is therefore very simple, and it is a useful one. A statute mile is 1,760 yards, and a geographical mile is 2,025 yards. For finding the rate in statute miles per hour in a carriage, observe the number of revolutions, n, made by the wheel in 18 seconds. Let d be the number of inches in the diameter of the wheel. Then n d divided by 200 is the rate per hour. The above method is convenient for measuring the rate at which an animal gallops. After counting its paces, it may be through a telescope, during this prescribed number of seconds, you walk to the track and measure the length of its pace. If you have no measuring tape, stride in yards alongside its track. To find the number of yards that are covered by 36 of its paces. That is, of course, identical with the number of inches in one of its paces. Convenient equivalence. The rate of 1 mile per hour is the equivalent to each of the rates in the following list: yards, feet, inches, 29.333, or 88.000, or 1056.000 in 1 minute, or 0.488, or 1.466, or 17.600 in 1 second. Measurement of length. Actual measurement with the rudest makeshift is far preferable to an unassisted guess, especially to an unpracticed eye. Natural units of length. A man should ascertain his height of his eye above ground, ditto when kneeling, his fathom, his cubit, his average pace, the span from ball of thumb to tip of one of his fingers, the length of the foot, the width of 2, 3, or 4 fingers, and the distance between his eyes. In all probability, some one of these is an even and useful number of feet or inches, which he will always be able to recollect, and refer to as a unit of measurement. The distance between the eyes is instantly determined, and, I believe, never varies, while measurements of stature, and certainly those of girth of limb, become very different when a man is exhausted by long travels and bad diet. It is therefore particularly useful for measuring small objects. To find it, hold a stick at arm's length, at right angles to the line of sight. Then, looking past its end to a distant object, shut one eye and then the other until you have satisfied yourself of the exact point on a stick that covers the distant object as seen by the one eye. When the end of the stick exactly covers the same object as seen by the other eye, a stone's throw is a good standard of reference for greater distances. Cricketers estimate distance by the length between wickets. Pacing yards should be practiced. It is well to dot or burn with the lens of your opera glass a scale of inches on the gun stock and pocket knife. Velocity of sound. Sound flies at 380 yards or about 1,000 feet a second. Speaking in round numbers, it is easy to measure rough distances by the flash of a gun and its report, for even a storm of wind only makes 4% difference one way or the other in the velocity of sound. Measurement of angles. Rude measurements. I find that a capital substitute for a very rude sextant is afforded by the outstretched hand and arm. The span between the middle finger and thumb subtends an angle of about 15 degrees, and that between the forefinger and the thumb an angle of 11 1/4 degrees, or 1 point of the compass. Just as a person may learn to walk yards accurately, so may he learn to span out these angular distances accurately, and the horizon, however broken it may be, is always before his eyes to check him. Thus, if he begins from a tree, or even from a book on his shelf, and spans all around until he comes to the tree or the book again, he should make 24 of the larger spans and 32 of the lesser one. These two angles of 15 degrees and 11 1/4 degrees are particularly important. The sun travels through 15 degrees in each hour, and therefore by spanning along its course as estimated from the place where it would stand at noon, aided in this by the compass, the hour before afternoon, and similarly after sunrise or before sunset, can be instantly reckoned. Again, the angles 30 degrees, 45 degrees, 60 degrees, 90 degrees, all of them simple multiples of 15 degrees, are by far the most useful ones in taking rough measurements of heights and distances, because of the simple relations between the sides of right-angled triangles. One of those other angles are 30 degrees, 45 degrees, or 60 degrees, and also because 60 degrees is the value of an angle of an equilateral triangle. As regards 11 1/4 degrees, or 1 point at a compass, it is perfectly out of the question to trust to bearings taken by the unaided eye, or to steer a steady course by simply watching a star or landmark, when this happens to be much to the right or the left of it. Now, nothing is easier than to span out the bearing from time to time. Right angles to layout. A triangle whose sides are 3, 4, and 5 must be a right angle one, since 5 times 5 equals 3 times 3 plus 4 times 4. Therefore, we can find a right angle very simply by means of measuring tape. We take a length of 12 feet, yards, fathoms, or whatever it may be, and peg its two ends side by side to the ground. Peg number 2 is driven in at the 3rd division, and peg number 3 is held at the 7th division of the cord, which is stretched out till it becomes taut. Then the peg is driven in. These 3 pegs will form the corners of a right-angled triangle, peg number 2 being situated at the right angle. Proximate arcs. 1 degree subtends at a distance of 1 statute mile, 90 feet. 1 foot subtends at a distance of 1 statute mile, 18 inches. 1 foot subtends at a distance of 100 yards, 1 inch. 1 inch of latitude on the earth's surface is 100 feet. 30 feet is subtended by the diameter of either the sun or the moon. Angles measured by their chords. The number of degrees contained by any given angle may be ascertained without a protractor or other angular instrument, by means of a table of chords. So also may any required angle be protracted on paper through the same simple means. In the first instance, draw a circle on a paper with its center at the apex of the angle and with a radius of 1,000. Next, measure the distance between the points where the circle is cut by the two lines that enclose the angle. Lastly, look for that distance, which is the chord of the angle, in the annexed table, where the corresponding number of degrees will be found. If it be desired to protract a given angle, the same operation is to be performed in a converse sense. I need hardly mention that the chord of an angle is the same thing as twice the sine of half that angle, with as tables of natural signs are not nowadays commonly to be met with. I have thought it well worth while to give a table of chords. When a traveller who is unprovided with regular instrument wishes to triangulate, or when having taken some bearings but having no protractor, he wishes to lay them down upon his map, this little table will prove of very great service to him. C. Measurement of distances to inaccessible places. Triangulation. Measurement of distance to an inaccessible place by similar triangles. To show how the breadth of a river may be measured without instruments, without any table, and without crossing it, I have taken the following useful problem from the French Manuel du Génie. Those usually given by English writers for the same purpose are, strangely enough, unsatisfactory, for they require the measurement of an angle. This plan requires pacing only. To measure a G, produce it for any distance as to D. From D, in any convenient direction, take any equal distance D, C, small d. Produce B, C to small b, making small c, big B, C, B. Join DB and produce it to A. That is to say, to a point where AC intersects it. Then the triangles to the left of C are similar to those on the right of C, and therefore a small b is equal to AB. The points D, C, etc. may be marked by brushes planted in the ground or by men standing. The disadvantage of this plan are its complexity and the usual difficulty of finding a sufficient space of level ground for its execution. The method given in the following paragraph is incomparably more facile and generally applicable. Triangulation by measurement of chords. Colonel Everest, the late Surveyor General of India, pointed out, Journal Royal Geographic Society, 1860, page 122, the advantage to travellers unprovided with angular instruments of measure the chords of the angles they wish to determine. He showed that a person who desired to make a rude measurement of the angle CAB in the figure, page 40, has simply to pace for any convenient length from A towards C, reaching, we will say, the point a, and then to pace an equal distance from A towards B, reaching the point A, small e. Then it remains for him to pace the distance a foot and a inch, which is the chord of the angle A, to the radius a foot. Knowing this, he can ascertain the value of the angle CAB by reference to a proper table. In the same way, the angle CBA can be ascertained. Lastly, by pacing the distance AB to serve as a base, all the necessary data will have been obtained for determining the lines AC and BC. The problem can be worked out either by calculation or by protraction. I have made numerous measurements in this way and find the practical error to be within 5%. Table for rude triangulation by chords. It occurred to me that the plan described in the foregoing paragraph might be exceedingly simplified by a table such as that which I annex, in which different values of a foot and a inch are given for a radius of 10, and in which the calculations are made for a base equals 100. The units in which A foot, A inch, and B foot, B inch are to be measured are intended to be paces, though of course any other units would do. The units in which the base is measured may be feet, yards, minutes, or hours, journey, or whatever else is convenient. Any multiple or divisor of 100 may be used for the base, if the tabular number be similarly multiplied. Therefore, a traveller may ascertain the breadth of a river, or that of a valley, or the distance of any object on either side of his line of march, by taking not more than some 60 additional paces, and by making a single reference to my table. Particular care must be taken in walk in a straight line from A to B. By citing some more distant objects in a line with B, it will otherwise surprise most people on looking back at their track to see how curved it has been and how far their B foot, B, is from being in the right direction. Measurement of time. Sundial. Plant a stake firmly in the ground in a level open space, and get ready a piece of string, a tent peg, and a bit of stick a foot long. When the stars begin to appear, and before it is dark, go to the stake, lie down on the ground, and plant the stick, so adjusting it that its top and the point where the string is tied to the stake shall be in a line with the polar star, or rather with the pole. See below. Then get up, stretch the string so as just to touch the top of the stick, and stake it down with the tent peg. Kneel down again to see that all is all right, and in the morning draw out the dial lines, the string being the gnomon. The true North Pole is distant about 1 1/2 degree, or 3 suns or moons diameters from the polar star, and it lies between the polar star and the pointers of the Great Bear, or more truly between it and Greek letter URSAE Majoris. The one essential point of dial making is to set the gnomon truly, because it ensures that the shadows shall fall in the same direction at the same hours all year round. To ascertain where to mark the hour lines on the ground or wall on which the shadow of the gnomon falls, the simplest plan is to use a watch, or whatever makeshift means of reckoning time be at hand. Calculations are troublesome unless the plate is quite level, or vertical, and exactly facing south or north, or else in the plane of the equinox. The figure represents the well-known equinoctial sundial. It can easily be cast in lead. The spike points towards the elevated pole, and the rim of the disc is divided into 24 equal parts for the hours. Pendulum. A traveller, when the last of his watches breaks down, has no need to be disheartened from going on with his longitudinal observations, especially if he observes occultations and eclipses. The object of a watch is to tell the number of seconds that elapse between the instant of occultation, eclipse, etc., and the instant, a minute or two later, when the sextant observation for time is made. All that a watch actually does is to beat seconds, and to record the number of beats. Now a string and a stone, swung as a pendulum, will beat time, and a native who is taught to throw a pebble into a bag at each beat will record it, and for operations that do not occupy much time he will be as good as a watch. The rate of the pendulum may be determined by taking 2 sets of observations, with 3 or 4 minutes interval between them, and if the distance from the point of suspension to the centre of the stones be 39 inches, and if the string be thin and the stone very heavy, it will beat seconds very nearly indeed. the observation upon which the longitude of the East African jakes depended, after Captain Spake's first journey to them, were lunars timed with a string and a stone in default of a watch. Hourglass. Either dry sand or water may be used in an hourglass. If water be used, the aperture through which it runs must of course be smaller. End of chapter 7. Recording by Gary Oldman, West Palm Beach, Florida. Chapter 8 of The Art of Travel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Oldman. Chapter 8. Climbing and Mountaineering. Climbing trees. Colonel Jackson, in his book, How to Observe, gives the following directions for climbing palms and other trees that have very rough barks. Take a strip of linen or 2 towels or strong handkerchiefs tied together and form a loop at each end, for the feet to pass tightly into without going through, or, for want of such material, make a rope of grass or straw in the same way. The length should embrace a little more than half of the diameter of the trunk to be climbed. Now, being at the foot of the tree, fix the feet well into the loops, and opening the legs a little, embrace the tree as high up as you can. Raise your legs and, pressing the cord against the tree with your feet, stand, as it were, in your stirrups, and raise your body and arms higher. Hold fast again by the arms, open the legs, and raise them a stage higher, and so on to the top. The descent is effected in the same way, reversing, of course, the order of the movements. The ruggedness of the bark and the weight of the body pressing diagonally across the trunk of the tree prevent the rope from slipping. Anything, provided it be strong enough, is better than a round rope which does not hold so fast. A loop or hoop embracing the body of the climber and the tree is a helpful addition. Large nails carried in a bag slung around the waist, to be driven into the bare trunk of the tree, will facilitate its ascent. Gimlets may be used for the same purpose. High walls can be climbed by help of this description, a weight attached to one end of a rope being first thrown over the wall, and the climber assisting himself by holding on to the other end. Trees of soft wood are climbed by cutting notches 2 feet apart on alternate sides. Also by driving in bamboo pegs, sloping alternately to left or to right. These pegs correspond to the rungs of a ladder. Ladders. A notched pole or a knotted rope makes a ladder. We hear of people who have tied sheets together to let themselves down high walls when making an escape. The best way of making a long rope from sheets is to cut them into strips of about 6 inches broad, and with these to twist a 2-stranded rope, or else to plait a 3-stranded one. Descending cliffs with ropes is an art which naturalists and others have occasion to practice. It has been reduced to a system by the inhabitants of some rocky coasts in the northern seas, where innumerable seabirds go for the breeding season, and whose ledges and crevices are crammed with nests full of large eggs. About the end of May and the beginning of June, there are no despicable prize to a hungry neighbour. I am indebted to a most devoted rock climber, the late Mr. Woolley, for the following of facts. It appears that a whole population of rock climbers in the following places: St. Kilda in the Hebrides, Fola Island in the Shetland, the Faroe Islands generally, and in the West Marvel Islands off Iceland. Flamborough Head used to be a famous place for this accomplishment, but the birds have become far less numerous. They have been destroyed very wantonly with shot. In descending a cliff, 2 ropes are used: one a supply well-made many-stranded inch ropes, sea ropes, to which the climber is attached, and by which he is let down. The other is a much thinner cord, left to dangle over the cliff and made fast to some stone or stake above. The use of the second rope is for the climber to haul upon, when he wishes to be pulled up. By resting a large part of his weight upon it, he makes the task of pulling him up much more easy. He can also convey signals by jerking it. A usual rock climbing arrangement is shown in the sketch. One man with a post behind him, as in Figure 1, or two men, as in Figure 2, are entrusted with the letting down of a comrade to the depth of 100 or even 150 feet. They pass the rope either under their thighs or along their sides, as shown in the figure. The climber is attached to the rope, as shown in Figure 2. The band on which he sits is of worsted. A beginner ought to be attached far more securely to the rope. I have tried several plans, and find that which is shown in Figure 1 to be thoroughly comfortable and secure. A stick forms the seat. At either end of it is a short stirrup. Garters secure the stirrup leathers to the knees. This is the belt under the arms. It is convenient but not necessary to have a well-greased leather sheath, a tube of 18 inches in length, through which the rope runs, as shown in both figures. It lies over the edge of the cliff, and the friction of the rock keeps it steadily in its place. It is nervous work going over the edge of a cliff for the first time. However, the sensation does not include giddiness. Once in the air, and when confidence is acquired, the occupation is very exhilarating. The power of locomotion is marvellous. A slight push with the foot or a thrust with a stick will swing the climber 20 feet to a side. Few rocks are so precipitous but that a climber can generally make some use of his hands and feet, enough to cling to the rock when he wishes, and to clamber about its face. The wind is seldom a gale above, but the air will be comparatively quiet upon the face, and therefore there is no danger of a chance gush dashing the climber against the rocks. A short stick is useful but not necessary. There are 3 cautions to be borne in mind. 1. As you go down, test every stone carefully. If the movement of the rope displaces any one of them after you have been let down below it, it is nearly sure to fall upon your head, because you will be vertically beneath it. Some climbers use a kind of helmet as a shield against these very dangerous accidents. 2. Take care that the rope does not become jammed in a cleft, or you will be helplessly suspended in midair. Keep the rope pretty tight when you are clambering about the ledges, else if you slip, the jerk may break the rope or cause an overpowering strain upon the men who are holding it above. Turf and solid rock are much the best substances for the rope to run over. In the Faroes they tar the ropes successively. They are absolutely polished with tar. Good ropes are highly valued. In St. Kilda, leather ropes are used. They last a lifetime and are dowry for a daughter. A new rope spins terribly. Leaping poles. In France they practice a way of crossing a deep brook by the help of a rope passed round an overhanging branch of a tree and by its side. They take a run and swing themselves across, pendulum fashion. It is the principle of the leaping pole reversed. The art of climbing difficult places. Always face difficult places. If you slip, let your first effort be to turn upon your stomach, for in every other position you are helpless. A mountaineer, when he meets with a formidable obstacle, does not hold on the rock by means of his feet and his hands only, but he clings to it like a caterpillar, with every part of his body that can come simultaneously into contact with its roughened surface. Snow mountains. Precaution. The real danger of the high Alps may be reduced to 3. 1. Yielding of snow bridges over crevices. 2. Slipping on slopes of ice. 3. The fall of ice or rock from above. Absolute security from the first is obtainable by tying the party together at intervals to a rope. If there be only two in the company, they should be tied together at 8 or 10 paces apart. Against the second danger the rope is usually effective, though frightful accidents have occurred by the fall of one man, dragging along with him the whole chain of his companions. Against the third danger there is no resource but circumspection. Ice falls chiefly in the heat of day. It is from limestone cliffs that the falling rocks are nearly always detached. When climbing ice of the most moderate slope, nail boots are an absolute necessity, and for steep slopes of ice, the ice axe, described below, is equally essential. Alpine outfit consists of rope, ice axe, or alpenstock. There must be at least one ice axe in a party, nailed boots, colored spectacles, veil or else a linen mask, muffetees, and gaiters. I gave the following extracts from the report of a committee appointed by the Alpine Club in 1864 on ropes, axes, and alpenstocks. Ropes. We have endeavoured to ascertain what ropes will best stand the sharp jerk which would be caused by a man falling suddenly into a crevasse or down an ice slope, and on this subject we lay before the club the results of nearly 100 experiments made with various kinds of rope purchased of the best London makers. We considered that the least weight with which it was practically useful to test ropes was 12 stone, as representing the average weight of a light man with his whole alpine equipment. In the preliminary experiments, therefore, all ropes were rejected which did not support the strain produced by 12 stone falling 5 feet. Under this trial, all those plated ropes which are generally supposed to be so strong, and many most carefully made twisted ropes, gave way in such a manner as was very startling to some of our number, who had been in the habit of using these treacherous cords with perfect and most unfounded confidence. Only 4 ropes passed successfully through this trial. These were all made by Messrs. Buckingham and Son, of 33 Broad Street, Bloomsbury, and can be procured only of them. We confine our further experiments to the ropes, one of which failed under severe tests, while the remaining 3, made respectively of Manila hemp, Italian hemp, and flax, proved so nearly equal in strength that it may fairly be doubted which is on the whole to be preferred. Each of these 3 ropes will bear 12 stone falling 10 feet and 14 stones falling 8 feet, and it may be useful to say that the strain upon a rope loaded with a weight of 14 stone and suddenly checked after a fall of 8 feet is nearly equal to that which is caused by dead weight of 2 tons. None of these ropes, however, will bear the weight of a 14 stone falling 10 feet, and the result of our experiments is that no rope can be made, whether of hemp, flax, or silk, which is strong enough to bear that strain, and yet light enough to be portable. We believe that these ropes, which weigh about 3/4 of an ounce to the foot, are the heaviest which can be conveniently carried about in the Alps. We append a statement of the respective merits of the 3 kinds, all of which are now made by Messrs. Buckingham, expressly for the club, and marked by a red worsted thread twisted in the strand. Number 1. Manila hemp, weight of 20 yards, 48 ounces. Advantage is softer and more pliable than 2, is more elastic than 2 and 3. When wet, is far more pleasant to handle than 2 and 3. Disadvantages: has a tendency to wear and fray at a knot. Number 2, Italian hemp, weight 20 yards, 43 ounces. Advantages: is less bulky than 1 and 3, is harder and will probably wear best, being least likely to cut against the rocks. Disadvantages is more still and difficult to untie than 1 and 3. When wet, is very disagreeable to handle and is apt to kink. Number 3, flax. Weight of 20 yards, 44 ounces. Advantages: when dry is softer, more pliable, and easier to handle than 1 and 2, and will probably wear better than 1. Disadvantages: when wet, becomes decidedly somewhat weaker and is nearly as disagreeable to handle as 2. Knots. There can be no doubt that every knot in a rope weakens its power of resisting a sudden jerking strain. How great a loss of strength results from a knot we cannot undertake to estimate, but that the loss is a very serious one, the following statement will show. These ropes which we report will resist the strain of 14 stone falling 8 feet, will not resist it if there is a knot in any one of them, or even if the knots used in attaching them to the point of support or to the weights be roughly or carelessly made. The rope in these cases breaks at the knot for 2 reasons, partly because of the folds, as they cross in the knot, are strained suddenly across each other, and one of them is cut through, and partly because the rope is so sharply bent that the outer side of each fold in the knot is much more stretched than the inner side, so that the strain comes almost entirely upon one side only of each fold. For the first reason, we found it necessary to put a pad of some kind inside the knot. Leather, linen, or a little tow or waist rope will do. For the second reason, we preferred knots in which the folds are at least sharply bent around each other, that is, in which the curves are large. We therefore conclude that, first, no knot which is not absolutely necessary ought to be allowed to remain on the rope. Second, the tighter and harder a knot becomes, the worse it is. Third, the more loose and open a knot is made, the better it is, and we append diagrams of these knots, which we found by experiment weakens the rope least. For alpine ropes, only 3 sorts of knots are ever required, and we suggest 1 of each kind. Number 1 is for the purpose of joining 2 ends. Number 2 for the purpose of making a loop at one end. Number 3 is for the purpose of making a loop in the middle where the ends are fastened. Number 4 is a knot of which we give a diagram in order that no one may imitate it. It is one of those which must weaken the rope. The only one which seems to be equally injurious is the common single knot, of which no diagram is necessary, as the ropes which we have recommended are very liable to become untwisted unless the loose ends are secured. We advise travellers, in order to avoid knots, to have the ends of every piece of rope bound with waxed twine. It should also be known that it is very unsafe to join 2 pieces of rope by looping one end through the other, so that when the jerk comes they will be strained across each other as 2 links of a chain are strained across each other. Unless a pad of some kind divides the loops, one will cut the other through. Axes. The axe made in England for the purpose of being taken out to Switzerland may be divided into 2 classes, namely travellers' axes, intended to be used for chipping a few occasional steps, for enlarging and clearing out those imperfectly made, and for holding on to a snow slope, and guides' axes, which are the heavier implements required for making long staircases in hard blue ice. We have had 3 models prepared, of which diagrams are appended. The first 2 represent the lighter axe, or what we have termed the traveller's axe, and the third the heaviest instrument required for guides' work. Diagram number 1 represents a light axe or pick, of a kind somewhat similar to that recommended by Mr. Stephen. in a paper published a short time ago in the Journal. It has, in the first place, the great advantage of lightness and handiness, while it is a single blade, to some extent combines the step-cutting qualities possessed by the two cutters of the ordinary double-headed axe, though the latter instrument is on the whole decidedly superior. The small hammer-headed axe, though the latter instrument is on the whole decidedly superior, the small hammer-head at the back is added in order to balance the pick, and in some degree to improve the hold when the axe head comes to be used as a crutch handle. This form, it should be understood, we recommend on account of its lightness and of its convenient shape. Diagram number 2 represents a traveller's axe, slightly heavier than the first, and this is the shape which appears to us the best adapted for mountain work of all kinds. We desire shortly to state our reasons for recommending it to the members of the club. In the first place, it is absolutely necessary that one of our cutters should be made in the form of a pick, as this is by far the best instrument for hacking into hard ice, and is also extremely convenient for holding on to a snow slope, or hooking into crannies, or onto ledges of rocks. For the other cutter we recommend an adze-shaped blade, and we are convinced that this is the form which will be found most generally useful, as being best suited for all the varieties of step cutting. The hatchet-shaped blade used by the Chamonix guides is no doubt a better implement for making a staircase diagonally up a slope, but on the other hand it is exceedingly difficult to cut steps downward with a blade set on in this manner, and as mountaineers rarely come down the way by which they went up, if they can help it, it is obvious that the objections to the Chamonix form of axe is conclusive. We recommend that the edge of the blade should be angular instead of circular, although the latter shape is more common, because it is clear that the angular edge cuts into frozen snow more quickly and easily. The curve, which is the same in all the axes, approaches to coincidence with the curve described by the axe in making the stroke. A curve is, in our opinion, desirable in order to bring the point more nearly opposite the centre of percussion, and to make the head more useful for holding on to rocks or a slope. The axe shown in diagram 2, though slightly heavier than number 1, is not of sufficient weight or strength for cutting a series of steps in hard ice. To those gentlemen, therefore, who do not object to carrying weight, but who desire to have an axe fit for any kind of work, we recommend number 3, as this is exactly similar in shape to number 2, differing from it only in size. We have not thought it necessary to give a separate diagram of number 3. As to the mode of fastening, which is the same in all 3 axes, we should have felt some diffidence in giving an opinion had we not been fortunate enough to obtain the advice of an experienced metal worker, by whom we were strongly recommended to adapt the fastening shown in the diagrams, as being the method generally considered best in the trade for attaching the heads of hatchets, or large hammers, likely to be subject to very violent strain. It will be seen that the axe head and fastening are forged in one solid piece, the fastening consisting of 2 strong braces or straps of steel, which are pressed into the wood about 1/8 of an inch, and are secured by 2 rivets, passed through the wood and clenched on each side. The braces are put at the side instead of in front of and behind the axe, because by this means the strain which falls on the axe acts against the whole breadth of the steel fastening, and not against their thickness merely. We believe that this is the firmest method of fastening which can be adopted, and that so long as the wood is sound, it is scarcely possible for the head of the axe to get loose or to come off, and has the further advantage of strengthening the wood instead of weakening it, and of distributing the strain produced by step cutting over a large bearing. It should be added that these axe heads and fastenings ought to be made entirely of steel. The dimensions of the axe heads are as follows: Number 1. Length of blade measured from the wood, 4½ inches. Breadth of blade at widest part, 1½ inches. Weight, including the braces, 13½ ounces. Number 2. Length of blade measured from the wood, 3½ inches. Length of pick, 4½ inches. Breadth of blade at widest part, 1¾ inches. Breadth of pick, 0½ inch. Weight, including the braces, 15½ ounces. Number 3. Length of blade measured from the wood, 4 inches. Length of pick, 5 inches. Breadth of blade at widest part, 2¼ inches. Breadth of pick, 0.5 inch. Weight, including the braids, 21¼ ounces. We much desire to recommend to the club some means by which the axe head might be made movable, so as to be capable of being put on and taken off the handle quickly and easily. We regret to say, however, that we were unable to discover any plan by which this could be effectively done. We examined very carefully the numerous and formidable weapons which had been sent in by members for exhibition, most of which had elaborate contrivances for fastening on the axe head. These were all, however, liable to very serious objections. Some were evidently insecure. With others, it was necessary that the axe head should be surrounded by a huge mob, which would prove a most serious impediment in step cutting, while in the best and firmest which we found, the axe head was attached to the pole by means of nuts and screws, projecting at the side or over the top of the axe. This latter method of fastening seems to us awkward and possibly dangerous, as the nuts from their position are very likely to become loose or to get broken off, and cannot, except when dangerously loose, be fastened or unfastened without a key or wrench, a troublesome article, certain to be lost on the first expedition. The handle of the axe should, we think, be made of ash. We recommend this wood in preference to deal, which is lighter and nearly as strong, because in choosing a piece of ash it is easier to select with certainty thoroughly sound and well seasoned wood, and in preference to hickory and lancewood, which are stronger, because these woods are extremely heavy. The handle should, we believe, be a very slightly oval form, and it is then more convenient to the grasp than if round. As to the thickness of the wood, we are satisfied it ought nowhere to be less than 1 3/8 inches, since a pole of that diameter, made of ordinary good ash, is the smallest which cannot be permanently bent by a heavy man's most violent effort, although we have seen some pieces of unusually strong ash of a less thickness which proved inflexible. We recommend, then, that the oval section of the handle should have a shorter diameter of 1 3/8 inch and a longer diameter of 1 1/2 inch, and that the thickness should be the same from one end to the other. The length of the handles for numbers 1 and 2 should be such that they will reach to just under the arm at the shoulder. The handle for number 3, which is intended to be used exclusively as an axe, should be between 3½ and 4 feet long. The lower end of the handle should be strengthened in the usual way by a ferrule and armed with a spike. The spike should be from 3½ to 4 inches long, clear of the end of the handle, and should be prevented from moving by a slight rivet passed through it near the upper end after it is fastened in. The exact form of the spike and ferrule are represented in the diagram. We have further to recommend for axe handles an addition which is liable to suspicion as an entire innovation, but which we are confident will be found valuable at those critical moments when the axe is required to hold up 2 or 3 men. It has happened that when the axe has been struck into the snow, a man has been unable to keep his hold on the handle, which slips out of his hand and leaves him perfectly helpless. To guard against this mischance, we propose to fasten a band of leather round the handle at a distance of a foot from the ferrule at the lower end. This leather should be about 1/8 of an inch thick, and will be quite sufficient to check the hand when it is sliding down the handle. It should be lashed round the wood and strained tight when wet. Alpenstock. What we have said about the handle of the axe applies in all respects to the alpenstock, except that the length of the latter should be different, and that the leathern ring, which of course is not required. It is generally thought most convenient that the alpenstock should be high enough to touch the chin of its owner as he stands upright, but this is a matter on which it is scarcely possible, and were it possible, scarcely necessary, to lay down an absolute rule. End of extract of report. Boots. Several nails are sure to be knocked out after each hard day's work. Therefore, a reserve supply is necessary in lands where none other are to be found. No makeshift contrivance, so far as I am aware, will replace the iron last used by shoemakers when they hammer nails into the boot. This is a well-known contrivance of screws with jagged heads, for screwing into boots when a little ice has to be crossed. They do excellently for occasional purposes, but not for regular ice work, as they are easily torn out. Crampons are soles of leather with spikes. They are tied over the shoes, but neither English mountaineers nor modern guides ever employ them. Nailed boots are better. Snow spectacles. The Esquimaux, who has no coloured glass, or any equivalent for it, cut a piece of soft wood to the curvature of the face. It is about 2 inches thick, and extends horizontally quite across both eyes, resting on the nose, a notch being cut in the wood to answer the purpose of the bridge of a pair of spectacles. It is tied behind the ears, and so far as I have now described, it would exclude every ray of light from the eyes. Next, a long narrow slit of the thickness of a thin saw cut is made along the middle almost from end to end. Through this slit the wearer can see very faintly, as it is narrower than the diameter of the pupil of his eyes. The light that reaches his retina is much diminished in quantity. Crape and gauze is a substitute for coloured glass. Mask is merely a pocket handkerchief with strings to tie it over the face. Eye holes are cut in it, also a hole for the nose, over which protecting triangular piece of linen is thrown, and another hole opposite the mouth. To breathe through it, it is drawn below the chin so as to tie firmly in place. The mask prevents the face from being cut to pieces by the cold, dry winds, and blistered by the powerful rays of the sun reverberated from the snow. End of chapter 8. Recording by Gary Ullman. Chapter 9 of The Art of Travel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Ullman. Chapter 9. Cattle. Happy is the traveller who has the opportunity of hiring his cattle with their attendants, for his delay and cares are then reduced to those of making a bargain and of riding what he has hired. And when one set of animals is tired or worn out, he can leave them behind and ride on with the others. But for the most part, explorers must drive their own beasts with them. They must see to their being watered, tended, and run after when astray, help to pack and harness them, fatigue themselves for their benefit, and drudge at the work of a cowherd for some hours a day. In fitting out a caravan, as few different kinds of animals should be taken as possible, or they will split into separate herds and require many men to look after them. The dispositions of the animals that compose a caravan affect in no small degree the pleasure of travelling with them. Now it is to be noticed that men attach themselves to horses and asses, and in a lesser degree to mules and oxen, but they rarely make friends of camels. Weights carried by cattle. The net weights for these different animals carry in trying, long continued journeys through stages uncertain in length, sometimes leading to good pasture, sometimes to bad, must not be reckoned higher than the following, and an animal draws about 2.5 times as much net weight as he carries. An ass, 65 pounds. A small mule, 90 pounds. A horse, pounds. An ox, pounds. A camel, pounds to 200 pounds. Elephant, pounds. In level country, where there is grain, and where the road is known and a regularity in the day's work can be ensured, the weights that may be carried are fully double those of the above list. Captain Burton's donkeys in East Africa carried immense weights. Dogs will draw a travail, which see, of 60 pounds, for a distance of 15 miles a day upon hard level country. Theory of loads and distances. How should we load our men or animals of transport? How should we urge them, in order to obtain the largest amount of effective labour? If they carry a mere featherweight, they may make a long day's journey, but their value as animals of transport is almost nothing. Again, on the other hand, if we load them with an excessive weight, they will soon come to a standstill, and in this case, as in the first, their value as beasts of transport is almost nil. What then is that moderate load by which we can obtain the largest amount of useful effect? This is a problem which many of the ablest engineers and philosophers have endeavoured to solve, and the formulae, partly based on theory and partly on experiment, which were used by Euler, are generally accepted as a fair approximation. They are very simple, and peculiarly interesting on account of their wide applicability. They are equally true for men, animals, or machines, and are wholly independent of the way in which the power is applied, whether, for instance, a man carries his burden, or draws it, or rows, or punts it in a boat, or winds it up with a crank or a treadmill. Travellers might well turn the theory to account on their own behalf. They are well situated for testing its truthfulness, by observing the practices of the countries in which they are travelling. Reliable facts upon the extreme distances that can be travelled over, day after day, by people carrying different loads, but equally circumstanced in every other respect, would be very acceptable to me. The formulae are as follows. Let B be the burden, which would just suffice to prevent an animal from moving a step. D, the distance he could travel daily if unloaded. Also let B1 be some burden less than B, and let D1 be the distance to which he could travel daily when carrying B1. Then B1 D2 equals B parenthesis D minus D1 end parenthesis times 2 period 1. Again, the useful effect is a maximum. If BLD1 is a maximum, when this is the case, then B1 equals 4 divided by 9B.2, and 3D1 equals D.3. In other words, an animal gets through most work in the day if he carries 4/9 of the greatest load he could stagger under. in which case he would be able to travel 1/3 of the distance he could walk if he carried no load at all. Machinery requires no repose, and therefore d, the distance per day, is convertible into v, the velocity of movement. As an example, suppose a man is able to walk 10 miles a day with a load of 130 pounds and 33 miles a day when he carries nothing. Then, from equation 1, the value of b, the burden under which he would be brought to a standstill, would be about 267 1/2, and the best load for him, from equation 2, would be 119 pounds, which he'd be able to carry, according to equation 3, 11 miles a day. Horses. The mode of taking wild horses is by throwing the lasso, whilst pursuing them at full speed, and dropping a noose over their necks, by which their speed is soon checked and they are choked down. Mr. Rary's sixpenny book tells all that he can be told on the subject of horse breaking, but far more lies in the skill and horse knowledge of the operator than in the mere theory. His way of mastering a vicious horse is by taking up one forefoot, bending the knee, slipping a loop over the knee until it comes to the pastern joint, and then fixing it tight. The loop must be caused to embrace the part between the hoof and the pastern joint firmly, by the help of a strap of some kind, lest it should slip. The horse is now on 3 legs, and he feels conquered. If he gets very mad, wait leisurely till he becomes quiet. Then caress him and let the leg down, allow him to rest. Then repeat the process. If the horse kicks in a harness, drive him slowly on 3 legs. In breaking in a stubborn beast, it is convenient to physic him until he is sick and out of spirits, or to starve him into submission. Salt keeps horses from straying, if they are accustomed to come up to the camp and get it, but it is a bad plan, as they are apt to hang about instead of going off to feed. They are so fond of salt that they have been known to stray back to a distant house where they had been allowed to lick it. Shooting horse. Spur him as much as you will, but never use a whip, else whenever you raise your gun to fire, he will feel a dread that it may be the whip and will be unsteady. Horse neighing. Mungo Park tells how he clutched his horse's muzzle with both hands to prevent him neighing when he was in concealment and horsemen were passing near. Addenda. In climbing a steep hill, hang on to the tail of your horse as you walk behind him. Horses are easily driven in a file by securing the halter of each horse to the tail of the one before him. To swim horses across a river, to sleep by the side when there is danger, to tether them, and to water them from wells are all described elsewhere. See horses in index. Mules. Mules require men who know their habits. They are powerful beasts and can only be mastered with skill and address. A savage will not assist in packing them, for he fears their heels. The Swiss say mules have almost an arrière-pensée. They have odd secret ways, strange fancies, and lurking vice. When they stray, they go immense distances, and it is almost beyond the power of a man on foot to tend them in wild country. He can neither overtake them easily, nor, when overtaking them, catch them. The female is, in most breeds, much the more docile. They suffer from African distemper, but in a less degree than horses. The following descriptions of mule caravans are exceedingly graphic and instructive. The madrina, or godmother, is a most important personage. She is an old steady mare with a little bell around her neck, and wheresoever she goes the mules, like good children, follow her. If several large troops are turned into one field to graze in the morning, the muleteer has only to lead the madrinas a little apart and tinkle their bells, and although there may be 200 or 300 mules together, each immediately knows its own bell and separates itself from the rest. The affection of these animals for the madrina saves infinite trouble. It is nearly impossible to lose an old mule for, if detained several hours by force, she will, by the power of smell, like a dog, track out her companions, or rather the Madeira, for, according to the muleteer, she is the chief object of affection. The feeling, however, is not of an individual nature, for I believe I am right in saying that any animal with a bell will serve as a madrina. Charles Darwin. After travelling about 14 miles, we were joined by 3 miners, and our mules, taking a sudden liking for their horses, jogged on at a more brisk rate. The instincts of the mulish heart form an interesting study to the traveller in the mountains. I would, were the companions not too ungallant, liken it to a woman's, for it is quite as uncertain in its sympathies, bestowing its affection when least expected, and when bestowed quite as constant, so long as the object is not taken away. Sometimes a horse, sometimes an ass, captivates the fancy of a whole drove of mules, but often an animal nowise akin. Lieutenant Beale told me that his whole train of mules once galloped off suddenly on the plains of the Cimarron, and ran half a mile, when they halted in apparent satisfaction. The cause of their freak was found to be a buffalo calf which had strayed from the herd. They were frisking around it in the greatest delight, rubbing their noses against it, throwing up their heels, making themselves ridiculous by abortive attempts to neigh and bray, while the poor calf, unconscious of its attractive quality, stood trembling in their midst. It is customary to have a horse in the mule train of the traders of North America as a sort of magnet to keep together the separate atoms of the train, for, whoever the temptation, they will never stray from him. Taylor's El Dorado. Asses. Notwithstanding his inveterate obstinacy, the ass is an excellent and sober little beast, far too much to despise by us. He is not only the most enduring, but also one of the quickest walkers among cattle, being unusually promoted to the leadership of a caravan. He is nearly equal to the camel in enduring thirst, and thrives on the poorest pasture, suffers from few diseases, and is unscathed by African distemper. The long desert roads and pilgrim tracks in North Africa are largely travelled over by means of asses. Asses taught not to kick. Mungo Park says that the Negroes, where he travelled, taught their asses as follows. They cut a forked stick and put the forked part into the ass's mouth like the bit of a bridle. They then tied the 2 smaller parts together above the head, leaving the lower part of sufficient length to strike against the ground if the ass should attempt to put his head down, if always proved effective. Not to bray. Messrs. Huck and Gabay, who were distracted by the continuing braying of one of their asses throughout the night, appealed to their muleteer to put a speedy close to the nuisance by what appeared to be customary contrivance in China, by lashing a heavy stone to the beast's tail. It appears that when an ass wants to bray, he elevates his tail, and if his tail be weighed down, he has not the heart to bray. In hostile neighbourhoods, where silence and concealment are sought, it might be well to adopt this rather absurd treatment. An ass who was being schooled according to the method of this and the preceding paragraph, both at the same time, would be worthy of an artist's sketch. Oxen. Though oxen are coarse, gross, and phlegmatic beasts, they have their merits. They are eminently gregarious, and they ruminate their food. The consequence is, first, that 1, 2, or more are very seldom missing out of a drove, and secondly, they pick up what they require in a much shorter time than horses, mules, etc., who have had to chew as they eat. Oxen requires less tending than any other beast of burden. To train a pack ox. An ox of any age, however wild he may be, can be broken in 3 or 4 days, so as to carry a pack of about 70 pounds, though it is true that he will frequently kick it off during the journey and give excessive trouble. It would be scarcely possible to drive more than 3 of these newly taught oxen at a time, on account of the frequent delays caused by the unruliness of one or the other of them. Much depends on the natural aptitude of the animal in estimating the time required for making a steady pack horse. Some will carry a good weight and go steadily after only a fortnight's travel. Some will never learn, but in all cases they prove unruly at the beginning of a journey. To break in an ox, take a long thong or cord, make a noose at one end of it, and let 2 or 3 men lay hold of the other. Then, driving all the herd together in a clump, go in among them, and aided by a long stick, push or slip the noose around the hind leg of the ox you want, and draw tight. He will pull and struggle with all his might, and the other oxen will disperse, leaving him alone, dragging the men about after him. Next, let another man throw a noose around the horns, and the beast is, comparatively speaking, secure. It is now convenient to throw the animal down on his side, which is easily done by judicious tugging at his tail and at the thongs. To keep him on the ground, let one man take the tail and, passing it around one thigh, hold him down by that, while 1 or 2 men force the horns down against the ground. His nose has next to be pierced. A stick shaped like a Y, 8 inches long, is cut of some tough wood, and the foot of it, being first sharpened, is forcibly poked through the wall that divides the nostrils, and a thin thong is tied firmly to either end of the nose stick. Thong is gathered together and wound in a figure of 8 round the 2 horns, where it henceforth remains while the animal feeds and by clutching at which he is any time caught. Next, for the packing, as the ox lies on the ground, scrape a hole in the sand under his belly, and then, having laid a few skins on his back, pass a thong around him several times, tie the ends fast, and, taking a stick, pass it through and twist it round until the lashings are extremely tight. Then let it be secured. Now let the ox go, and get quickly out of the way, in case he should be savage. When the ox gets up, he is sulky and ferocious by turns, and kicks, jumps, and bellows, but at the last joins his companions. If he has been well packed, the skins will keep in place and not fall off, but whether they do or not, he must be recaught and repacked every day. A young ox is generally more difficult to break in than an old one. I do not know why. An ox requires no pack saddle. His back is too round to carry one with advantage. It is therefore usual to lay spare skins, etc., upon him, over the bags that have to be packed. A great length of thong is required to lash them. It is convenient to make a pair of very large saddlebags out of skin or canvas, which require simply to be placed on the ox's back and then girthed. To train an ox to carry a rider. Takes a very long time to train an ox to carry a riding saddle well and steadily. Indeed, very few oxen can be taught to go wherever they may be guided by the rider. They are of such gregarious a nature that, for the most part, they will not move a step without companions. Hence, those oxen only are thought worth breaking in which are observed to take the part of leaders of the drove when pasturing, and which are therefore supposed to have some independence of disposition. The first time of mounting an ox to break him in is a work of almost certain mischance, for the long horns of the ox will often reach the rider, however far back they may sit, and the animal kicks and bucks in a way that severely tries the best of seats. All riding oxen's horns should have the tips sawn off. After being mounted a very few times, the ox goes pretty steady, but it is long before he learns to carry a rider with ease to himself. I should like to hear if Rary's plan of tying up a forelock would influence them. Their character is so wholly unlike that of a horse that I doubt if it would. In riding, it must be recollected that the temper of an ox is far less quick though his sensations may be as acute as those of a horse. Thus he does not start forwards on receiving a cut with the whip, even though he shrink with the pain, but he thinks about it, shakes his head, waits a while, then breaks gradually into a faster pace. An ox will trot well enough with a light weight, and though riding myself upwards of 13 stone, I once took an ox 60 miles in a day and a half. This is, perhaps, as much as an ox could, in fairness, be made to do. A ride ox can be tied up by his nose bridle, but if wild or frightened, he will assuredly struggle till the nose stick be torn out of his nose and he becomes free. It is therefore better to tie the bridle to a tuft of grass or a slender twig, rather than to a tree or to the saddlebags. Mounting an ox is usually a troublesome business on account of his horns. To make ride oxen quiet and tame, scratch their backs and tails. They dearly love it, and hold salt in your hands for them to lick. They soon learn their names and come to be caressed when called. Cows. Most breeds of cows out of Europe cease to give milk after their calf dies, and the only way of making them to continue their yield is to spread out a calf's hide for them to lick some time before milking them. It retains its effect for a week or more. Messrs. Yu and Gabe gave the following graphic account of this contrivance, as applied to a restive cow. Those long-tailed cows are so restive and difficult to milk that to keep them all quiet, the herdsman has to give them a calf to lick meanwhile. But for this device not a single drop of milk could be obtained from them. One day a llama herdsman who lived in the same house with ourselves came with a dismal face to announce that his cow had calved during the night, and that unfortunately the calf was dying. It died in the course of the day. The llama forthwith skinned the poor beast and stuffed it with hay. This proceeding surprised us at first, but the llama had by no means the air of a man likely to give himself the luxury of a cabinet of natural history. When the operation was completed, we observed that the hay calf had neither feet nor head, whereupon it occurred to us that after all it was perhaps a pillow that the llama contemplated. We were in error, but the error was not dissipated in the next morning when our herdsman went to milk his cow. Seeing him issue forth, the pail in one hand, the hay calf under his other arm, the fancy occurred to us to follow him. His first proceeding was to put the hay calf down before the cow. He then turned to milk the cow herself. The mamma at first opened enormous eyes at her beloved infant. By degrees she stooped her head towards it, then smelt it, sneezed 3 or 4 times, and at last proceeded to lick it with the most delightful tenderness. The spectacle grated against our sensibilities. It seemed to us that he who first invented this parody upon one of the most touching incidents in nature must have been a man without a heart. A somewhat burlesque circumstance occurred one day to modify the indignation with which this treachery inspired us. By dint of mourning, one ripped it. The hay issued from within, and the cow, manifesting not the slightest surprise nor agitation, proceeded tranquilly to devour the unexpected provender. The Highlanders used this contrivance and called it a tulchion. Hence King James bishops were nicknamed tulchion bishops, to imply that they were officials of straw, merely set up as means of milking the Scotch people of their money as a form of church due. Camels. Camels are only fit for a few countries, and require practised attendance. Thorns and rocks lame them, hills sadly impede them, and a wet, slippery soil entirely stops them. Elephants. They are expensive and delicate, but excellent beasts of burden in rainy tropical countries. The traveller should make friends with one he regularly rides, by giving it a piece of sugar cane or banana before mounting. A sore back is a certain obstacle to a continuous travel. There is no remedy for it but rest. The average burden, furniture included but excluding the driver, is 500 pounds, and the full average day's journey is 15 miles. Dogs. Dogs will draw a travail, which see, of 60 pounds for 15 miles a day over hard, level country for days together. Frequently they will accomplish much more than that. For Arctic travel they are used in journeys after they are 3 years old. Each dog requires 8 or 10 herrings per day, or an equivalent to them. A sled of 12 dogs carries 900 pounds. It travels on smooth ice 7 or 8 miles an hour, and in 36 days, 22 sledges, 240 dogs traveled 800 miles, 1,210 versts. Admiral Wrangle. Dogs are used by Patagonian fishermen to drive fish into their nets and to prevent them from breaking through the nets when they are inside them. See next paragraph for sheepdogs. Goats and sheep. Goats are much more troublesome to drive than sheep. Neither are they enduring walkers, nor do they give as much meat, but their skins are of such great use to furnish strong leather that it is seldom convenient to make up a caravan without them. She-goats give some milk, even when travelling fast and in dry countries, but a ewe-sheep is not worth milking under those circumstances, as her yield is a mere nothing. Goats are very mischievous. They make their way out of all enclosures and trespass everywhere. They butt at whatever is bright or new or strange to them. They would drive an observer who employed astronomical instruments on stands to distraction. In an open country where there are no bushes for a kraal, nets must be taken and stakes cut to make enclosures for the sheep. If they stray at all, the least thing scares them, and they will wander very far and scatter. Goats are far more social and intelligent. If 1, 2, or 3 sheep only be driven, long thongs must be tied to their legs and allowed to trail along the ground, by which they may be recaught if they gallop off. When the Messrs. Schlangenwert were encamped at vast heights among the snows of the Himalaya, they always found it practicable to drive sheep to their stations. When sheep, etc., are long hurled at night near the same encampment, the nuisance of flies and ticks becomes intolerable. Sheepdogs seem to prove of less use to travellers than might have been expected. Perhaps the other dogs corrupt them. Management of cattle generally. To make an animal rise when he throws himself on the ground with his pack and will not get up, it is not of much use to flog him. Twisting or biting his tail is the usual way, or making a blaze with grass and a few sticks under his nostrils. The stubbornness of a half-broken ox is sometimes beyond conception. Cattle bells, in countries where they can be used without danger, should always be taken. It adds greatly to the cheerfulness and gregariousness of the animals. Mules positively require them. Hard wood is sonorous enough for bells. Brands and cattle marks. In buying oxen out of the herds of pastoral people, it is very difficult to remember each animal so as to recognize it again if it strays back to its former hole. It requires quite a peculiar talent to do so. Therefore it is advisable that the traveller's cattle should be marked or branded. A trader in Namaquah land took red paint and tied a brush on to a long stick. With this he made a daub on the hind quarter of the freshly bought and half wild cattle as they pushed through the door of his kraal. It naturally excites great ridicule among natives to paint an ox that he may be known, but for all that, I think the trader's plan well worth adopting. The same might be done to sheep, as a slit ear is not half conspicuous enough. A good way of marking a sheep's ear is to cut a wad out of the middle of it, with a gun punch, but it will sometimes tear this hole into a slit by scratching with its foot. Chafe to cut. The sickle against the tree with its blade projecting, then standing in front of the blade, holding a handful of reeds across it with both hands, one hand on either side of the blade. Pull it towards you, and the reeds will be cut through. Drop the cut end, size the handle afresh, and repeat the process. In this way, with a little practice, chafe is cut with great ease and quickness. A broken sickle does as well as a whole one, and a knife may be used, but the curve of its edge is ill adapted for the work. Cattle will eat many sorts of herbage, as reeds and gorse, if cut small, but will not touch them if uncut. Occasional food for cattle. They will also eat seaweed and leaves, especially birch and poplar leaves, and even thrive upon them. Pulling cattle out of holes. The bight of a cord, or of some substitute for one, may be thrown over a horse's head, and he can be dragged out by a team of cattle with but very little danger to his neck. A cropper under his tail, or a thong as a breeching, may be used. In Canada and the United States, a noose of rope is often run round the horse's neck and hauled tight, thus temporarily choking the animal and making him still. He is then pulled as quickly as possible out of the hole, and no time is lost in slackening the rope. End of chapter 9. Recording by Gary Oldman, West Palm Beach, Florida. Chapter 10 of The Art of Travel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Oldman. Harness. Saddles for riding. Good saddles for riding, and, I may add, especially for packing, are of nearly as great importance as the goodness of the animal who carries them. English saddlers never, I believe, can be induced to stuff a saddle insufficiently, because they have no opportunity of seeing the miserable, scraggy condition of a travel horse's back, to which it is destined to fit. But an English saddle restuffed at a bush frontier town is excellent. 3 rings and 9 of what saddlers call D's should be fixed to the saddle, not simply into the leatherwork, but firmly riveted or secured into the tree itself. This must be especially insisted on, or frequent disasters will occur. The 3 rings are to be fixed on the pommel, one on the top, one on each side of it. The 9 D's are placed as follows: 3 along the back of the saddle, 2 more on each side of the seat, and 2 in front of the breastplate. Fittings. To those may be tied a light valise in front, a gun holster on the right of the pommel, and a small bag containing odds and ends, gunpowder, spare bullets, a few presents, etc., on its left. On the right of the seat, a sabre tache, or thin leather portfolio-shaped pocket for paper and writing materials. On the left, the water canteen and hobbles. Behind, the crupper and small saddlebags. A breastplate is not worth having except in a very hilly country. This description of a saddle, of course, applies to that of the travelling horse. For the saddle of the shooting horse, the arrangement is different. Only the gun holster and perhaps the water canteen can then be taken. An ox carries a saddle precisely like a horse. I rode mine nearly 1,600 miles in South Africa with a common hunting saddle and its ordinary girths. In default of riding saddles, a pack saddle must be cushioned to form a comfortable seat. See pack saddles. Saddle bags are so troublesome to open, and require so much straps, that I believe it is best to use a bag of mackintosh or canvas, rolled up and tied behind the saddle, where it should rest on a pad. The pad is made of 2 cushions, each 9 inches long and 4 broad. sewn on a piece of leather, lying parallel to one another and 4 inches apart. The space between the cushions corresponds to the backbone of the horse. To keep the whole in shape, it is usual to stitch 4 or 5 laths of wood lengthwise to the upper surface of the pad. Upon these laths the bag will rest. If there be occasion to carry a bag on a horseback for a short distance, pass one of the stirrup leathers through its string, then throw the bag over the other side of the saddle. It will be behind the rider's leg and be out of his way, and he will sit upon part of its string. Australians, as is well known, insist on the merits of swag, or a long package formed by rolling all their possessions into their blanket. They carry it over the saddle bows. Sore backs. Sore backs are the plague of beasts of burden, for if the skin be once broken it will never heal thoroughly again during the whole journey. Every precaution should, therefore, be taken at first starting. The saddle should be well stuffed, the saddle cloths ample, and without hem or edging. Blankets are as good as any. The journeys should be short, the pack light and carefully balanced. Rests of a day or two should frequently be given, and salt water should be rubbed on the back. Travelling in this very early morning it is found to be bad for animals' backs, but travelling late at night is not so. An Australian correspondent remarks that a party of travellers or explorers in Australia, on leaving their camp, invariably saddle their horses with ample saddle cloths below the saddle, and assist each other by turn to fold the cloths in various ways. For instance, if the ridge of the back or wither should be found galled, the cloths would be folded up so that the saddle should rest entirely on the 2 fold pads, as in the figure. Other modes of folding will suggest themselves, according to the way in which the back may be rubbed. The first appearance of a sore back is a small, hardish swelling or wobble. This must at once be attended to, either by folding the saddle cloth in some appropriate way, or by picking out the saddle stuffing, so as to ease all pressure off it. Otherwise it will get larger and larger, and a single day will convert what might have been easily cured into a serious and irremediable gall. Girth galls, on their first appearance, may be relieved, if not cured, by sewing 2 rolls of soft woolen material onto the girth. The hair from the animal's mane or tail has been used on an emergency to stuff a saddle. Pack saddles. When travelling, cut 4 bent pieces of touchwood and 2 small planks. Season them as well as you can. See wood to season, and join them together as in figures 1 and 2, using raw hide in addition to nails or pegs. Stuffed cushions must be secured inside the planks by tying or otherwise. With a saw and a mortise chisel, a saddle of the pattern shown in figure 3 would be easy to make. It is stronger than the one just described, and the notched crossbar is very convenient for the pack ropes. Pack saddles made by saddlers. There has been, perhaps, no journey in which pack horses worked so effectively as during the exploration of North Australia under Mr. Gregory. I am much indebted to Mr. Baines, the artist of the expedition, who has subsequently travelled extensively, for the following very interesting account. The pack saddles were made after a model by Mr. Gregory, and are the best I have yet seen. 2 boards of light wood are connected by bows of iron, 1 1/2 inch wide, 1/4 inch thick, with hooks inserted in either side, for the pack bags to hook onto. The strap for the breastings, breechings, and girths was screwed to the boards. The crupper passed through a ring on the after bow and a light pad, which could easily be taken out to be restuffed, or secured by small thongs passed through the holes in the ends of the board. We had 2 girths, which crossed each other under the horse. In unloading, the neck strap is unbuckled on the near side, also the breasting and girths, and the whole is drawn off behind. The pack bags were made of 1 width of canvas, turned up so as to have no seam in the bottom. Pear-shaped pieces were sewn in to form the ends, and rope was stitched along the seams, having eyes above, by which the bag was hung upon the hooks. Figure 2. The flour bags were made of canvas of the usual width, with a round bottom stitched into them. The mouth was sewn up when full, and an oil bag of the same size drawn over it. When all our horses were saddled up, the word "on packs" was given. Dr. Muller and I used to work together, and had our packs laid out in pairs, so that when each horse was led between his bags, we hooked them on at the same moment. When we halted, we laid our bags on a couple of poles to keep them from the ground, as in the drawing. The bags sometimes came off when we were travelling, but it was generally easy to catch the horse and reload him. When a horse rolled over or fell in a river, it was rather advantageous than otherwise to get clear of them. Our waterproof bags were of leather, lined with waterproof cloth, just large enough to fill one of the camper's pack bags. They had a brass neck with a worm inside, in which we screwed a plug of soft wood. There was rarely, if ever, occasion to use them. Each pair of bags was carefully balanced, one against the other, that the horse might not be unequally loaded. The average weight of stores carried in each bag was 75 pounds, making a load at starting, or 150 pounds, exclusive of bags, packages, or salary. Bells were attached to the necks of the horses, most apt to stray, but the clappers were tied up with a piece of thong to keep them quiet on the march, and were loosened at night so that the sound might guide us in searching for them next morning. We watched 2 hours each during the night. The morning watch boiled the water and woke the rest at 4. We made our breakfast of tea or coffee, damper and pork, which we ate raw, and went out for the horses, which were generally saddled up and on the move before sunrise. We travelled to 1 or 2. When we led the horses to water, looked to any sores that might be caused by the pressure of their saddles, dressed them, and altered the stuffing of the saddle to give them relief, and after dinner, which was rather a brief ceremony, had the rest of the day for scientific or artistic pursuits. That is, if something else did not require immediate attention. We could never trust to our guns for provisions, as game was very scarce, and we had no opportunity of seeking it. Sir Samuel Baker gave considerable attention to the subject of pack saddles. The following is his account of the method he adopted in Africa. I had arranged there the donkeys, packed so well that they carried their loads with the greatest comfort. Each animal had an immense pad, well stuffed with goat's hair. This rested from the shoulder to the hip bones. Upon this rested a simple form of saddle made of 2 forks of bows, inverted and fastened together with rails. There were no nails in these saddles, all the fastenings being secured with thongs of rawhide, the great pad projecting before and behind, and also below the side of the saddle, preventing the loads from chafing the animal. Every donkey carried 2 large bags made from the hides of antelopes that I had formerly shot on the frontier of Abyssinia, and these were arranged with toggles on the one to fit into loops on the other, so that the loading and unloading was exceedingly simple. The success of an expedition depends mainly upon the perfection of the details, and where animals are employed for transport, the first consideration should be bestowed upon saddle packs. The facility of loading is all important, and I now had an exemplification of its effect upon both animals and men. The latter began to abuse the camels and to curse the father of this and the mother of that, because they had trouble of unloading them for the descent into the river's bed, when the donkeys were blessed with endearing names of my brother and alternately whacked with a stick. The art of packing. The art of good packing is to balance the packs accurately and to lash tightly to the saddle so that they will never slip. The entire load is then secured to the animal's back by moderate girthing. It is going on a false principle to wind one long cord around the horse, saddle, and packs, making, as it were, a great faggot of them. To tighten the lashings of a pack, thrust a stick through them, twist it forcibly round and round, till the lashings are screwed tight enough, and then secure the stick. Half-filled sacks require to have lace of wood or a handful of twigs put between them and the packing cord, to equalize its pressure. Otherwise they are strangled out of shape and never lie firmly against the saddle. Other harness. Cruppers. A crupper rope should be passed through the leather tube, fitting it loosely. Cruppers for pack saddles adapted to very mountainous countries, like those used in Norway, can readily be made by travelling instead of employing a ring to enclose the tail of the beast, which is sure to fret its sides. He should pass a curved bar of wood, a foot long, underneath the tail, and tie a cord to the pack saddle from either end of the bar. Girths. A roll of spare webbing should be taken to patch up torn girths, but a good substitute for a girth is made by cutting a band of tanned or even of dressed leather to within 4 inches of its end, into 7 or 9 bands, and plaiting these together. But it takes a beginner just 10 times as long to plait a girth as to weave it, and therefore, for making more than one girth, it is well worth while to set up a rude loom. Do this as though you were making a mat. See mat. Girths need not be buckled, they may be laced. Stirrups must be very roomy, enough to admit clumsy shaped shoes such as are made in the bush. They must be broad under the sole of the foot, and also at the place which rubs against the little toe. Unless they are heavy, it is not easy to find them with the foot. Travellers in South Africa cut them out from any thick raw hide. That of a giraffe, rhinoceros, or sea cow does admirably. A wooden stirrup may be cut or burnt out of a block. It should have lead melted into it to give it sufficient weight. A stick and a thong, as shown in the figure, is a poor makeshift. Willow or any other lithe wood is easily bent into the required shape, especially if its outer edge be nicked with a knife. Otherwise it would be a mere loop of wood, such as it represented in the next figure but 2, in the paragraph on rings. Bridles and bits. Leave behind all English notions of snaffles and double reins, and ride with nothing but an easy curb. The horse must also carry a headstall and a halter. I like one with plenty of tassels to keep off the flies. A temporary substitute for a curb is made by noosing a string and putting the noose round the horse's lower jaw. If the string be long enough, it can be doubled back again and tied to the other side of the noose so as to make a complete bridle. The groom's fashion of giving the halter a hitch and putting it round the jaw is well known. Buckles. A contrivance like this will often be found useful to replace a buckle and strap. By twisting the lower thong more tightly, its length can be shortened as much as may be required. If the tongue of a buckle breaks, a nail or a peg pushed through the buckle hole, as in the figure below, will replace it. To padlock a bag. A padlock passed through the next buckle hole, as is shown in the same figure, prevents pilferers from unbuckling and opening the package. It is well to learn some artful sailor's knots for tying up bags, with which other people cannot meddle without you finding out. Rings. In packing gear and other harness, use is frequently made of rings. Iron ones may be replaced by a loop of tough wood, such as the peasants of the Campagna commonly employ. A piece of the thickness of a small walking stick and 8 inches long is bent. See wood to bend. Its arms are notched when they cross and are firmly nailed or lashed. Tethers, hobbles, and knee halters. Cattle may be secured at night by being tethered, hobbled, knee-haltered, or driven into an enclosure made of bushes. The nature of the country and what dangers are apprehended determine which plan is most advisable. A knee-haltered horse has a good chance of escape if he scents a wild beast that is creeping up to him, for he can gallop, though with labour, to a short distance. A hobbled horse has no chance at all, though, indeed, they have been known to fight desperately with their teeth and feet and learn to be cunning and watchful. If the hobbles are of iron and made like handcuffs, it is hardly possible for robbers, at all events for savages, to unlock or cut them. A horse that is hobbled or knee-haltered can graze during the night, but if tied up or pounded, his grass must be cut for him. A horse may be successfully hobbled with a stirrup leather, by putting its middle round one fetlock, then twisting it half a dozen times, and lastly buckling it round the other fetlock. The hobble used by Mr. Gregory takes into 5 separate pieces, viz., 2 fetlock straps, A1 and A2, a chain, B, having a swivel point, C, in the middle, and 2 double pot hooks, D1, D2, which pass through the eyes in the fetlock straps, and also through the end links in the chain. The 2 ends of both D1 and D2 are thickened and pierced so as to admit of tying a thong across their mouths, as shown on one side of D2. The fetlock strap is made of a strip of thick leather, folded lengthwise down its middle, and having its edges sewn together. The sewn edge should always be uppermost when on the horse's legs. Oxen are often picketed to their yokes. I have already mentioned that it is hazardous to secure ride and pack oxen by their nose rings, as they will tear themselves loose without heeding the pain, if really frightened. Horses are often tied to the wheels, etc., of the wagon. When you wish to picket a horse in the middle of a sandy plain, dig a hole 2 or 3 feet deep, and tying your rope to a faggot of sticks or bushwood, or even to a bag filled with sand, bury this in it. See datagram. Swivel. The woodcut shows how a makeshift swivel can be fitted to a tether rope. Without one, the rope will be twisted almost to a knot by the horse walking round and round his picket peg. With one, the rope will turn freely on the hole, through which its large knotted head prevents it from being drawn. The figure below is a better sort of swivel. It must be made of hard, tough wood, like oak. It is 6 inches in length. It has, I presume, some advantages over those of iron, because in country where iron abounds, as in Piedmont, it holds its ground against them. The ropes have been drawn thinner than their just proportions for the sake of distinctiveness. I give a drawing of yet another description of swivel. It is a trifle more complicated than the first, but I am assured that it acts so much better as to be greatly preferable. Horse collar. This, in its simplest form, consists of 2 stout bars that are a little bent or shaped with a knife. They go one on either side of the animal's neck and are tied together both above and below it. To these bars, which are very thickly padded, the traces are fastened. Traces and trektows can be made of raw hide, cut into long thong, then bent into 3 parts and twisted and laid together, as is done in rope making. The whole is then stretched tight between 2 trees to dry. An ox hide will make a trektow for 4 pairs of oxen. Poles of wood are very generally used as traces, a thong or a few links of chain being fastened at either end by which to attach them. Greasing harness. In the dry climate, take frequent opportunities of greasing every part of the harness. See hides, leather to grease. End of chapter 10. Recording by Gary Oldman, West Palm Beach, Florida. Chapter 11 of The Art of Travel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Oldman. Carriages. Wagons. A traveler's wagon should be of the simplest possible construction and not too heavy. The Cape wagons, or at all events those of a few years back, undoubtedly shared the ponderousness of all Dutch workmanship. Weight is required only when crashing through a bushy country, where a wagon must break down all before it. In every other case it is objectionable. It is a saving of labour to have one large wagon rather than two small ones, because a driver and a leader are thereby spared. But if a very light wagon has to be taken, I should greatly prefer it be made on the Swiss and German fashion, with shifting perch as in the figure. These are the simplest of affairs, and will split up into two carts, the pole and the fore wheels forming one, and the perch and the hind wheels another. Now, should a great loss occur among the traveller's cattle, or should he break a wheel or even strain an axle tree in a timberless country, it may be very convenient for him to abandon part of his stores and to build up a cart for carrying on the remainder. Lady Vavasour describes one of those wagons in the following graphic manner. The perch is movable, and they can make it any length they please. It is of so simple a construction that every farmer can repair his own and make anything of it. If he has a perch, a pole, and four wheels, that is enough. With a little ingenuity, he makes it carry stones, hay, earth, or anything he wants by putting a plank on each side. When he wants a carriage for pleasure, he fits it up for that purpose. His movable perch allows him to make it anything. I counted 17 grown persons sitting side by side, looking most happy, in one of them, drawn only by a pair of small horses, and in this hilly country. Drays. Two-wheeled drays, and not wagons, are used very generally in Australia. A long bar is crossed by a short one near one of its ends. This latter forms the axle tree. The body of the dray is built where the two cross, and the cattle are yoked or harnessed to the long end of the bar, which acts as a pole. Tarring wheels. Tar is absolutely essential in a hot country, to mix with the grease that is used for wagon wheels. Grease alone melts and runs away like water. The object of the tar is to give consistency to the grease. A very small proportion of tar suffices, but without any at all a wagon is soon brought to a standstill. It is sufficient, most essential to explorers, to have sufficient quantities in reserve. Tar is also of very great use in hot, dry countries for daubing over the wheels and the wheelwork generally of wagons. During extreme heat, when the wood is ready to crack, all the paint should be scraped off it, and the tar applied plentifully. It will soak in deep and preserve the wood in excellent conditions, both during the drought and the ensuing wet season. See tar to make. It is not necessary to take off the wheel in order to grease the axle. It is sufficient to bore an auger hole right through the substance of the nave between the feet of two of the spokes, and to keep a plug in the hole. Then, when you want to tar a wheel, turn it till the hole is uppermost, take the plug out and pour in the tar. Brakes and drags. Brakes. Every cart and wagon in Switzerland, and indeed in most parts of the continent, have a brake attached to it. The simplest kind of brake is shown in Figure 2, which represents a cart tilted upwards. Figure 1 shows the brake itself. Figure 2 explains how it is fitted on to the cart. Figure 1. It will easily be understood how, by tightening the free end of the cord, the brake is pressed against the wheel. The bent piece of iron shown in Figure 2, by which the bar of the brake is kept in its place, may be replaced by a piece of wood or even by a thong of leather. Every explorer's wagon should be furnished with a brake. A simple brake used in Italy, in some parts of England, and probably elsewhere, is shown in Figure 3. A rail is lashed to the body of the cart, both before and behind the wheel, and is made to press against the wheel. Either both lashings can be tightened at the same time, as at A, or only one of them, as at B. When the lashings are loose, the rail rests partly on the nave of the wheel and does not sensibly interfere with its movement. Other means of checking a wagon on a hillside. In going down a steep hill, a middling-sized tree may be felled and its root tied to the hind axle tree, while its branches top sweeps along the ground, as is seen in the lowermost wagon in the sketch of horses and wagons on hill. In the southwest of France, the leaders of the team are unharnessed and taken to the back of the wagon, to which the collar of the front horse is made fast. In this way they can aid the horse in the shafts. The same plan may be seen practised hourly in the Strand in London, whence heavy wagons are taken down a very steep and narrow lane to the Adelphi. In descending short steep pitches, unharness the cattle and fasten a rope round the axle of the wagon, then passing the other end round the tree or rock as a check, you may let her slide, which she will do without any further trouble on your part. F. Marryat. In some places the hind wheels are taken off and sledge runners are fitted to the hind axle tree. This is an excellent plan. It has the further advantage that the wagon settles down into a more horizontal position than before. I have seen timber carried on a wagon down a steep hill by separating the front wheels from the hind one, lashing a trail, see travail below, or two short poles to the fore axle, and resting one end of the timber on the hind axle tree and the other end on the trail. Shoe the wheel on the side furthest from the precipice. If you have to leave a cart or wagon untended for a while, lock the wheel. Sledges. When carrying wood or stone and doing other heavy work, a traveller should spare his wagon and use a sledge. This is made by cutting down a forked tree, lopping off its branches and shaping it a little with an axe. If necessary, a few bars may be fixed across the fork so as to make a stage. Great distances may be traversed by one of these rude affairs, if the country is not very stony. Should it capsize, no great harm is done, and if it breaks down or is found to have been badly made, an hour's labour will suffice to construct another. Sledges are very useful when there is an abundance of horse or ox power, but no wagon or packing gear. North American travail. In a North American Indian horse travail, the crossing of the poles, they are the poles of the wigwams, usually rests on a rough pack saddle or pad, which a breast strap keeps from slipping backwards. In a dog travail, the cross of the poles rests on the back of the neck and is kept in place by a breast, or rather a neck strap. The poles are wrapped with pieces of buffalo robe, where they press against the dog. Captain Blakiston, a very accurate authority, considers that a horse will travel 30 miles in a day, dragging on the travail a weight of about 200 pounds, including a child whose mother sits on the horse's back, and that a dog the size of an average retriever will draw about 80 pounds for the same distance. N.B. The North American plains are perfectly level. Palanquins, carried like sedan chairs between two animals, one going before the other in shafts, and are in use in various countries, but I am not aware that explorers have ever properly tried them. Their advantage would lie in combing the convenience of a cart with much of the independence of pack horses, for whatever is lashed on a pack saddle must be securely tied up. It is therefore severely compressed and cannot be taken out en route. But with a cart or a palanquin there is no such inconvenience. Things may be quickly thrown into them or taken out. Pockets and drawers may be fitted up, and the palanquin would afford some shelter in rain. I should think it would be well worth while to try one of these contrivances. It might be made en route, first accustoming the animals, when carrying their packs, to walk between long shafts. Then, after some days, taking the load off their saddles and lashing them on to the shafts. If all went well, a regular palanquin might be constructed with legs, to be let down when the animals are off packed, and on which it might stand until ready to be again carried onwards. Half a dozen palanquins in file would make a pretty, and I should think a manageable and effective caravan. Asses ought to be able to carry them well. A couple of asses would probably carry a greater weight than a single pack horse, and would give no greater trouble. If so, their hardiness would be invaluable. End of chapter 11. Recording by Gary Oldman, West Palm Beach, Florida.
Chapter 12 of The Art of Travel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Art of Travel by Sir Francis Galton. Chapter 12. Swimming. General remarks. Rate of swimming. People swim much more slowly than is commonly supposed. In races between first-rate swimmers for distances of 300 yards and upwards, the average pace of 2 miles an hour is barely, if at all, exceeded. Learning to swim. A good way of teaching a person to swim is a modification of that adopted at Eton. The teacher may sit in a punt or on a rock with a stout stick of 6 or 10 feet in length, at the end of which is a cord of 4 feet or so, with loops. The learner puts himself into the loops, and the teacher plays him as a fisherman would play a fish, in water that is well out of his depth. He gives him just enough support to keep him from drowning. After 6 or a dozen lessons, many boys require no support at all, but swim about with the rope dangling slack about them. When a boy does this, he can be left to shift for himself. The art of swimming far is acquired, like the art of running far, by a determination to go on, without resting a moment, until utterly unable to make a stroke further, and then to stop altogether. Each succeeding day the distance travelled is marvellously increased, until the natural limit of the man's powers is attained. The chilliness consequent on staying long in water is retarded by rubbing all over the body, before entering it, about twice as much oil or bear's grease as a person uses for his hair. To support those who cannot swim. If a person cannot swim a stroke, he should be buoyed up with floats under his arms, and lashed quite securely to his own satisfaction. Then he can be towed across the river with a string. If he lose courage half-way, it cannot be helped. It would do him no harm, and his swimming friend is in no danger of being grappled with and drowned. For very short distances, a usual way is for the man who cannot swim to hold his friend by the hips. A very little floating power is enough to buoy a man's head above still water. Landing through breakers. In landing through a heavy surf, wait for a large wave and come in on the crest of it. Then make every possible exertion to scramble up to some firm holding place, whence its indraught, when it returns, can be resisted. If drawn back, you will be heavily battered, perhaps maimed, certainly far more exhausted than before, and not a whit nearer to safety. Avoid receiving a breaker in the attitude of scrambling away from it on hands and knees. From such a position the wave projects a man head foremost with fearful force, and rolls him over and over in its surge. He ought to turn on his back the instant before the breaker is upon him, and then all will go well, and he will be helped on and not half killed by it. Men on shore can rescue a man who is being washed to and fro in the surf by holding together very firmly, hand in hand, and forming a line down to the sea. The foremost man clutches the swimmer as soon as he is washed up to him, and holds him firmly while the wave is retiring. The force of the indraught is enormous, and none but strong men can withstand it. Floats. If a traveller can swim pretty well, it is a good plan to make a float when he wishes to cross a river, and to lay his breast upon it, while his clothes and valuables are enclosed in a huge turban on his head. In this way he may cross the broadest streams and float great distances down the river. He may tie paddles to his hands. His float may consist of a faggot of rushes, a log of wood, or any one of his empty water vessels, whether barrels or bags, for whatever will keep water in will also keep it out. The small quantity of air which might escape through the sides of a bag should be restored by blowing afresh into it during the voyage. A few yards of intestine blown out and tied here and there so as to form so many watertight compartments makes a capital swimming belt. It may be wound in a figure of 8 round the neck and under the armpits. When employing empty bottles they should be well corked and made fast under the armpits, or be stuffed within the shirt or jersey, and a belt tied round the waist below them to keep them in place. African swimming ferry. The people of Uriba have a singular mode of transporting passengers across rivers and streams when the violence and rapidity of their currents prevent them from using canoes with safety. The passenger grasps the float, on the top of which his luggage is lashed, and a perfect equilibrium is preserved by the ferryman placing himself opposite the passenger and laying hold of both his arms. They being thus face to face, the owner of the float propels it by striking with his legs. The natives use as their float 2 of their largest calabashes, cutting off their small ends and joining the openings face to face, so as to form a large, hollow, watertight vessel. Makeshift life belt. A moderately effective life belt may be made of holland, ticking, canvas, or similar materials in the following manner, and might be used with advantage by the crew of a vessel aground some way from the mainland who are about to swim for their lives. Cut out 2 complete rings of 16 inches outer diameter and 8 inches inner diameter. Sew these together along both edges with as fine a needle as possible and with double thread. Add strong shoulder straps so that it shall not, by any possibility, slip down over the hips. And lastly, sew into it a long narrow tube made out of a strip a foot long and 2 inches wide of the same material as the belt. At the mouth of this a bit of wood an inch long with a hole bored down its middle should be inserted as a mouthpiece. Through this tube the belt can be re-inflated by the swimmer while in the water, as often as may be necessary, and by simply twisting the tube and tucking its end in the belt its vent can always be closed. After a canvas belt is thoroughly drenched it will hold the air very fairly. The seams are its weakest parts. For supporting a swimmer in calm water a collar is as good as a belt. Transport on water. Parcels. The swimmer's valuables may as well be put inside the empty vessel that acts as his float as in the turban on his head. A goatskin is often filled half full of the things he wants to carry, and is then blown out and its mouth secured. A very good life belt may be bought which admits of this arrangement. It has a large opening at one end which is closed by a brass door that shuts like the top of an inkstand and is then quite airtight. A small parcel, if tightly wrapped up in many folds, will keep dry for a long time, though partly immersed in water. The outside of it may be greased, oiled, or waxed for additional security. If deeply immersed, the water is sure to get in. Swimming with horses. In crossing a deep river with a horse or other large animal, drive him in, or even lead him along a steep bank and push him sideways suddenly into the water. Having fairly started him, jump in yourself, seize his tail, and let him tow you across. If he turns his head with the intention of changing his course, splash water in his face with your right or left hand, as the case may be, holding the tail with one hand and splashing with the other, and you will, in this way, direct him just as you like. This is by far the best way of swimming a horse. All others are objectionable and even dangerous with animals new to the work, such as to swim alongside the horse, with one hand on his shoulder, or, worst of all, to retain your seat on his back. If this last method be persisted in, at least let the rider take his feet out of the stirrups before entering the water. To float a wagon across a river. It must be well ballasted, or it will assuredly capsize. The heavy contents should be stowed at the bottom, the planking lashed to the axle trees, or it will float away from them. Great bundles of reeds and the empty water vessels should be made fast high above all, and then the wagon will cross without danger. When it is fairly under way, the oxen will swim it across, pulling in their yokes. Water spectacles. When a man opens his eyes under water, he can see nothing distinctly, but everything is as much out of focus as if he looked in air through a pair of powerful spectacles that were utterly unsuited to him. He cannot distinguish the letters of the largest print in a newspaper advertisement. He cannot see the spaces between the outstretched fingers at arm's length in clear water, nor at a few inches distance in water that is somewhat opaque. I read a short paper on this subject at the British Association in 1865, in which I showed the precise cause of this imperfection of vision and how it might be remedied. If the front of our eyeballs had been flat, we should have had the power of seeing under water as clearly as in air. But instead of being flat, they are very convex. Consequently, our eye stamps a concave lens of high power into the water, and it is the seeing through this concave eyeglass which our eyeball makes for itself that causes the indistinctness of our vision. Knowing the curvature of the eyeball, it is easy to calculate, as I did in the memoir mentioned above, the curvature of a convex lens of flint glass that should, when plunged into water, produce effects of an exactly equal and contrary value, exactly neutralising the effects of the concave eyeglass of water if it were held immediately in front of the pupil of the eye. I have made several experiments with a view to obtaining serviceable spectacles for seeing under water. The result is as follows. Experience has shown the distance from the eyeball at which spectacle glasses can be most conveniently placed. Now at that distance the joint effect of the concave water lens and the convex glass spectacle lens is to produce an opera glass of exceedingly low magnifying power that requires a small adjustment for accurate definition at different distances. If the spectacle lens be a flint glass and doubly convex, each of its faces should have a curvature of not greater than 6½ of an inch, nor more than 8½ of an inch in radius. Within these limits it is practicable to obtain perfectly distinct vision under water by pressing the spectacles forwards or backwards to a moderate degree. Lenses of these high magnifying powers are sometimes sold by spectacle makers for persons who have undergone an operation for cataract. I have tried, but hitherto without much success, to arrange the fittings by which the lenses are secured so that by a movement of the jaw or by an elevation of the eyebrows I could give the necessary adjustment of the glasses, leaving my hands free for the purpose of swimming. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of The Art of Travel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. The Art of Travel by Sir Francis Galton. Chapter 13. Rafts and Boats. Rafts. Rafts of wood. Rafts are made of logs of wood, held together by pairs of crossbars, one of each pair lying above the raft and the other below. Then the whole may be made quite firm by a little judicious notching where the logs cross, and a few pegs and lashings. Briars, woodbines, etc., will do for these. If the logs are large, they should be separately launched into the river and towed into their proper places. Outriggers vastly increase the stability of a raft. The raft fastening in common use is shown in Fig. 1. It is a stout little wand, bent over the crosspiece, and wedged into holes in the framework. The rafts of the European rivers are usually built on shore and launched into the water. 3 slides are laid for that purpose on the sloping bank of the river. Upon these are laid 4 poles, secured together by their ends, which are to form the framework of the raft. Fig. 2. Other poles are put in between until the whole is complete. Bamboo rafts. Where bamboo is plentiful, it is preferable to any other material for rafts. A few bamboos lashed into the shape of an ordinary field gate, but with 2 diagonals, and with handfuls of grass thrown on to make a platform, is very buoyant and serviceable. Floating power of various woods. The floating power of a raft depends on the buoyancy of the wood of which it is made. I give in a table a list of the specific gravities of a few well-known woods, and have annexed them in a column of what may be called their specific floating powers. Footnote: specific floating power equals (1 divided by specific gravity) -1. Memo: the table of these in previous editions is incorrect. Burden equals weight of raft multiplied by specific floating power. Weight of wood required to support a given burden equals burden times specific gravity divided by 1 minus specific gravity The last column gives the latter factor. Hence, to find the actual floating power of a raft, it is simply necessary to multiply its weight into the specific floating power of the wood of which it is made. Thus a raft of 12 logs of larch, averaging 30 pounds each, weighs 360 pounds. This multiplied by 0.47 is equal to 169 pounds, very nearly, which is the weight the raft will support without sinking. Poplar is the lightest on the list. Reader's note: there follows a table in 4 columns. The first column is the type of wood, the second column the specific gravities of that wood, the third the specific floating powers of that wood, the fourth factors to be multiplied into burden to find weight of raft just able to support it. The table contents are as follows: alder 0.80, 0.25, 4.0, ash 0.85, 0.18, 5.7, beech 0.85, 0.18, 5.7, elm 0.59 to 0.80, 0.70 to 0.25, 1.4 to 4.0, fir 0.47 to 0.60, 1.13 to 0.66, 0.9 to 1.5, larch 0.53, 0.89, 1.1, oak 0.75, 0.33, 3.0, oak heart of 1.17, sinks cannot be used, pine 0.40 to 0.63, 1.50 to 0.60, 0.7 to 1.7, poplar 0.38, 1.63, 0.6, willow 0.59, 0.70, 1.4. Table ends. Example, a raft of alder weighing 200 pounds would support 200 times 0.25, or 50 pounds. A burden of 100 pounds would require a raft of alder weighing not less than 100 times 4.0, or 400 pounds, to support it. Burning down trees. Where there are no means at hand to fell trees, they should be burnt down. 2 men may attend to the burning of 20 trees at one and the same time. When felled, their tops and branches also are to be trimmed by fire. Reed rafts. Mr. Anderson, in exploring the Tiogi River in South Africa, met with 2 very simple forms of rafts. The one was a vast quantity of reeds cut down, heaped into a stack, from 30 to 50 feet in diameter, pushed out into the water, and allowed to float downstream. Each day, as reeds became waterlogged, more were cut and thrown onto the stack. Its great bulk made it sure of passing over shallow places, and when it struck against snags, the force of the water soon slewed it round, and started it afresh. On an affair of this description, Mr. Anderson, with 7 attendants and 2 canoes hauled upon it, descended the river for 5 days. The second reed raft was a small and neat one, and used for ferries. It was a mattress of reeds, 5 feet long, 3 broad, and some 8 inches thick, tied together with strips of the reeds themselves. To each of its 4 corners was fixed a post, made of an upright faggot of reeds 18 inches high. Other faggots connected the tops of the posts horizontally in the place of rails. This was all. It held 1 or 2 men, and nothing but reeds or rushes were used in its construction. Rafts of distended hides. Quote, a single ox hide may be made into a float capable of sustaining about 300 pounds. The skin is to be cut to the largest possible circle, then gathered round a short tube, to the inner end of which a valve, like that of a common pair of bellows, has been applied. It is inflated with bellows, and, as the air escapes by degrees, it may be refilled every 10 or 12 hours. Handbook of Field Service. End quote. We read of the skins of animals, stuffed with hay to keep them distended, having been used by Alexander the Great, and by others. Goatskin rafts are extensively used on the Tigris and elsewhere. These are inflated through one of the legs. They are generally lashed to a framework of wood branches and reeds in such a way that the leg is accessible to a person sitting on the raft. When the air has in part escaped, he creeps round on the skins, one after the other, untying and reinflating them in succession. African gourd raft. Over a large part of Bornu, especially in Komadugu, the so-called River Yo of Central Africa, no boat is used except the following ingenious contrivance. It is called a makara, or boat par eminence. 2 large open gourds are nicely balanced, and fixed, bottom downwards, on a bar or yoke of light wood 4 feet long, 4½ inches wide, and 3/4 or 1 inch thick. The fisherman or traveller packs his gear into the gourds, launches the makara into the river, and seats himself astride the bar. He then paddles off with the help of his hands. (Figure 1). When he leaves the river, he carries the makara on his back. (Figure 2). The late Dr. Bath wrote to me, quote, "A person accustomed to such a voyage sits very comfortably. A stranger holds on to one of the calabashes. There is no fear of capsizing, as the calabashes go under water, according to the weight put upon them, from 10 to 16 inches. The yoke is firmly fastened to the 2 calabashes, for it is never taken off. I am scarcely able at present to say how it is fastened. As far as I remember, it is fixed by a very firm lashing, which forms a sort of network over the calabash, and at the same time serves to strengthen the latter and guard it against an accident." End quote. It is obvious that the gourds might be replaced by inflated bags or baskets covered with leather, or by copper or tin vessels, or by any other equivalent. I quite agree with Dr. Bath that a makara would be particularly suitable for a traveller. In Bornu they make large rafts by putting a frame over several of these makaras, placed side by side. Rude boats. Brazilian sailing boat. A simpler sailing boat or raft could hardly be imagined than shown in the figure. It is used by fishermen in Brazil. Log canoes are made by hollowing out a long tree by axe and by fire, and fastening an outrigger to one side of it to give steadiness in the water. Recollect Robinson Crusoe's difficulty in launching his canoe after he made it. It is not a difficult, though a tedious operation, to burn out hollows in wood. The fire is confined by wet earth, that it may not extend too far to either side, and the charred matter is from time to time scraped away, and fresh fire raked back onto the newly exposed surface. A lazy savage will be months in making a single canoe in this way. Canoe of 3 planks. A swift, safe, and graceful little boat, with a sharp stem and stern, and with a bottom that curves upwards at both ends, can be made out of 3 planks. The sketch figure 1 is a foreshortened view of the boat, and the diagram figure 2 shows the shape of the planks from which it is made. The thwart or seat shown in figure 1 is important to give the proper inclination to the sides of the boat, for without it they would tend to collapse, and the bottom would be less curved at either end. If the reader will take the trouble to trace figure 2 on a stout card, to cut it out on a single piece, cutting only half through the cardboard where the planks touch, and to fasten its shape with pieces of gummed paper, he will understand the structure of the boat more easily than from any other description. If he wishes to build a boat, he had best proceed to make as large a model in pasteboard as his materials admit, and to cut the planks to scale, according to the pattern of his model. The grace of the boat depends on the cut of its planks, just as much as the elegance of a dress does on that of its cloth. These 3-plank canoes are in frequent use in Norway. Bark may be used instead of planks. If the canoe be built of 5 planks instead of 3, a second narrow side plank being added above each gunwale, the section of the canoe is decidedly improved. Inflatable India rubber boats are an invention that has proved invaluable to travellers. They have been used in all quarters of the globe, and are found to stand every climate. A full-sized one weighs only 40 pounds. They've done a special service in Arctic exploration. The waters of the Great Salt Lake in Morban country were first explored and navigated with one by Fremont. They were also employed by Dr. Livingstone on the rivers of South Africa. They stand a wonderful amount of wear and tear, but as boats they are inferior to native canoes, as they are very slow in the water. It is, indeed, impossible to paddle them against a moderate headwind. For the general purpose of travellers, I should be inclined to recommend as small a mackintosh boat as can be constructed, just sufficient for 1, or at most for 2 persons, such as the cloaks that are made inflatable, and convertible into boats. A traveller wants a portable boat chiefly as a means to cross over to a village for help, or to carry his valuables across a river, while the heavy things are risked at a ford, or for shooting, fishing, or surveying. Now a very small boat, weighing about 10 pounds, would do just as well for these purposes as a large one, and would be far more portable. It is perfectly easy to get into a mackintosh boat after having been capsized out of it into deep water. Basket boat with canvas sides. Fitzroy gives an account of a party of his sailors whose boat had been stolen while they were encamped, putting out to sea in a large basket woven with such boughs as were at hand, and covered with their canvas tent, the inside of which they had puddled with clay, to keep the waters from oozing through too fast. They were 18 hours afloat in this crazy craft. I mention this instance to show how almost anything will make a boat. Canvas saturated with grease or oil is waterproof, and painted canvas is, at first, an excellent covering for a boat, but it soon becomes rotten. Canoe of reeds or vegetable fibre. A canoe may be made of reeds, rushes, or the light inner bark of trees. Either of these materials is bound into 3 long faggots, pointed at one end. These are placed side by side and lashed together, and the result is a serviceable vessel, of the appearance of figure 1 and section as figure 2. The Lake Titicaca, which lies above the limit of the trees, is navigated by boats made of rushes, and carrying sails woven out of rushes also. Little boats are sometimes made of twigs, and are then plastered both inside and outside with clay, but they are very leaky. Hide tray. This is a good contrivance, and if the hide be smoked after it is set, it is vastly improved. In its simplest form, Peruvian travellers describe it as a dish or tray, consisting of a dry hide pinched up at the 4 corners, and each corner secured with a thorn. The preferable plan is to make eyelet holes round its rim, and pass a thong through, drawing it pretty close. The tray is kept in shape by sticks put inside and athwart its bottom. Coracle and skin punt. If a traveller has one hide only at his disposal, he should make a coracle. If he has 2, a punt. This last is a really useful boat, one in which very great distances of river may be descended with safety, and much luggage taken. Hide boats are very light, since the weight of a bullock's skin only averages 45 pounds, but unless well greased, they soon rot. When taken out of the water, they should be laid bottom upwards to dry. To make a proper and substantial coracle, a dozen or more oxia, or other wands, must be cut. These are to be bent, and have both ends stuck into the ground, in such a way as to form a framework of the required boat, bottom upwards, much like half of a walnut shell in shape, but flatter. When these wands cross, they should be lashed, and sticks should be wattled in to fill up any gaps. A rawhide is then thrown over the framework, sewn in place, and left to dry. Finally, the projecting ends of the osiers have to be cut. Should this boat by any chance prove a failure, the hide is not wasted, but can be removed, soaked till soft, and used again. A skin punt requires 2 bullocks or other hides, and about 10 small willow trees, or other tough flexible wood, 14 feet long. Captain Palliser says that a couple of days is sufficient for 2 people to complete an entire punt of this description. He has been so good as to furnish me with the following minute description of the way of making this very useful boat. 1. The keel, stem, and stern might be in one, but because the stem and stern ought to be strong, the whole line is made of 2 small trees lashed together with the thick ends outwards, as in Figure 1, where capital AB is a lithe, clean little willow tree, and small AB another similar one. They are lashed together at their taper ends. 2. Cut notches halfway through KK at about 20 to 25 inches from each end, then turn up the notched portions, and you have stem, keel, and stern all in one piece, as in Figure 2. 3. Stake out the ground according to the size your boat will cover, by driving 8 strong pointed stakes of wood into the ground. To these lash 4 cross willow tree sticks, notched in 2 places, so that each of these 4 willows shall form 2 knees, as well as run across the bottom of the boat. 4. Bent 2 more main willows for gunwales for the boat, and 2 more for bottom rails. Each separate stick, as will be perceived by Figure 3, is lashed in 5 different places, and the keep in 8 places. The main framework now being completed, loosen it from the stakes driven into the ground. 5. Fasten a large number of little slender willow twigs between each of the main cross knees, as shown by the thin lines in Figure 3. It is then fit for covering. Lift it up like a basket, and turn it topsy-turvy. 6. Kill 2 bulls, skin them, and in skinning be careful to make your cuts in the skin down the rump to the hock of the animal, and down the brisket in front of the foreleg to the knee, so as to have your skins as square as possible. Open bracket, Figure 4, close bracket. Cut off the heads, and sew the skins together at the nape of the necks, and, while reeking, cover the wickerwork, turning them over it, the hairy side inwards, and fasten it all rounds by means of skin cords. Cut holes with a knife round the edges, to pass the cords through, as you lash up to the top rails of the boat. 7. Leave it 24 hours in the sun. Cover the seam where the skins are sewn together with melted fat, and the boat is fit for use. Bark boats. Quote, from a pine or other tree, take off with care the longest possible entire portion of the bark, while fresh and flexible. Spread it flat as a long rectangular sheet, Then turn it carefully up at the sides, the smooth side outwards, sew the ends together, and cork them well. A few cross sticks for thwarts complete this contrivance, which is made by an American Indian in a few hours, and in which the rapid waters of the Mackenzie are navigated for hundreds of miles. Ways of strengthening the structure will readily suggest themselves. The native material for sewing is the fibrous root of the pine. Handbook for Field Service, Lieutenant Colonel Lefroy. Birch bark canoes. Birch bark, as is well known, is used for building canoes in North America, and the bark of many other trees would do for covering the framework of a boat in default of leather. But it is useless to give a detailed account of birch canoes, as great skill and neat execution are required both in making and in using them. Boats of sheet tin covered with pitched canvas. These might be made at any of the outposts of civilization. I am indebted to a correspondent, whose name I regret exceedingly to be unable to insert, having unfortunately mislaid it, for the following full description of his shooting punt. It will be obvious that his methods are applicable, not only to the professed object, but also to tin boats of any shape whatever. Form the bottom as follows. Select the thickest sheets of tin, and solder them together by their narrowest sides until as many lengths are made as, when laid side by side, will be sufficient for the whole length and breadth of the figure. The soldering should be a joint of this kind. These lengths must then be soldered side by a similar joint, and the whole sheet, thus made, trimmed to the shape of figure 1, care being taken that no two joints in the length should be exactly opposite each other. Form two other sheets in a similar manner for the two sides, and of the shape of figure 2. The dotted lines A, B, C, D, E, F, figure 1, show the portions of tin round the edges, 1 inch wide, which must be turned up at right angles with the bottom, and to which the sides are to be soldered on the inside. They should have triangular pieces clipped out of them, as shown in the figure, where the bends of the boat begin, to make them take the curve required. The two extra pieces at the ends A, D, E, F, 2 inches wide, are for turning down over an iron rod, which is to pass round the gunwale to give stiffness to the boat. GH, figure 2, is a breadth of 2 inches of extra tin, for the same purpose of turning down over the iron rod. Each side is now to be soldered to the bottom piece, beginning with the centre, and working in to each end. The soldering of the turned up edges at the bottom on the outside may then be done. Separate slips of tin 2 inches wide should then be bent up longitudinally in halves, like angle iron, and fitted along the joining of the bottom and sides, on the inside, and soldered. These slips may also be clipped to either side, when necessary, to make them take the curves. The measure round the gunwale may now be taken within the edge of the tin, and an iron rod 3/8 of an inch thick to go round this gunwale, bent to the form of the outline of figure 3, IBKC, which will now be that of the boat, and the ends welded at their meeting. Sufficient iron must be taken to form eyes at I and K to receive the rings of 3 or 4 inches diameter, through which a pole is to be passed for carrying the boat, and for their welding at the meeting of the ends. The iron rod gunwale may now be put in, and the 2 inches width of tin allowed in excess of the sides and ends of the bottom turned down closely over the rod, all round and soldered on the inside. The side elevation of the boat will now be as WXY figure 4. The boat should be proved as to being watertight by filling it with water, any leak being stopped with more solder. The outside must now be covered with pitched canvas, thus. Turn it upside down in a sheltered spot exposed to the sun, or warm it by other means, and have a cauldron of boiling pitch on a fire at hand. Also have sufficient canvas sewn together in breadths as will quite cover the boat, bottom and sides. Then, beginning across the middle of the bottom, brush on a layer 3 or 4 inches wide of the boiling pitch, and quickly press down the correspondingly central portion of the canvas upon it. Work on thus from the centre of the bottom to the ends, laying on a breadth of pitch, and then pressing down and stretching a portion of the canvas over it. Then turn down the canvas over each side, and pitch in the same way, butting out the parts of the canvas that would overlap too much, at the bends, but leaving no tin uncovered. The boat may then be righted, the excess of canvas cut off, and the edge laid down with pitch, a little short of the gunwale. The bottom may then be pitched over the canvas for 6 inches up, and the rest of the outside, with the inside, be painted with 2 or 3 coats. A flooring of thin planking for 3½ feet of the central portion of the boat must now be made as follows. Make 5 planks between 8 and 9 inches wide to fit across the beam of the boat, and in each of the outer planks fix uprights 6 inches high to support a seat mortised on the pair of uprights in each board. The ends of each seat should be short of the breadth of the boat by 1 inch or so as not to bear against the sides. Then lay down 2 ribs of tough wood, fitted to bear equally across the planking on each side, and screw each end of them down to the outer planks only. Wooden cleats can be fixed to each board, each to receive the butts of 2 guns, while their barrels lie in hollows formed in the cushions of the seat opposite them, so that the rower can put down his paddles and take up his gun instantly. Steps for a mast can also be contrived at the same points. The woodwork is to be also well painted, can be taken out with ease, as it is nowhere connected with the tin of the boat. Care should be taken that no projections in this woodwork, such as screw heads, etc., should chafe the tin, and that it should always be kept well painted. The boat of which this is a description drew 2½ inches of water with 1 person in, with 2 guns and ammunition, etc. It was furnished with 2 short paddles, which were tied by a short length of string to the sides, so as to be dropped without loss of time on taking up the gun to fire. The boat turned with the greatest ease by 1 backing and pulling stroke of the 2 paddles, and was very stiff in the water. Iron rowlocks were fitted to it on the outside at B, E, figure 1. I do not give the diagram by which the author illustrated his description. The rowlocks were applied to the sides of the boat, and each rowlock was secured to the side by 3 bolts. The 2 upper bolts had claw heads to seize the iron rod gunwale inside, and a piece of wood was fitted on the inside through which the 3 bolts passed, to give substance for their hold. Their nuts were on the outside. With these rowlocks 2 oars of 7 feet long were used. The breadth between the horns should be only just enough to admit the oars. The boat could be carried on the shoulders of 2 persons, when suspended on a pole passed through the end rings, for a distance of 12 or 15 miles daily, with guns and ammunition stowed in it. It could be fired from, standing, without risk, and be poled over marshy ground barely covered with water, or dragged with ease by the person seated in it, through high reeds, by grasping a handful on each side, and hauling on them. A rudder was unnecessary. It was in use for more than 3 years, and with due care in getting in and out on a rough shore, and by keeping it well painted and pitched, it never leaked or became impaired in any way. Boats of wood. English-made boats have been carried by explorers for great distances on wheels, but seldom seem to have done much useful service. They would travel easiest if slung and made fast in a strong wooden crate or framework, to be fixed on the body of the carriage. A white covering is necessary for a wooden boat, on account of the sun. Both boat and covering should be frequently examined. Mr. Richardson and his party took a boat, divided in 4 quarters, on camelback across the Sahara, all the way from the Mediterranean to Lake Tchad. A portable framework of metal tubes, to be covered with india rubber sheeting on arrival, was suggested to me by a very competent authority, the late Mr. Macgregor Laird. Copper boats have been much recommended, because an accidental dent, however severe it may be, can be beaten back again without doing injury to the metal. One of the boats in Mr. Lynch's expedition down the Jordan was made of copper. Corrugated iron makes excellent boats for travellers. They are stamped by machinery. Barton took one of them to Zanzibar. They were widely advertised some 10 years ago, but they never came into general use, and I do not know where they can now be procured. Canoes. The earlier exploits of the Rob Roy canoe justly attracted much attention, and numerous canoe voyages have subsequently been made. The Canoe Club is now a considerable institution, many of whose members make yearly improvements in the design of their crafts. Although canoes are delicately built and apparently fragile, experience has amply proved that they can stand an extraordinary amount of hard usage in the hands of careful travellers. As a general rule, it is by no means the heaviest and most solid things that endure the best. If a lightly made apparatus can be secured from risk of heavy things falling upon it, it will outlast a heavy apparatus that shakes to pieces under the jar of its own weight. A hole cut in the square sail enables the voyager to see ahead. To carry on horseback. Mr. MacGregor, when in Syria, took 2 strong poles, each 16 feet long and about 3 inches thick at the larger end. These were placed on the ground 2 feet apart, and across them, at 3 feet from each end, he lashed 2 stout staves about 4 feet long. Then a leading horse was selected, that is, one used to lead caravans, and on his back a large bag of straw was well girthed and flattened down. The frame was firmly tied to this, and the canoe, wrapped in carpets, was placed on the frame. This simple method was used for 3 months over sand and snow, rock and jungle, mud and marsh, anywhere indeed that a horse could go. The frame was elevated in front, so as to allow the horse's head some room under the boat's keel. 2 girth straps kept the canoe firmly in position above, and carpets were used as cushions under its bilge. A boy led the horse, and a strong man was told to hold fast to the canoe in every difficulty. It will be seen that, in the event of a fall, the corners of the framework would receive the shock, not the canoe. Boating gear. Anchors may be made of wood weighted with stones. Figure 1 shows the anchor used by Brazilian fishermen with their rude boat or sailing raft already described. Figure 2 shows another sort of anchor that is common in Norway. Mast. Where there is difficulty in stepping a mast, use a bar across the thwarts, and 2 poles, one lashed at either end of it, and coming together at a point above. This triangle takes the place of shrouds fore and aft. It's a very convenient rig for a boat with an outrigger. The Sulu pirates use it. Outrigger irons. Mr. Gilby informs me that he has travelled with a pair of light sculls and outrigger irons, which he was able to adapt to many kinds of rude boats. He found them of much service in Egypt. Keels are troublesome to make. Lee boards are effective substitutes, and are easily added to a rude boat or punt when it is desired to rig her as a sailing craft. Rudder. A rude oar makes the most powerful, though not most convenient, rudder. In the lakes of North Italy, where the winds are steady, the heavy boats have a bar upon which the tiller of the rudder rests. This bar is full of small notches, and the bottom of the tiller, at the place where it rests on the bar, is furnished with a blunt knife edge. The tiller is not stiffly joined to the rudder, but admits a little play up and down. When the boatman finds that the boat steers steadily, he simply drops the tiller, which forthwith falls into the notch below it, where it is held tight until the steersman cares to take the tiller into his hand again. Buoys. An excellent buoy to mark out a passage is simply a small pole anchored by a rope at the end. It is very readily seen, and exposes so little surface to the wind and water that it is not easily washed away. A pole of the thickness of a walking stick is much used in Sweden. Such a buoy costs only a rope, a stick, and a stone. A tuft of the small branches may be left on the top of the pole. Log. For a log, use a conical canvas bag. Thus, when the peg is drawn out by the usual jerk, the bag no longer presents its mouth to the water, but is easily drawn in by the line attached to its point. Boat building. Caulking. Almost anything that is fibrous does for caulking the seams of a boat. The inner barks of trees is one of the readiest materials. Securing planks. In default of nails, it is possible to drill or to burn holes in the planks, and to sew them together with strips of hide, woodbine, or string made from the inner bark of fibrous trees. Holes may be drilled on precisely the same principle as that which I have described in making fire by friction. Lengthening boats. If you have an ordinary boat and wish to make it of greater burden, saw it in half and lengthen it. Comparatively coarse carpentering is good enough for this purpose. Boat management. Hauling boats on shore. To haul up a boat on a barren shore with but a few hands, lay out the anchor ahead of her and make fast your purchase to, or back the body of a waggon underneath the boat as she floats, and so draw her out upon wheels. A makeshift framework on small solid wheels has been used and recommended. Towing. A good way of fastening a tow rope to a boat that has no mast is shown in the diagram, which, however, is very coarsely drawn. A curved pole is lashed alongside one of the knees of the boat, and the tow rope, passing with a turn or two round its end, is carried onto the stern of the boat. By taking a few turns more or less with the rope round the stick, the line of action of the tow rope on the boat's axis may be properly adjusted. When all is right, the boat ought to steer herself. When caught by a gale, recollect that a boat will lie to and live through almost any weather if you can make a bundle of a few spars, oars, etc., and secure them to the boat's head so as to float in front of and across the bow. They will act very sensibly as a breakwater, and will always keep the boat's head towards the wind. Crom and rig out 3 oars in a triangle, lash the boat's sail to it, throw overboard after making fast, and pay out as much line as they can muster. By making a canvas half-deck in an open boat, you much increase its safety in broken water, and if it may be made to lace down the centre, it can be rolled up in the gunwale, and be out of the way in fine weather. In floating down a stream, when the wind blows right against you, and on rivers the wind nearly always blows right up or right down, a plan generally employed is to cut large branches, to make them fast to the front of the boat, weight them that they may sink low in the water, and throw them overboard. The force of the stream acting on these branches will more than counterbalance that of the wind upon the boat. For want of branches, a kind of water sail is sometimes made of canvas. Steering in the dark. In dark nights, when on a river running through pine forests, the midstream can be kept by occasionally striking the water sharply with the blade of the oar, and listening to the echoes. They should reach the ear simultaneously, or nearly so, from either bank. On the same principle, vessels have been steered out of danger when caught by a dense fog close to a rocky coast. Awning. The best is a waggon roof awning, made simply of a couple of parallel poles, into which the ends of the bent ribs of the roof are set, without any other cross pieces. The roof should be of 2 feet larger span than the width of the boat, and should rest upon the prolongations of the thwarts, or else upon crooked knees of wood. One arm for each of the knees is upright, and is made fast to the inside of the boat, while the other is horizontal and projects outside it. It is on these horizontal and projecting arms that the roof rests, and to which it is lashed. Such an awning is airy, roomy, and does not interfere with rowing, if the rowlocks are fixed to the poles. It also makes an excellent cabin for sleeping in at night. Sail tent. A boat's sail is turned into a tent by erecting a gable-shaped framework, the mast or other spar being the ridgepole, and a pair of crossed oars lashed together supporting it at either end, and the whole is made stable by a couple of ropes and pegs. Then the sail is thrown across the ridgepole, not over the crossed loops of the oars, for they would fret it, and is pegged out below. The natural fall of the canvas bends to close the 2 ends, as with curtains. Tree snakes. Where these abound, travellers on rivers with overhanging branches should beware of keeping too near in shore, lest the rigging of the boat should brush down the snakes. End of chapter 13. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia.
Chapter 14 of The Art of Travel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. The Art of Travel by Sir Francis Galton. Chapter 14. Fords and Bridges. Fords. In fording a swift stream, carry heavy stones in your hand, for,
You require weight to resist the force of the current. Indeed, the deeper you wade, the more weight you require. Though you have so much the less at command on account of the water buoying you up. Rivers cannot be forded if their depth exceeds 3 feet for men or 4 feet for horses. Fords are easily discovered by typing a sounding pole to the stern of a boat rowing down the middle of the stream and searching those places where the pole touches the bottom. When no boat is to be had, fords should be tried for where the river is broad rather than where it is narrow, and especially at those places where there are bends in its course. In these the line of shallow water does not run straight across, but follows the direction of a line connecting a promontory on one side to the nearest promontory on the other. Along hollow curves the stream runs deep, and usually beneath overhanging banks, whilst in front of promontories the water is invariably shoal, unless it be a jutting rock that makes the promontory. Therefore, by entering the stream at one promontory with the intention of leaving it at another, you ensure that at all events the beginning and end of your course shall be in shallow water, which you cannot do by attempting any other line of passage. To cross boggy and uncertain ground, swamps. When you wish to take a wagon across a deep, miry and reedy swamp, outspan and let the cattle feed. Then cut faggots of reeds and strew them thickly over the line of intended passage. When plenty are laid down, drive the cattle backwards and forwards, and they will trample them in. Repeat the process 2 or 3 times till the causeway is firm enough to bear the weight of the wagon. Or, in default of reeds, cut long poles and several short crossbars, say of 2 feet long. Join these as best you can so as to make a couple of ladder-shaped frames. Place these across the mud, one under the intended track of each wheel. Faggots strewn between each round of the ladder will make the causeway more sound. A succession of logs laid crosswise with faggots between them will also do, but not so well. Passing from hand to hand. When many things have to be conveyed across a piece of abominably bad road, as over sand dunes, heavy shingle, mud of 2 feet deep, a morass, a jagged mountain tract, or over stepping stones in the bed of a rushing torrent, it is a great waste of labour to make laden men travel to and fro with loads on their backs. It is a severe exertion to walk at all under these circumstances, letting along the labour of also carrying a burden. The men should be stationed in a line, each at a distance of 6 or 7 feet from his neighbour, and should pass the things from hand to hand as they stand. Plank roads. Miry, boggy lines of road along which people had been seen for months crawling like flies across a plate of treacle are suddenly, and I may almost say magically, converted into a road as hard and good as Regent Street by the following simple process, which is usually adopted as soon as the feeble funds of the young colony can purchase the blessing. A small gang of men, with spades and rammers, quickly level one end of the earth road. As fast as they proceed, 4 or 5 rows of strong beams or sleepers, which have been brought in the light wagons of the country, are laid down longitudinally, 4 or 5 feet asunder, and no sooner are they in position than from other wagons stout planks, touching each other, are transversely laid upon them. From a third series of wagons a thin layer of sand or grit is thrown upon the planks, which instantly assume the appearance of a more level macadam road than in practice can ever be obtained. Upon this new-born road the wagons carrying the sleepers, planks, and sand convey with perfect ease these 3 descriptions of materials for its continuance. The work advances literally about as fast as an old gouty gentleman can walk, and as soon as it is completed there can scarcely exist a more striking contrast than between the 2 tenses of what it was and what it is. This plank road, as it is termed in America, usually lasts from 8 to 12 years, and as it is found quite unnecessary to spike the planks to the sleepers, the arrangement admits of easy repair, which, however, is but seldom required. Quote from Sir Francis Head in the Times, January the 25th. Snow. Sir Robert Dalyell tells me that it is the practice of muleteers in the neighbourhood of Erzeroum, when their animals lose their way and flounder in the deep snow, to spread a horsecloth or other thick rug from off their packs upon the snow in front of them. The animals step upon it and extricate themselves easily. I have practised walking across deep snowdrifts on this principle with perfect success. Weak ice. Water that is slightly frozen is made to bear a heavy wagon by cutting reeds, strewing them thickly on the ice, and pouring water upon them. When the whole is frozen into a firm mass, the process must be repeated. Bridges. Flying bridges are well known. A long cord or chain of poles is made fast to a rock or an anchor in the middle of a river. The other end is attached to the ferryboat which is being so slewed as to receive the force of the current obliquely, traverses the river from side to side. Bridges of felled trees. If you are at the side of a narrow but deep and rapid river, on the banks of which trees grow long enough to reach across, one or more may be felled, confining the trunk to its own bank, and letting the current force the head round to the opposite side. But, if the river be too wide to be spanned by one tree, and if 2 or 3 men can in any manner be got across, let a large tree be felled into the water on each side, and placed close to the banks opposite to each other, with their heads lying upstreamwards. Fasten a rope to the head of each tree, confine the trunks, shove the head off to receive the force of the current, and ease off the ropes, so that the branches may meet in the middle of the river at an angle pointing upwards. The branches of the trees will be jammed together by the force of the current, and so be sufficiently united as to form a tolerable communication, especially when a few of the upper branches have been cleared away. If insufficient, towards the middle of the river, to bear the weight of men crossing, a few stakes with the forks left near their heads may be thrust down through the branches of the trees to support them. Quote from Sir H. Douglas. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of The Art of Travel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in March 2011. The Art of Travel by Sir Francis Galton. Chapter 15. Clothing. General remarks. There are such infinite varieties of dress that I shall only attempt a few general remarks and give a single costume that a traveller of great experience had used to his complete satisfaction. The military authorities of different nations have long made it their study to combine in the best manner the requirements of handsome effect, of cheapness, and of serviceability in all climates, but I fear their results will not greatly help the traveller, who looks more to serviceability than to anything else. Of late years, even Garibaldi with his red-shirted volunteers and Alpine men with their simple outfit have approached more nearly to a traveller's ideal. Materials for clothes. Flannel. The importance of flannel next the skin can hardly be overrated. It is now a matter of statistics, for during the progress of expeditions, notes have been made of the number of names of those in them who had provided themselves with flannel and of those who had not. The list of sick and dead always included names from the latter list in a very great proportion. Cotton is preferable to flannel for a sedentary life in hot, damp countries, or where flannel irritates the skin. Persons who are resident in the tropics and dress in civilized costume mostly wear cotton shirts. Linen by universal consent is a dangerous dress wherever there is a chance of much perspiration, for it strikes cold upon the skin when it is wet. The terror of Swiss guides of the old school at a coup d'air on the mountain top, and of Italians at the chill of sundown, is largely due to their wearing linen shirts. Those who are dressed in flannel are far less sensitive to these influences. Leather is the only safeguard against the stronger kinds of thorns. In pastoral and in hunting countries, it is always easy to procure skins of a tough quality that have been neatly dressed by hand. Also, it will be easy to find persons capable of sewing them together very neatly after you have cut them out to the pattern of your old clothes. Bark cloth is used in several parts of the world. It is simply a piece of some kind of peculiarly fibrous bark. In Unyoro, Sir S. Baker says, the natives use the bark of a species of fig tree. They soak it in water and then beat it with a mallet to get rid of all the harder parts, much as hemp is prepared. Quote, "In appearance it much resembles corduroy and is the color of tanned leather. The finer qualities are peculiarly soft to the touch, as though of woven cotton." End quote. Effect of color on warmth of clothing. Dark colors become hotter than light colors in the sunshine, but they are not hotter under any other circumstances. Consequently, a person who aims at equable temperature should wear light colors. Light colors are far the best for sporting purposes, as they are usually much less conspicuous than black or rifle green. Almost all wild beasts are tawny or fawn-colored, or tabby, or of some nondescript hue and pattern. If an animal were born with a more decided color, he would soon perish for want of ability to conceal himself. Warmth of different materials. Quote, "The indefatigable Rumford made an elaborate series of experiments on the conductivity of the substances used in clothing. His method was this. A mercurial thermometer was suspended in the axis of a cylindrical glass tube ended with a globe, in such a manner that the center of the bulb of the thermometer occupied the center of the globe. The space between the internal surface of the globe and the bulb was filled with the substance whose conductive power was to be determined. The instrument was then heated in boiling water, and afterwards, being plunged into a freezing mixture of pounded ice and salt, the times of cooling down 136° Fahrenheit were noted. They are recorded in the following table. Surrounded with twisted silk, 917 seconds. Surrounded with fine lint, 1032 seconds. Surrounded with cotton wool, 1046 seconds. Surrounded with sheep's wool, 1118 seconds. Surrounded with taffety, 1169 seconds. Surrounded with raw silk, 1264 seconds. Surrounded with beaver's fur, 1296 seconds. Surrounded with eider down, 1305 seconds. Surrounded with hare's fur, 1312 seconds. Surrounded with wood ashes, 927 seconds. Surrounded with charcoal, 937 seconds. Surrounded with lamp black, 1117 seconds. Among the substances here examined, hare's fur offered the greatest impediment to the transmission of the heat. The transmission of heat is powerfully influenced by the mechanical state of the body through which it passes. The raw and twisted silk of Rumford's table illustrates this." End quote. Professor Tyndall on heat. Waterproof cloth. Cloth is made waterproof by rubbing soap suds into it, on the wrong side, and working them well in, and when dry, doing the same with a solution of alum. The soap is by this means decomposed, and the oily part of it distributed among the fibers of the cloth. See tarpaulins. Incombustible stuffs. I extract the following paragraph from a newspaper. Persons who make much use of mosquito curtains will be glad to read it. Quote, "The Répertoire de chimie pure et appliquée publishes the following remarks by the celebrated chemists, Messieurs de Bereiner and Oessner, on the various methods for rendering stuffs incombustible, or at least less inflammable than they naturally are. The substances employed for this purpose are borax, alum, soluble glass, and phosphate of ammonia. For wood and common stuffs, any one of these salts will do, but fine and light tissues, which are just those most liable to catching fire, cannot be treated in the same way. Borax renders fine textile fabrics stiff, it causes dust and will swell out under the smoothing iron, so does alum, beside weakening the fibers of the stuff, so as to make it tear easily. Soluble glass both stiffens and weakens the stuff, depriving it both of elasticity and tenacity. Phosphate of ammonia alone has none of these inconveniences. It may be mixed with a certain quantity of sal ammoniac, and then introduced into the starch prepared for stiffening the linen, or else it may be dissolved in 20 parts of water, in weight, to 1 of phosphate, and the stuff steeped into the solution, then allowed to dry and ironed as usual. End quote. Phosphate of ammonia is cheap enough to allow of its introduction into common use, so that it may be employed at each wash. Phosphate of ammonia is obtained by saturating the biphosphate of lime with liquid ammonia. Sewing materials. An outfit of sewing materials consists of needles and thread, scissors, tailor's thimble, wax, canvas needles, including the smaller sizes which are identical with glove needles and are used for sewing leather, twine, a palm, awls for cobbling, both straight and curved, cobbler's wax, and possible bristles. The needles and awls in use are conveniently carried in some kind of metal tube, with wads of cork at either end to preserve their points. See also the chapter on thread for stitches, etc. Articles of dress. Hats and caps. There is no perfect headdress, but I notice that old travellers in both hot and temperate countries have generally adopted a scanty wide awake. Mr. Oswell, the South African sportsman and traveller, used for years, and strongly recommended to me, a brimless hat of fine Panama grass, which he had sewn as a lining to an ordinary wide awake. I regret I have had no opportunity of trying this combination, but can easily believe that the touch of the cool, smooth grass to the wet brow would be more agreeable than that of any other material. I need hardly mention pith hats, to be bought under the Opera Colonnade, Pall Mall, Indian topis, and English hunting caps, as having several and many merits. A muslin turban twisted into a rope and rolled round the head is a common plan to keep the sun from the head and spine. It can also be used as a rope on an emergency. Coat. In 9 cases out of 10, a strong but not too thick tweed coat is the best for rough work. In a very thorny country, a leather coat is almost essential. A blouse cut short so as to clear the saddle is neat, cool, and easy, whether as a riding or walking costume. Generally speaking, the traveller will chiefly spend his life in his shirt sleeves, and will only use his coat when he wants extra warmth. To carry a coat. There are 2 ways. The first is to fold it small and strap it to the belt. If the coat be a light one, it can be carried very neatly and comfortably in this way, lying in the small of the back. The second is the contrivance of a friend of mine, an eminent scholar and divine, who always employs it in his vacation rambles. It is to pass an ordinary strap, once round the middle of the coat, and a second time round both the coat and the left arm just above the elbow, and then to buckle it. The coat hangs very comfortably in its place, and does not hamper the movements of the left arm. It requires no further care, except that after a few minutes it will generally be found advisable to buckle the strap 1 hole tighter. A coat carried in this way will be found to attract no attention from passers-by. Waistcoats are more convenient for their pockets than for their warmth. When travelling in countries where papers have to be carried, an inside pocket between the lining and the waistcoat, with a button to close it, is extremely useful. Letters of credit and paper money can be carried in it more safely than in any other pocket. Trousers. If you are likely to have much riding, take extra leather or moleskin trousers, or tweed covered down the inside of the legs with leather, such as cavalry soldiers generally wear. Leather is a better protection than moleskin against thorns, but not so serviceable against wet. It will far outlast moleskin. There should be no hem to the legs of trousers, as it retains the wet. Watch pocket. Have it made of mackintosh to save the watch from perspiration. The Astronomer Royal of Cape Town, Sir T. Maclear, who had considerable experience of the bush when measuring an arc of the meridian, justly remarked to me on the advantage of frequently turning the watch pocket inside out, to get rid of the fluff and dust that collects in it, and is otherwise sure to enter the watch case. Socks. The hotter the ground on which you have to walk, the thicker should be your socks. These should be of woolen, wherever you expect to have much walking, and plenty of them will be required. Substitute for socks. For want of socks, pieces of linen may be used, and, when these are properly put on, they are said to be even better than socks. They should be a foot square, be made of soft worn linen, be washed once a day, and be smeared with tallow. They can be put on so dexterously as to stand several hours marching without making a single wrinkle, and are much used by soldiers in Germany. To put them on, the naked foot is placed crosswise, the corners on the right and on the left are then folded over, then the corner which lies in front of the toes. Now the art consists in so drawing up these ends that the foot can be placed in the shoe or boot without any wrinkles appearing in the bandage. One wrinkle is sure to make a blister, and therefore persons who have to use them should practice frequently how to put them on. Socks similar to these, but made of thick blanket and called blanket wrappers, are in use at Hudson's Bay instead of shoes. Shirt sleeves. When you have occasion to tuck up your shirt sleeves, recollect that the way of doing so is, not to begin by turning the cuffs inside out, but outside in. The sleeves must be rolled up inwards, towards the arm, and not the reverse way. In the one case, the sleeves will remain tucked up for hours without being touched; in the other, they become loose every 5 minutes. Gloves, mitts, and muffs. In cold, dry weather, a pair of old soft kid gloves, with large woolen gloves drawn over them, is the warmest combination. Mitts and muffetees merely require mention. To keep the hands warm in very severe weather, a small fur muff may be slung from the neck, in which the hands may rest till wanted. Braces. Do not forget to take them unless you have had abundant experience of belts, for belts do not suit every shape, neither are English trousers cut with the intention of being worn with them. But trousers made abroad are shaped at the waist, especially for the purpose of being worn without braces, if desired. If you use braces, take 2 pairs, for when they are drenched with perspiration they dry slowly. Some people do not care to use a belt, even with trousers of an ordinary cut, but find that a tape run through a hem along the upper edge of the trousers acts sufficiently well. Captain Speke told me he always used this plan. Boots. Boots of tanned leather, such as civilized people wear, are incomparably better for hard usage, especially in wet countries, than those of hard-dressed skins. If traveling in a hot, dry country, grease plentifully both your shoes and all other leather. La graisse c'est la conservation du cuir, as I recollect a Chamonix guide enunciating with profound emphasis. The soles of plaited cord used in parts of the Pyrenees are durable and excellent for clambering over smooth rock. They have a far better hold upon it than any other sole of which I have knowledge. Sandals are better than nothing at all. So are cloths wound round the feet and ankles and tied there. The peasants of the remarkably hilly place where I am writing these lines, namely Amalfi, use them much. They are an untidy chaussure, but never seem to require to be tied afresh. In the old days of Rome, this sort of footgear was common. Haybands wound round the feet are a common makeshift by soldiers who are cut off from their supplies. It takes some months to harden the feet sufficiently to be able to walk without shoes at all. Slippers are great luxuries to footsore men. They should of course be of soft material, but the soles should not be too thin, or they will be too cold for comfort in camp life. Leggings. Mackintosh leggings to go over the trousers are a great comfort in heavy showers, especially when riding. Gaiters. If the country be full of briars and thorns, the insteps suffer cruelly when riding through bushes. It is easy to make gaiters either with buttons or buckles. A strip of wood is wanted, either behind or else on each side of them, to keep them from slipping down to the ankle. Dressing gown. Persons who travel even with the smallest quantity of luggage would do wisely to take a thick dressing gown. It is a relief to put it on in the evening, and is a warm extra dress for sleeping in. It is eminently useful, comfortable, and durable. Poncho. A poncho is useful, for it is a sheet as well as a cloak, being simply a blanket with a slit in the middle to admit the wearer's head. A sheet of strong calico, saturated with oil, makes a waterproof poncho. Complete bush costume. Mr. Gordon Cumming describes his bush costume as follows, quote, "My own personal appointments consisted of a wide-awake hat, secured under my chin by rimpees, or strips of dressed skin, a coarse linen shirt, sometimes a kilt, and sometimes a pair of buckskin knee-breeches, and a pair of Weldschoons, or home-made shoes. I entirely discarded coat, waistcoat, and neckcloth, and I always hunted with my arms bare. My heels were armed with a pair of powerful persuaders, and from my left wrist depended, by a double rimpee thong, an equally persuasive sea-cow jambok whip of solid leather. Around my waist I wore 2 leathern belts or girdles. The smaller did the duty of suspender, and from it on my left side depended a plaited rimpee, 8 inches in length, forming a loop, in which dangled my powerful loading rod, formed of a solid piece of horn of the rhinoceros. The larger girdle was my shooting belt. This was a broad leather belt, on which were fastened 4 separate compartments, made of otter skin, with flaps to button over, of the same material. The first of these held my percussion caps, the second a large powder flask, the third and fourth, which had divisions in them, contained balls and patches, 2 sharp clasp knives, a compass, flint, and steel. In this belt I also carried a loading mallet, formed from the horn of the rhinoceros. This and the powder flask were each secured to the belt by long rimpees, to prevent my losing them. Last but not least, in my right hand I usually carried my double-barreled 2-grooved rifle, which was my favorite weapon. This, however, I subsequently made up my mind, was not the tool for a mounted man, especially when quick loading is required." End quote. Wet clothes to dry. Fire for drying clothes. To dry clothes, it is a very convenient plan to make a dome-shaped framework of twigs over a smouldering fire, by bending each twig or wand into a half circle and planting both ends of it in the ground, one on each side of the fire. The wet clothes are laid on this framework and receive the full benefit of the heat. Their steam passes readily upwards. To keep clothes from the wet. Mr. Parkins says, quote, "I may as well tell also how we managed to keep our clothes dry when traveling in the rain. This was rather an important consideration, seeing that each man's wardrobe consisted of what he carried on his back. Our method was at once effective and simple. If halting, we took off our clothes and sat on them. If riding, they were placed under the leathern shabraque of the mule's saddle, or under any article of similar material, bed or bag, that lay on the camel's pack. A good shower bath did none of us any harm, and as soon as the rain was over and the moisture on our skins had evaporated, we had our garments as warm, dry, and comfortable as if they had been before a fire. In populous districts we kept on our drawers, or supplied their place with a piece of rag or a skin, and then, when the rain was over, we wrapped ourselves up in our quarry, and taking off the wetted articles, hung them over the animals' cruppers to dry." Another traveller writes, "The only means we had of preserving our sole suit of clothes dry from the drenching showers of rain was by taking them off and stuffing them into the hollow of a tree, which in the darkness of the night we could do with propriety." Mr. Palliser's boatmen at Chagres took each a small piece of cloth, under which they laid their clothes every time that they stripped in expectation of a coming storm. Dipping clothes wetted with rain in sea water. Captain Bligh, who was turned adrift in an open boat after the mutiny of the Bounty, writes thus about his experience: "With respect to the preservation of our health during a course of 16 days of heavy and almost continual rain, I would recommend to everyone in a similar situation the method we practised, which is to dip their clothes in the salt water and wring them out as often as they become filled with rain. It was the only resource we had, and I believe was of the greatest service to us, for it felt more like a change of dry clothes than could well be imagined. We had occasion to do this so often, that at length our clothes were wrung to pieces, for except the few days we passed on the coast of New Holland, we were continually wet, either with rain or sea." Washing clothes. Substitute for soap. The lye of ashes and the gall of animals are the readiest substitutes for soap. The sailor's recipe for washing clothes is well known, but it is too dirty to describe. Bran and the meal of many seeds is good for scouring, also some earths like fuller's earth. Many countries possess plants that will make a lather with water. Dr. Ray says that in a very cold climate, when fire, water, and the means of drying are scarce, it will be found that rubbing and beating in snow cleanses all clothing remarkably well, particularly woolens. When preparing for a regular day's washing, it is a good plan to boil an abundance of ashes in water, strain off the lye, adding the gall of any animal you may have killed, and let the clothes soak in it. Next morning, take them to the waterside and wash and beat them with a flat piece of wood, or lay them on a broad stone and knead and wring them with the hands. Lye of ashes. In choosing plants to burn for ashes, whence the lye is to be made by pouring hot water on them, it must be recollected that all plants are not equally efficacious. Those that contain the most alkali, either potash or soda, are the best. On this account the stalks of succulent plants, as reeds, maize, broom, heath, and firs, are very much better than the wood of any trees, and twigs are better than timber. Pine and fir trees are the worst of woods. The ashes of most kinds of seaweed yield abundance of alkali. Potash is the alkali that is obtained from the ashes of land plants, and soda from those of marine plants. 10,000 parts of pine or fir contain 4 parts of alkali. 10,000 parts of poplar contain 7 parts of alkali. 10,000 parts of beechwood contain 14 parts of alkali. 10,000 parts of oak contain 15 parts of alkali. 10,000 parts of willow contain 28 parts of alkali. 10,000 parts of elm, maple, and wheat straw contain 39 parts of alkali. 10,000 parts of thistles, flax stems, and small rushes contain 50 parts of alkali. 10,000 parts of large rushes contain 72 parts of alkali. 10,000 parts of stalk of maize contain 175 parts of alkali. 10,000 parts of bean stalks contain 200 parts of alkali. Soap is made by keeping fat constantly simmering in lye of ashes (see preceding paragraphs) for some days, adding fresh lye as fast as the water boils away or is sucked up by the fat. After 1 or 2 trials, the knack of soap making is easily caught. The presence of salt makes the soap hard, its absence soft. Now many ashes contain a good deal of salt, and these may make the soap too hard, and will have to be mixed with other sorts of ashes before being used. Experience must guide the traveller in this. A native woman will probably be found without difficulty, who will attend night and day to the pot boiling for a small payment. Inferior soap may be made by simply putting some grease into a tub of very strong lye, and letting it remain for 2 or 3 weeks, without any boiling, but stirring it every day. Marine soap is made of soda lye, the lye of seaweeds, and coconut oil. It makes a lather with salt water, but it has the defect of being very bulky. To wash flannels. Make a lather of soap on a small piece of flannel, and rub with it those parts that require the most cleansing, such as the neck and wristbands of a shirt. Then plunge the shirt in water as hot as you can bear it, rinsing it and wringing it out very thoroughly, and hang it up to dry as quickly as possible. Soda should not be used with colored flannels. Washing oneself. Warmth of dirt. There is no denying the fact, though it be not agreeable to confess it, that dirt and grease are great protectors of the skin against inclement weather, and that therefore the leader of a party should not be too exacting about the appearance of his less warmly clad followers. Daily washing, if not followed by oiling, must be compensated by wearing clothes. Take the instance of a dog. He will sleep out under any bush and thrive there, so long as he is not washed, groomed, and kept clean, but if he be, he must have a kennel to lie in. The same is the case with a horse. He catches cold if he is groomed in the day and turned out at nights, but he never catches cold when left wholly to himself. A savage will never wash unless he can grease himself afterwards. Grease takes the place of clothing to him. There must be a balance between the activity of the skin and the calls upon it, and where the exposure is greater, there must the pores be more defended. In Europe we pass our lives in a strangely artificial state, our whole body swathed in many folds of dress, excepting the hands and face, the first of which are frequently gloved. We can afford to wash, but naked men cannot. Best times for washing. The most convenient time for a traveller to make his toilet in rough travel is after the early morning's ride, a bath being now and then taken in the afternoon. It is trying work to wash in ice-cold water, in the dark and blowing morning, besides which, when the sun rises up, its scorching heat tells severely on a face that has been washed. Toilet made overnight. During the harassing duties of active warfare, officers who aim at appearing in a decorous dress in whatever emergency their presence may be required, make their toilet overnight before going to sleep. Economizing water in washing. Where water has to be economized, by far the best way of using it is after the Mohammedan fashion. An attendant pours a slender stream from a jug, which the man who washes himself receives in his hands and distributes over his person. Bath glove. Fold a piece of very coarse towel in 2 parts, lay your hand upon it, and mark its outline rudely, then, guided by the outline, cut it out, sew the 2 pieces together along their edges, and the glove is made. It is inexpensive and portable, and as good a detergent as horsehair gloves or flesh brushes. Brushes. It is well to know how to make a brush, whether for clothes, boots, or hair, and the accompanying section of one will explain itself. Bristles are usually employed, but fibers of various kinds may be used. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of the Art of Travel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Art of Travel by Sir Francis Galton. Chapter 16. Bedding. General Remarks. The most bulky, and often the heaviest parts of a traveller's equipment are his clothes, sleeping mat, and blankets. Nor is it at all desirable that these should be stinted in quantity, for the hardship that most tries a man's constitution, and lays the seeds of rheumatism, dysentery, and fever, is that of enduring the bitter cold of a stormy night, which may happen to follow an exhausting day of extreme heat or drenching wet. After many months' travel and camping, the constitution becomes far less susceptible of injury from cold or damp, but in no case is it ever proof against their influence. Indeed, the oldest travellers are ever those who go the most systematically to work in making their sleeping places dry and warm. Unless a traveller makes himself at home and comfortable in the bush, he will never be quite contented with his lot, but will fall into the bad habit of looking forwards to the end of his journey, and to his return to civilization, instead of complacently interesting himself in its continuance. This is a frame of mind in which few great journeys have been successfully accomplished, and an explorer who cannot divest himself of it may suspect that he has mistaken his vocation. It is a common idea among men who are preparing to travel for the first time, that all the bed-clothing about which they need concern themselves is a sufficiency to cover them, forgetting that a man has an under as well as an upper side to keep warm, and must therefore have clothing between him and the earth, as well as between him and the air. Indeed, on trying the experiment, and rolling oneself up in a single blanket, the undermost side in a cold night is found to be by far the colder of the two. The substance of the blanket is compressed by the weight of the sleeper. The interstices between its fibres cease to exist, and the air which they contained, and which is a powerful non-conductor of heat, is squeezed out. Consequently, wherever the blanket is compressed, its power of retaining the heat of the sleeper is diminished. Soft, fleecy substances, like eiderdown quilts, which are extremely warm as coverlets, are well nigh useless as mattresses. There is another cause why a sleeper requires more protection from below than from above. It is, that if the ground be at all wet, its damp will penetrate through very thick substances laid upon it. It will therefore be clearly understood that the object of a mattress is not alone to give softness to the bed, but also to give warmth, and that if a man lies in a hammock with only the hammock below and blankets above, he will be fully as much chilled as if the arrangement had been reversed, and he had lain upon blankets, with only the hammock as a sheet to cover him. Vital heat. The vital heat of a man, either in an active or a latent form, is equal to that which is given out by 2 ordinary candles. I judge so from the following reasons. All our vital heat is produced by the combustion, for it is simple combustion, of the carbon in our food. Now the quantity of carbon consumed by a man in full diet in 24 hours is about 22 ounces in weight. On the other hand, I find that ordinary candles, which mainly consist of carbon, burn at the rate of 11 ounces in 24 hours. Therefore, the heat given out by 2 candles is just about the same as that given out by one man, either in a sensible form, or else under a latent form, by the vapour of the breath. Secondly, I have frequently heard it estimated, as the result of the ordinary experience of social life, that a saloon is warmed by each couple of candles somewhat more than it is by the presence of a single guest. Where I write these lines, I have not an opportunity of verifying my rough estimate, by reference to physiological works, but accuracy is of little consequence to my present purpose, which is to give a general idea of the magnitude of the problem to be solved by clothes and tenting. Their joint office is to retain the heat of a mass of flesh and blood, the size and shape of a man, warmed by 2 candles burning within it, at a temperature of not less than 96 degrees in its inward parts. Mattresses and their substitutes. A strip of mackintosh. If a traveller can do so, he should make a point of having a strip of mackintosh sheeting 7 feet by 4, certainly not less than 6 feet by 3, to lay on the ground below his bedding. Every white servant in the expedition ought to be furnished with a strip of mackintosh sheeting, or failing that with a strip of painted canvas. However, painted cloth is much inferior to mackintosh, as it will not fold up without cracking. It also tears easily, and is heavy. Mackintosh, of the sort that suits all climates, and made of linen, not of silk, is invaluable to an explorer, whether in the form of sheeting, coats, water bags, swimming belts, or inflatable boats. A little box full of the composition for mending it, and a spare bit of mackintosh, should always be taken. Making a mattress is indeed a very simple affair. A bag of canvas or other cloth is made of the size wanted. It is then stuffed full of hair, wool, dry leaves, or cotton, and a strong stitch is put through it every few inches. The use of the stitching is to prevent the stuffing from being displaced and forming lumps in different parts of the bag. Palliasse. Straw, well knitted or plaited together, forms a good mattress, commonly called a palliasse. Shavings of wood. 8 pounds weight of shavings makes an excellent bed, and I find I can cut them with a common spoke shave in 3½ hours out of a log of deal. It is practicable to make an efficient spoke shave by tying a large clasp knife on a common stick which has been cut into a proper shape to receive it. Oakum. Old cord picked into oakum will also make a bed. Various makeshifts. If a traveller, as is very commonly the case, should have no mattress, he should strew his sleeping place with dry grass, plucked up from the ground, or with other things warm to the touch, imitating the structure of a bird's nest as far as he has skill and materials to do so. Leaves, fern, feathers, heather, rushes, flags of reeds and of maize, wood shavings, bundles of faggots, and such like materials as chance may afford, should be looked for and appropriated. A pile of stones, or even 2 trunks of trees rolled close together, may make a dry bedstead in a marshy land. Over these let him lay whatever empty bags, skins, saddle-cloths, or spare clothes he may have, which from their shape or smallness cannot be turned to account as coverings, and the lower part of his bed is complete. If a night of unusual cold be expected, the best use to make of spare wearing apparel is to put it on over that which is already on the person. With 2 or 3 shirts, stockings, and trousers, though severally of thin material, a man may get through a night of very trying weather. Preparing the ground for a bed. Travellers should always root up the stones and sticks that might interfere with the smoothness of the place where they intend to sleep. This is a matter worth taking a great deal of pains about. The oldest campaigners are the most particular in making themselves comfortable at night. They should also scrape a hollow in the ground, of the shape shown in Fig. 2, next page, before spreading their sleeping rugs. It is disagreeable enough to lie on a perfectly level surface, like that of a floor, but the acme of discomfort is to lie upon a convexity. Persons who have omitted to make a shapely lair for themselves should at least scrape a hollow in the ground just where the hip bone would otherwise press. The annexed sketch, Fig. 1, represents a man sleeping in a natural attitude. It will be observed that he fits into a concavity of about 6 inches in greatest depth. The scale on which he is drawn is 6 feet long and 1 foot high. Hammocks. See section on Furniture. Coverlets. General remarks. For an upper cover, it is of importance to an otherwise unsheltered person that its texture should be such as to prevent the wind blowing through it. If it does so, no thickness is of any avail in keeping out the cold. Hence the advantage of skin karosses, buffalo robes, leather sheets, and mackintosh rugs. All clothes lose much of their closeness of texture in a hot, dry climate. The fibres shrink extremely, and the wind blows through the tissue as through network. It is in order to make their coverings windproof that shepherd lads on the hills in Scotland, when the nights are cold, dip their plaids in water before sitting or lying down in them. The wet swells up the fibres of the plaid, and makes the textures of it perfectly dense and close. It is also of importance that the outer covering should have a certain weight, so as not to be too easily displaced either by the person fidgeting in his sleep or by the blowing of the wind. In dry weather there is nothing like furs, but in a rainy country I prefer a thick blanket bag. See sleeping bags. A large spare blanket, and a mackintosh sheet and counterpane. It may be objected that the bag and mackintosh would be close and stuffy, but be assured that the difficulty when sleeping on Mother Earth on a bitter night is to keep the fresh air out, not to let it in. On fine nights I should sleep on the bag and under the spare blanket. Stuffy bedding. It must be understood that while recommending coverlets that resist the wind, I am very far from advocating extreme stuffiness, and for the following reason. Though a free passage of the wind abstracts an excessive amount of animal heat from the sleeper, yet the freshness of pure air stimulates his body to give it out in an increased proportion. On the other hand, sleeping clothes that are absolutely impervious to the passage of wind necessarily retain the cutaneous excretions. These poison the sleeper, acting upon his blood through his skin, and materially weaken his power of emitting vital heat. The fire of his life burns more languidly. I therefore suspect it would be more dangerous to pass a very cold night enclosed tightly in thin mackintosh buttoned up to the chin, than without it. Much less heat would be robbed from the sleeper in the first case, but he would have very much less heat to spare. There is, therefore, an intermediate arrangement of sleeping gear, neither too stuffy on the one hand nor too open on the other, by which the maximum power of resisting the chill of the night is obtainable. Sleeping clothes. Some travellers prefer to have their blanket at once made up into a loose coat, trousers, and cap, pockets ad libitum, and a tape in the trouser band. An extra suit is thus always at hand, the sleeper loses little of the advantages of comfortable bedding, and is always, in some sense, dressed for any emergency. Feathers. When you collect bed feathers for coverlets, recollect that if they are cleanly plucked, they will require no dressing of any kind, save drying and beating. Brown paper. Brown paper is an excellent non-conductor of heat and excluder of draughts. English cottagers often enclose sheets of it within their quilted counterpanes. If thoroughly soaked and then dried, it will not crackle. Extra clothes. If a man be destitute of proper wraps, he cannot do better than put on all the spare clothes he possesses. The additional warmth of a single extra shirt is remarkable. Dry clothes. However wet the weather may be during the day, the traveller should never relax his endeavours to keep a dry and warm change of clothes for his bivouac at night. Hardships in rude weather matter little to a healthy man when he is awake and moving, and while the sun is above the horizon, but let him never forget the deplorable results that may follow a single night's exposure to cold, malaria, and damp. Pillows. A mound of sand or earth scraped together for a pillow is ground down into flatness after a few minutes. A bag filled with earth, or it may be with grass, keeps its shape. Many people use their saddles as pillows. They roll up the flaps and stirrups, and place the saddle on the ground with a stone underneath at its hindmost end, to keep it level and steady, and then lay their heads on the seat. I prefer using anything else, as for instance the stone without the saddle, but I generally secure some bag or other for the purpose, as, without a pillow, it is difficult to sleep in comfort. A bag shaped like a pillow-case and stuffed with spare clothes is very convenient. Some people advocate air cushions. Mr. Mansfield Parkins's excellent plan of sleeping on the side, with the stock of the gun between the head and the arm, and the barrel between the legs, will be described when I speak of guns. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of the Art of Travel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. The Art of Travel by Sir Francis Galton. Chapter 17, Bivouac. There are 4 ways in which travelers who are thrown upon their own resources may house themselves. They may bivouac, that is to say, they may erect a temporary shelter of a makeshift character, partly from materials found on the spot, and partly from the cloths they may happen to possess. They may build a substantial hut, which of course takes a good deal of labor to complete. They may use sleeping bags, or they may pitch a regular tent. I will speak of these 4 methods of encamping, the bivouac, the hut, the sleeping bag, and the tent, in that order. General remarks. Bivouacking is miserable work in a wet or unhealthy climate, but in a dry and healthy one there is no question of its superiority over tenting. Men who sleep habitually in the open breathe fresher air and are more imbued with the spirit of wild life than those who pass the night within the stuffy enclosure of a tent. It is an endless pleasure to lie half awake, watching the stars above and the picturesque groupings of the encampment round about, and to hear on all sides the stirrings of animal life, and later in the night, when the fire is low and servants and cattle are asleep, and there is no sound but of the wind and of an occasional plaintive cry of wild animals, the traveler finds himself in that close communion with nature which is the true charm of wild travel. Now all this pleasure is lost by sleeping in a tent. Tent life is semi-civilization, and perpetuates its habits. This may be illustrated by a simple trait. A man who has lived much in bivouacs, if there be a night alarm, runs naturally into the dark for safety, just as a wild animal would. but a man who travels with tents becomes frightened when away from its lights, or from the fancied security of its walls. In a dangerous country there can be no comparison between the hazard of a tent and that of a bivouac. In the former, a man's sleep is heavy, he cannot hear nearly so well, he can see nothing, his cattle may all decamp, while marauders know exactly where he is lying, and may make their plans accordingly. They may creep up unobserved and spear him through the canvas. The first Napoleon had a great opinion of the advantages of bivouacking over those of tenting. He said it was the healthier of the two for soldiers. Shelter from the wind. Study the form of a hare. In the flattest and most unpromising of fields, the creature will have availed herself of some little hollow to the lee of an insignificant tuft of grass, and there she will have nestled and fidgeted about till she has made a smooth, round, grassy bed, compact and fitted to her shape, where she may curl herself snugly up and cower down below the level of the cutting night wind. Follow her example. A man, as he lies upon his mother earth, is an object so small and low that a screen of 18 inches high will guard him securely from the strength of a storm. A common mistake of a novice lies in selecting a tree for his camping place, which spreads out nobly above, but affords no other shelter from the wind than that of its bare stem below. It may be that as he walks about in search of shelter, a mass of foliage at the level of his eye, with its broad shadow, attracts him, and as he stands to the leeward of it, it seems snug, and therefore, without further reflection, he orders his bed to be spread at the foot of some tree. But as soon as he lies down on the ground, the tree proves worthless as a screen against the wind. It is a roof, but it is not a wall. The real want in blowy weather is a dense, low screen, perfectly wind-tight, as high as the knee above the ground. Thus, if a traveler has to encamp on a bare turf plain, he need only turn up a sod 7 feet long by 2 feet wide, and if he succeeds in propping it on its edge, it will form a sufficient shield against the wind. In heavy gales, the neighborhood of a solitary tree is a positive nuisance. It creates a violent eddy of wind that leaves palpable evidence of its existence. Thus in cornfields it is a common result of a storm to batter the corn quite flat in circles round each tree that stands in the field, where elsewhere no injury takes place. This very morning that I am writing these remarks, November 15th, 1858, I was forcibly struck by the appearance of Kensington Gardens after last night's gale, which had covered the ground with an extraordinary amount of dead leaves. They lay in a remarkable uniform layer of 3 to 5 inches in depth, except that round each and every tree the ground was absolutely bare of leaves for a radius of about a yard. The effect was as though circular discs had been cut out, leaving the edges of the layer of leaves perfectly sharp and vertical. It would have been a dangerous mistake to have slept that night at the foot of any one of those trees. Again, in selecting a place for bivouac, we must bear in mind that a gale never blows in level currents, but in all kinds of curls and eddies, as the driving of a dust storm, or the vagaries of bits of straw caught up by the wind unmistakably show us. Little hillocks or undulations, combined with the general lay of the ground, are a chief cause of these eddies. They entirely divert the current of the wind from particular spots. Such spots should be looked for. They are discovered by watching the grass or the sand that lies on the ground. If the surface be quiet in one place, while all around it is agitated by the wind, we shall not be far wrong in selecting that place for our bed, however unprotected it may seem in other respects. It is constantly remarked that a very slight mound or ridge will shelter the ground for many feet behind it, and an old campaigner will accept such shelter gladly, notwithstanding the apparent insignificances of its cause. Shelter from the sky. The shelter of a wall is only sufficient against wind or driving rain. We require a roof to shield us against vertical rain and against dew, or, what is much the same thing, against the cold of a clear blue sky on a still night. The temperature of the heavens is known pretty accurately by more than one method of calculation. It is -239 Fahrenheit, the greatest cold felt in the Arctic regions being about -40 Fahrenheit. If the night be cloudy, each cloud is a roof to keep off the cold. If it be clear, we are exposed to the full chill of the blue sky, with only such alleviation as the warming and the non-conducting powers of the atmosphere may afford. The effect is greater than most people would credit. The uppermost layer of the earth, or whatever may be lying exposed upon it, is called upon to part with a great quantity of heat. If it so happen that the uppermost layer is of a non-conducting nature, the heat abstracted from it will be poorly resupplied by communication from the lower ones. Again, if the night be a very calm one, there will be no supply of warmth from fresh currents of air falling down upon it. Hence, in the treble event of a clear blue sky, a non-conducting soil, and a perfectly still night, we are liable to have great cold on the surface of the ground. This is shared by a thin layer of air that immediately rests upon it, while at each successive inch in height the air becomes more nearly of its proper temperature. A vast number of experiments have been made by Mr. Glaisher on this subject, the upshot of which is that a thermometer laid on grass, under a blue sky on a calm night, marks on an average 8° Fahrenheit colder than one 4 feet above it. 1 inch above grass, 5½ degrees. 1 foot, 1 degree. 4 feet, 1/2 degree. On gravel and sand the differences are only about 1/3 as much. Sheep have a practical knowledge of these differences. Often, in an early walk on dewy mornings, I see all the sheep in Hyde Park bivouacked on the gravel walks of Rotten Row. The above figures are the results of experiments made in England, where the air is always moist, and the formation of dew, while it testifies to the cold of the night, assists largely to moderate it. In arid climates the chill would be far greater. Such would also be the cause at high elevations. One of Mr. Glaisher's experiments showed a difference of no less than 28 degrees between the cold on the ground and that at 8 feet high. This might often be rivaled in an elevated desert as in that of Mongolia. Hence the value of the protection of a roof and of a raised sleeping place to a man sleeping under a blue sky in still weather admits of easy interpretation. Various methods of bivouacking. Unprotected. Mr. Shaw, the traveler in Tibet, says, "My companion and I walked on to keep ourselves warm, but halting at sunset had to sit and freeze several hours before the things came up. The best way of keeping warm on such occasion is to squat down, kneeling against a bank, resting your head on the bank and nearly between your knees. Then tuck your overcoat in all around you, overhead and all, and if you are lucky and there is not too much wind, you will make a little atmosphere of your own inside the covering, which will be snug in comparison with the outside air. Your feet suffer chiefly, but you learn to tie yourself into a kind of knot, bringing as many surfaces of your body together as possible. I have passed whole nights in this kneeling position and slept well, whereas I should not have got a wink had I been stretched at full length with such a scanty covering as a greatcoat." Bushes. I have shown that the main object before sleeping out at night is to secure a long wind-tight wall, and that the next is to obtain a roof. Both these objects may be obtained by peaching 2 or 3 small neighboring bushes into one, or branches may be torn off elsewhere and interwoven between the bushes. A few leafy boughs, cut and stuck into the ground, with their tops leaning over the bed, and secured in that position by other boughs wattled in horizontally, give great protection. Long grass, etc., should be plucked and strewn against them to make them as wind-tight as possible. Walls. A pile of saddlebags and other traveling gear may be made into a good screen against the wind, and travelers usually arrange them with that intention. Walls of stone may be built as a support to cloths, whose office it is to render the walls wind-tight, and also, by lapping over their top, to form a partial roof. We have already spoken of a broad sod of turf propped up on edge. The Tibetan traveler cares for no roof overhead if he can shelter himself from the wind behind a 3-foot wall. Hence the numerous little enclosures clustered together like cells of a honeycomb at every halting place, with one side always raised against the prevailing wind. These walls are built around shallow pits, each with its rough fireplace in the middle. Cloths. Any cloth may be made to give shelter by an arrangement like that in the sketch. The corners of the cloth should be secured by simple hitches in the rope, and never by knots. The former are sufficient for all purposes of security, but the latter will jam, and you may have to injure both cloth and string to get them loose again. It is convenient to pin the sides of the cloth with a skewer round the ropes. Any strip of wood makes a skewer. Earth should be banked against the lowest edge of the cloth, to keep out the wind and to prevent its flapping. The sticks may, on an emergency, be replaced by faggots of brushwood, by guns, or by ropes carried down from the overhanging branches of a large tree. Fremont. The American traveler bivouacked as follows. His rifles were tied together near the muzzles, the butts resting on the ground widely apart. A knife was laid on the rope that tied them together, to cut it in case of an alarm. Over this extempore framework was thrown a large India-rubber cloth, with which he covered his packs when on the road. It made a cover sufficiently large to receive about half of his bed, and was a place of shelter for his instruments. Gordon Cumming. The following extract is from Mr. Gordon Cumming's book on Africa. It describes the preparations of a practiced traveler for a short excursion from his wagons away into the bush. I had at length got into the way of making myself tolerably comfortable in the field, and from this date I seldom went in quest of elephants without the following impedimenta, viz., a large blanket, which I folded and secured before my saddle as a dragoon does his cloak, and 2 leather sacks containing a flannel shirt, warm trousers, and a woolen nightcap, spare ammunition, washing rod, coffee, bread, sugar, pepper and salt, dried meat, a wooden bowl, and a teaspoon. These sacks were carried on the shoulders of the natives, for which service I remunerated them with beads. They also carried my coffee kettle, 2 calabashes of water, 2 American axes, and 2 sickles, which I used every evening to cut grass for my bed, and likewise for my horses to eat throughout the night. And my after-rider carried extra ammunition and a spare rifle. Importance of comfort. To conclude these general hints, let the traveler, when out in trying weather, work hard at making his sleeping place perfectly dry and comfortable. He should not cease until he is convinced that it will withstand the chill of the early morning, when the heat of the yesterday's sun is exhausted, and that of the coming sun has not begun to be felt. It is wretched beyond expression for a man to lie shivering beneath a scanty covering, and to feel the night air becoming hourly more raw, while his life-blood has less power to withstand it, and to think, self-reproachfully, how different would have been his situation if he had simply had forethought and energy enough to cut and draw twice the quantity of firewood, and to spend an extra half-hour in laboring to make himself a snugger berth. The omission once made becomes irreparable, for in the cold of a pitiless night he has hardly sufficient stamina to rise and face the weather, and the darkness makes him unable to cope with his difficulties. Bivouac in special localities. Encampment in forests. A clump of trees yields wonderful shelter. The Swedes have a proverb that the forest is the poor man's jacket. In fir woods there is great facility in making warm encampments, for a young tree, when it is felled, yields both poles to support branches for shields against weather, and finer cuttings for flooring above the snow or damp. A common plan is to support a crossbar by 2 uprights, as shown in the figure. Against this crossbar a number of poles are made to lean. On the back of the poles abundance of fir branches are laid horizontally, and lastly, on the back of these are another set of leaning poles, in order to secure them by their weight. On bare plains. Avoid sleeping in slight hollows during clear, still weather. The cold stratum of air, of which I spoke in the section of Shelter from the Sky, pours down into them like water from the surrounding plain, and stagnates. Spring frosts are always more severely felt in hollows. Therefore, in a broad, level plain, especially if the night be clear and calm, look out for some slightly rising ground for an encampment. The chilled stratum of air drains from off it, and is replaced by warmer air. Horses and cattle, as the night sets in, always draw up to these higher grounds, which rise like islands through the sea of mist that covers the plain. Walls have been built for shelter against the wind on a bare, sandy plain by taking empty bags, filling them with sand, and then building them up as if they had been stones. Buried or in holes. A European can live through a bitter night on a perfectly dry, sandy plain without any clothes besides what he has on, if he buries his body pretty deeply in the sand, keeping only his head above ground. It is a usual habit of the naked natives in Australia to do so, and not an infrequent one of the Hottentots of South Africa. Mr. Moffat records with grateful surprise how he passed a night, of which he had gloomy forebodings, in real comfort, even luxury, by adopting this method. A man may be as comfortable in a burrow as in a den. I shall speak of underground houses under hutting, and for the present will only mention that in arid countries dry wells, dug by natives and partially choked by drifted sand, are often met with. They are generally found near existing watering places, where they have been superseded by others better placed and deeper. Now, there are few warmer sleeping places than one of these dry wells. A small fire is easily kept burning at the bottom, and the top may be partially roofed over. In ashes of campfire. A few chill hours may be got over in a plain that affords no other shelter by nestling among the ashes of a recently burnt out campfire. Warm carcasses. In Napoleon's retreat, after his campaign in Russia, many a soldier saved or prolonged his life by creeping within the warm and reeking carcass of a horse that had died by the way. By the waterside. A stony beach makes a fine, dry encamping place, and has this advantage, that it makes it impossible for marauders to creep up unheard. But the immediate neighborhood of fresh water is objectionable, for besides being exposed to malaria and mosquitoes, the night air is more cold and penetrating by its side than at 100 or 200 yards distance from it. By rocks. In the cruel climate of Tibet, Dr. Hooker tells us that it is the habit to encamp close to some large rock, because a rock absorbs heat all day and parts with it but slowly during the night time. It is therefore a reservoir of warmth when the sun is down, and its neighborhood is coveted in the night time. Owing to the same cause, acting in the opposite direction, the shadow of a broad rock is peculiarly cool and grateful during the heat of the day in a thirsty land. On heather. Mr. St. John tells us of an excellent way in which Highland poachers, when in a party, usually pass frosty nights on the moor side. They cut quantities of heather, and strew part of it as a bed on the ground. Then all the party lie down, side by side, excepting one man whose place among the rest is kept vacant for him. His business is to spread plaids upon them as they lie, and to heap up the remainder of the heather upon the plaids. This being accomplished, the man wriggles and works himself into the gap that has been left for him in the midst of his comrades. On snow. I shall have to describe snow houses and snow walls covered with sailcloth under huts. Here I will speak of more simple arrangements. Dr. Kane says, "We afterwards learnt to modify and reduce our traveling gear, and found that in direct proportion to its simplicity and to our apparent privation of articles of supposed necessity were our actual comfort and practical efficiency. Step by step, as long as our Arctic service continued, we went on reducing our sledging outfit until we at last came to the equinox ultimatum of simplicity: raw meat and a fur bag." Lieutenant Cresswell, Royal Navy, who, having been detached from Captain McClure's ship in 1853, was the first officer who ever accomplished the famous Northwest Passage, gave the following graphic account of the routine of his journeying in a speech at Lynn. "You must be aware that in Arctic traveling you must depend entirely on your own resources. You have not a single thing else to depend on except snow water, no produce of the country, nor firewood, or coals, or anything of the sort, and whatever you have to take to sustain you for the journey you must carry or drag. It is found by experience more easy to drag it on sledges than to carry it. The plan we adopt is this: we have a sledge generally manned by about 6 or 10 men, which we load with provisions, with tents and all requisites for traveling, simple cooking utensils, spirits of wine for cooking, etc., and start off. The quantity people can generally drag over the ice is 40 days' provisions. That gives about 200 pounds weight to each. After starting from the ship, and having traveled a certain number of hours, generally 10 or 11, we encamp for the night, or rather for the day, because it is considered better to travel at night and sleep at day, on account of the glare of the sun on the snow. We used to travel journeys of about 10 hours and then encamp, light our spirits of wine, put our kettle on it to thaw our snow water, and after we had had our supper, just a piece of pemmican and a glass of water, we were glad to smoke our pipes and turn into bed. The first thing we did after pitching the tent was to lay a sort of mackintosh covering over the snow. On this a piece of buffalo robe was stretched. Each man and officer had a blanket sewn up in the form of a bag, and into these we used to jump, much in the same way as you may see a boy do in a sack. We lay down head and feet, the next person to me having his head to my feet and his feet to my head, so that we lay like herrings in a barrel. After this we covered ourselves with skin, spreading them over the whole of us, and the closer we got the better, as there was more warmth. We lay till the morning, and then the process was the same again. It appears that people may bury themselves in snow and want neither air nor warmth. I have never made the experiment, but have read of numerous instances of people falling into snowdrifts and not being extricated for many days, and when at length they were taken out, they never seemed to have complained of cold or any other sufferings than those of hunger, and of anxiety. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of the Art of Travel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. The Art of Travel by Sir Francis Galton. Chapter 18. Huts. Huts and snow houses. In making a depot, it is usual to build a house. Often the men must pass weeks in inactivity, and they had better spend their time in making their quarters comfortable than in idleness. Whatever huts are used by the natives are sure, if made with extra care, to be good enough for European travelers. Log huts. In building log huts, 4 poles are planted in the ground to correspond to the 4 corners. Against these, logs are piled one above another as in the drawing below. They are so deeply notched where their ends are crossed that the adjacent sides are firmly dovetailed. When the walls are entirely completed, the door and windows are chopped out. The spaces between the logs must be caulked with moss, etc., or the log cabin will be little better than a log cage. It requires a great many logs to make a hut, for supposing the walls to be 8 feet high, and the trees to average 8 inches in diameter, 12 trees would be required to build up one side, or 48 for all 4 walls. Other timber would also be wanted for the roof. Underground huts are used in all quarters of the globe. The experience of our troops when encamped before Sebastopol during an inclement season told strongly in their favor. Their timely adoption was the salvation of the British Army. They are essentially nothing else than holes in the ground, roofed over. The shape and size of the hole corresponds to that of the roof it may be possible to procure for it. Its depth is no greater than requisite for sitting or standing. If the roof has a pitch of 2 feet in the middle, the depth of the hole need not exceed 4½ feet. In the Crimea, the holes were rectangular and were roofed like huts. Where there is a steep hillside, an underground hut is easily contrived, because branches laid over its top along the surface of the ground have sufficient pitch to throw off the rain. Of course, the earth must be removed at the place intended for the doorway. Reed huts. The reed huts of the Afedj Arabs and other inhabitants of the Chaldean marshes are shaped like wagon roofs, and are constructed of semicircular ribs of reeds planted in the ground, one behind the other at equal distances apart, each rib being a faggot of reeds of 2 feet in diameter. For strength they are bound round every yard with twisted bands of reeds. When this framework has been erected, it is covered with 2 or 3 sheets of fine reed matting, which forms a dwelling impervious to rain. Some of the chiefs' huts are as much as 40 feet long and 12 high. The other huts are considerably smaller. Many of these reed dwellings are contained in compounds enclosed by lofty reed fences, the reeds being planted upright and simply strung together by a thread run through them as they stand side by side. Snow houses. Few travelers have habitually made snow houses, except Sir J. Franklin's party and that of Dr. Rae. Great praises are bestowed on their comfort by all travelers, but skill and practice are required in building them. The mode of erection of these dome-shaped buildings is as follows. It is to be understood that compact underlying snow is necessary for the floor of the hut, and that the looser textured upper layer of snow is used to build the house. First, select and mark out the circular plot on which the hut is to be raised. Then cut out of that plot with knives deep slices of snow 6 inches wide, 3 feet long, and of a depth equal to that of the layer of loose snow, say 1 or 2 feet. These slices are to be of a curved shape, so as to form a circular ring when placed on their edges, and of a suitable radius for the first row of snow bricks. Other slices are cut on the same principle for the succeeding rows, but when the domed roof has to be made, the snow bricks must be cut with the necessary double curvature. A conical plug fills up the center of the dome. Loose snow is next heaped over the house to fill up crevices. Lastly, a doorway is cut out with knives, also a window, which is glazed with a sheet of the purest ice on hand. For inside accommodation there should be a pillar or 2 of snow to support the lamps. Snow walls with tenting for their roofs. Sir L. McClintock says, "We traveled each day until dusk, and then were occupied for a couple of hours in building our snow hut. The 4 walls were run up until 5 1/2 feet high, inclining inwards as much as possible. Over these our tent was laid to form a roof. We could not afford the time necessary to construct a dome of snow. Our equipment consisted of a very small brown holland tent, mackintosh floorcloth, and felt robes. Besides this, each man had a bag of double blanketing and a pair of fur boots to sleep in. We wore moccasins over the pieces of blanketing in which our feet were wrapped up, and, with the exception of a change of this footgear, carried no spare clothes. When we halted for the night, Thompson and I usually sawed out the blocks of compact snow and carried them to Peterson, who acted as the master mason in building the hut. The hour and a half or 2 hours usually employed in erecting the edifice was the most disagreeable part of the day's labor, for in addition to being already well tired and desiring repose, we became thoroughly chilled while standing about. The dogs were then fed, then the sledge unpacked, and everything carried into it. The door was now blocked up with snow, the cooking lamp lighted, footgear changed, diary writing up, watches wound, sleeping bags wriggled into, pipes lighted, and the merits of the various dogs discussed, until supper was ready. The supper swallowed, the upper robe or coverlet pulled over, and then to sleep. Next morning came breakfast, a struggle to get into frozen moccasins, after which the sledges were packed and another day's march commenced. In these little huts we usually slept warm enough, although latterly, when our blankets and clothes became loaded with ice, we felt the cold severely. When our low doorway was carefully blocked up with snow, and the cooking lamp alight, the temperature quickly rose, so that the walls became glazed and our bedding thawed. But the cooking over, or the doorway partially opened, it as quickly fell again, so that it was impossible to sleep or even to hold one's pannikin of tea without putting mitts on, so intense was the cold. Sir L. McClintock is here speaking of a temperature of -39° Fahrenheit. Materials for building huts. The materials whence the walls and roofs of huts may be constructed are very numerous. There is hardly any place which does not furnish one or other of them. Those principally in use are as follows. Wattle and daub, to be executed neatly, required well-shaped and flexible sticks, but a hut may be constructed much like the sketch of the way of drying clothes. It is made by planting in the ground a number of bare sticks 4 feet long and 1 foot apart, bending their tops together, lashing them fast with string or strips of bark, and wattling them judiciously here and there by means of other boughs laid horizontally. Then, by heaping leaves, and especially broad pieces of bark, if you can get them, over all, and banking up the earth on either side pretty high, an excellent kennel is made. If daubed over with mud, clay, or cattle dung, the hut becomes more secure against the weather. To proceed a step further, as many poles may be planted in the ground as sticks have been employed in making the roof, and then the roof may be lifted bodily in the air and lashed to the top of the poles, each stick to its corresponding pole. This sort of structure is very common among savages. For methods of digging holes in which to plant the hut poles, see the chapter on wells. The holes made in the way I have there explained are far better than those dug with spades, for they disturb no more of the hardened ground than is necessary for the insertion of the palisades. To jam a pole tightly in its place, wedges of wood should be driven in at its side and earth rammed down between the wedges. Palisades are excellent as walls or as enclosures. They are erected of vast lengths by savages wholly destitute of tools, both for the purposes of fortification and also for completing lines of pitfalls across wide valleys. The pitfalls occupy gaps left in the palisading. The savages burn down the trees in the following manner. A party of men go to the forest and light small fires around the roots of the trees they propose to fell. The fires are prevented from flaming upwards by the judicious application of leaves, etc. When the fire has eaten a little way into the tree, the man who watches it scrapes the fire aside and knocks away the charred wood, exposing a fresh surface for fire to act upon, and then replaces the burning embers. A single man may easily attend to a dozen trees, and indeed to many more if the night be calm. Some hours elapse before the trees actually fall. Their tops and branches are burnt off as they lie on the ground. The poles being thus procured for the palisading, they are carried to the required place, where holes are dug for the reception, on the principle described in wells, to which I have just alluded. Straw or reed walls of the following kind are very effective, and they have the advantage of requiring a minimum of string, or substitute for string, in their manufacture. The straw, reeds, or herbage of almost any description is simply nipped between two pairs of long sticks, which are respectively tied together at their ends, and at a sufficient number of intermediate places. The whole is neatly squared and trimmed. A few of these would give good help in finishing the roof or walls of a house. They can be made movable, so as to suit the wind, shade, and aspect. Even the hut door can be made on this principle. In reedy countries, where there are no sticks, thin faggots of reeds are used in their place. Bark. Bark is universally used in Australia for roofs of huts and temporary buildings. The colonists learnt the use of it from the natives, and some trees, at least, in every forest country might very probably be found as well fitted for that purpose as those in Australia. The bark may be easily removed only when the sap is well up in the tree, but a skillful person will manage to procure bark at all seasons of the year, except in the coldest winter months, and even then he will light on some tree, from the sunny side of which he can strip broad pieces. The process of bark stripping is simply to cut 2 rings right around the tree, usually from 6 to 9 feet apart, and 1 vertical slit to join them. Starting from the slit and chipping away step by step on either side, the whole cylinder of bark is removed. The larger the tree the better, for if the tree is less than 18 inches or so in diameter, the bark is apt to break when flattened out. When stripped for huts, it is laid on the ground for some days to dry, being flattened out on its face, and a few stones or logs put on it. The ordinary bark of gum trees is about 1/2 inch to 3/8 thick, so that a large sheet is very heavy. Most exploring expeditions are accompanied by a black, whose dexterity in stripping bark for a wet night is invaluable, as if the bark will come off well, he can procure enough of it in an hour's time to make a shelter for a large party. Mats can be woven with ease when there is abundance of string, or some equivalent for it, in the following manner. A, B are two pegs driven into the ground and standing about a foot out of it. A stake, AB, is lashed across them. A row of pegs are driven into the ground parallel to AB and about 6 inches apart. 2 sets of strings are then tied to AB. One set are fastened by their loose ends into clefts in the pegs, and the other set are fastened to the stick CD. If there be 10 strings in all, then 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 are tied to CD, and 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 to AB. By alternately raising and depressing CD, and by pushing in a handful of rushes between the 2 sets of strings after each of its movements, and finally by patting them home with a flat stick, this rough sort of weaving is carried on very successfully. Mats are also plaited in breadths, and the breadths are stitched together side by side. Or a thicker kind of mat may be made by taking a wisp of straw and working it in the same way in which straw beehives are constructed. Straw is worked more easily after being damped and beaten with a mallet. Malay hitch. I know no better name for the wonderfully simple way, shown in the figure, of attaching together wisps of straw, rods, laths, reeds, planks, poles, or anything of the kind, into a secure and flexible mat. The sails used in the Far East are made this way, and the movable decks of vessels are made of bamboos joined together with a similar but rather more complicated stitch. I may remark that soldiers might be trained to a great deal of hutting practice in a very inexpensive way if they were drilled at putting together huts whose roofs and walls were made of planks lashed together by this simple hitch, and whose supports were short scaffolding poles planted in deep holes dug as explained in the chapter on wells, with the hand and a small stick. The poles, planks, and cords might be used over and over again for an indefinite time. Further, bedsteads could be made in a similar way, by short cross planks lashed together and resting on a framework of horizontal poles lashed to uprights planted in the ground. The soldiers' bedding would not be injured by being used on these bedsteads as much as if it were laid on the bare ground. Kinds of designs and experiments in hutting could be practiced without expense in this simple way. Tarpaulins are very suitable for roofs. Those made after the method used by sailors are much superior to others in softness and durability. The plan is as follows. As soon as the canvas has been sewn together, it is thoroughly wetted with sea water, and while still wet, it is smeared over on one of its sides with tar and grease boiled together, about 2 parts tar and 1 of grease. After being hung up till it is dry, it is turned, and the other side, being a second time well wetted, is at once painted over with the tar and grease, just as the first side had been before. The sailors say that the tar dries in as the water dries out, a saying which I confess I cannot understand. Other materials. I will merely mention these by name, for they require no explanation. They are fascines or faggots, bricks, sun-dried or baked in the oven, turf, stones, and bags or mats filled with sand or shingle. Whitewash is lime and water. Lime is made by burning limestone, chalk, shells, or coral in a simple furnace. Roofs. Thatching. After the framework of the roof has been made, the thatcher begins at the bottom and ties a row of bundles of straw side by side on to the framework. Then he begins a second row, allowing the ends of the bundles composing it to overlap the heads of those in the first row. Wood shingles are tile-shaped slices of wood, easily cut from fir trees. They are used for roofing on the same principle as tiles or slates. Floors. Concrete for floors is made of 8 parts large pebbles, 4 parts river sand, and 1 part lime. To make lime, see whitewash. Cow dung and ashes make a hard, dry, and clean floor, such as is used for a threshing floor. Ox blood and fine clay kneaded together are excellent. Both these latter compositions are in use in all hot, dry countries. Windows. A window, or rather a hole in the wall, may be rudely shuttered by a stick run through loops made out of wisps of grass. In hot weather the windows of the hut may be loosely stuffed with grass, which, when watered, makes the hut cooler. Glass to cut. Glass cannot be cut with any certainty without a diamond, but it may be shaped and reduced to any size by gradually chipping, or rather biting, away at its edges with a key, if the slit between the wards of the key be just large enough to admit the pane of glass easily. Substitutes for glass. These are waxed or oiled paper or cloth, bladder, fish membranes, talc, and horn. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of the Art of Travel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Art of Travel by Sir Francis Galton. Chapter 19. Sleeping bags. Knapsack bags. These have been used for the last 25 years by the French douaniers who watch the mountain passes of the Pyrenean frontier. The bags are made of sheepskin with the wool inside. When not in use they are folded up and buckled with 5 buckles into the shape of a somewhat bulky knapsack, which the recent occupant may shoulder and walk away with. The accompanying sketches are drawn to scale. They were made from the sleeping bag belonging to a man 5 feet 6 inches in height. The scale should therefore be lengthened for a taller person, but the breadth seems ample. Its weight was exactly 7 pounds. The douaniers post themselves on watch more or less immersed in these bags. They lie out in wet and snow and find them impervious to both. When they sleep they get quite inside them, stuff their cloaks between their throats and the bag, and let its flap cover their faces. It is easy enough for them to extricate themselves. They can do so almost with a bound. The Spanish custom house officers who watch the same frontier use their cloaks and other wraps which are far more weighty and far inferior in warmth and protection to the bags. I described these knapsack bags in Vacation Tourists for 1860, and I subsequently had a mackintosh bag lined with drugget made on the same principle. I had a hood to it, and also the means of buttoning it loosely under my chin, to make myself watertight during heavy rain. In that bag I passed many nights of very trying weather. On one instance I selected a hilltop in Switzerland, on the way from Chambéry to the Dent du Midi, during a violent and long-continued thunderstorm. The storm began above my head, then slowly sank to my level, and finally subsided below me. Many Alpine travellers, notably Mr. Pack and Mr. Tuckett, have adopted these bags, and use them continually. Mackintosh is certainly oppressive to sleep in, though less so than might have been expected, as the half-unconscious fidgeting of the sleeper changes the air. A man in travelling condition would probably find a drugget bag more healthy than mackintosh, even though he became somewhat wet inside it. Beds used to be almost unknown in some parts of the Pyrenees. Sheepskin sleeping bags were employed instead. Thus I am assured that at the beginning of this century there was hardly a bed in the whole of the little republic of Andorre. The way of arranging them as knapsacks is, as I have said, a recent invention. In Figure 1 the wide opening to the mouth of the bag is shown, also the ends of the buckles and straps that are sewn, on patches of leather for additional strength, to the lower side of the bag, as seen in Figure 2. It must be understood that the woolly sides of the skins are inwards. The straps that hold the knapsack to the shoulders are secured by a simple fastening, shown in Figures 2 and 3. But the ordinary knapsack hooks and rings, if procurable, would answer the purpose better. The straight lines in Figure 1 show the way in which the bag is to be folded into the shape of Figure 3. Figure 4 shows the sleeper inside his bag, in which he fits very like a grub in its cocoon. There is no waste of space. For the sake of warmth, the bag is made double from the knees downwards, and also opposite to the small of the back. During the daytime, when the weather is wet or cold, the bags are of much use, for the douaniers sit with them pulled up to their waist. When carried in the manner of a knapsack, the bag sits perfectly well against the shoulders, but, owing to the yielding nature of its substance, it lies too close to the back, and is decidedly oppressive. A wicker frame might well be interposed. Arctic sleeping bags. Arctic travellers use coarse drugget bags covered with brown holland to make them less pervious to the wind, and having a long flap at the upper end to fold down over the face. I have already extracted passages from travellers' accounts relating to them, in speaking of encamping on snow, and another when speaking of snow walls with tenting for their roofs. Mackintosh sack. Mr. Faulkner writes to me as follows: I travelled in 1841 from Austin in Texas to Mexico through New Mexico. I left Austin in June and reached Zacatecas on Christmas Day. During nearly the whole period we travelled from Austin to New Mexico, I camped without any covering at night for myself, except a large mackintosh, made up as a sack, with a piece so laid as a continuation of one side as to be used as a coverlet, sufficient in length to be brought from the back over the head and down on the breast. Inside I placed my blankets. I slept under this covering during many a heavy storm at night, and got out of my soft-coated shell dry in the morning. My opinion is that every traveller who works his way with a horse should fix on his own saddle the said mackintosh sack, 2 blankets, a tin cup, and a frying pan. It is amazing, when you get into real working order, how few things are sufficient. Peasant's sack. The peasants in the northern parts of Germany use a strong linen sack made to draw at one end. This they stuff with straw, hay, dry leaves, etc., and, putting their feet into it, pull its mouth up to their armpits. They use them when driving their wagons in winter, and when lodging at their wretched roadside inns. Bag combined with tent. I should think that a combination of a sleeping bag with a very small tent, just large enough to enclose the man's head and shoulders, so as to permit him to eat or write when lying in his bag without fear of the wet, would be the smallest and lightest arrangement, compatible with efficiency in a stormy climate. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of the Art of Travel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Art of Travel by Sir Francis Galton. Chapter 20. Tents. General remarks. Although tents are not worth the trouble of pitching on dry nights in a healthy climate, they are invaluable protectors to a well-equipped traveller against rain, dew, and malaria. But a man who is not so equipped, who has no change of clothes and no bedstead to sleep on, will do better to sleep in the open air, in front of a good campfire. Napoleon I, speaking of soldiers, says, Maxime de Gois, Tents are not healthy. It is better for the soldier to bivouac, because he sleeps with his feet to the fire, whose neighbourhood quickly dries the ground on which he lies. Some planks or a little straw shelter him from the wind. Nevertheless, a tent is necessary for superior officers, who have need to write and consult a map. To a party encamped for a few days, tents are of great use as storehouses for property which otherwise becomes scattered about, at the risk of being lost or pilfered. Materials for tenting. Light canvas is usually employed, and is, to all intents and purposes, waterproof. Silk of equal strength with the canvas is very far lighter. Its only disadvantage is its expense. Calico or cotton canvas is very generally used for smaller tents. Leather and felt are warm, but exceedingly heavy, and would only be used in very inclement climates, or where canvas could not be met with. Light matting is not to be despised. It is warm and pretty durable, and makes excellent awning or covering to a framework. Diagonal bracing. A worn-out tent may be strengthened by sewing bands of canvas which cross each other, and make a kind of network. Old sails are strengthened in this way. Tent pegs should be of galvanized iron. They are well worth the weight of carriage, for not only do wooden ones often fail on an emergency, but cooks habitually purloin them when firewood is scarce. Tents. Large tents. The art of tent making has greatly advanced since the days of the old-fashioned bell tent, which is so peculiarly objectionable as to make it a matter of surprise that it was ever invented and used. It is difficult to pitch. It requires many tent pegs. It has ropes radiating all around it, over which men and horses stumble, and it is incommodious and ugly. In choosing a tent, select one that will stand in some sort of shape, with only 4 pegs, or with 6 at the very most. It should admit of being pegged close to the ground without any intervening fly. It is no objection that it should require more than 1 pole, and when considering how much weight it will be possible to carry, it must be borne in mind that the tent will become far heavier than it is found to be in the peculiarly dry atmosphere of a tent-maker's show-room. It is very convenient that a tent should admit of being pitched in more than one form, for instance, that one side should open and form an awning in hot weather, also that it should be easy to attach flies or awning to the tent to increase its available size during the daytime. All tents should be provided with strong covers, for pack ropes are sure to fray whatever they press against, and it is better that the cover should suffer than the tent itself. Comparative size of tents. The annexed diagram will show the points on which the roominess of a tent mainly depends. A man wants space to sit at a table, and also to get at his luggage in order either to pack or unpack it. Lastly, he wants a reasonable amount of standing room. A fair-sized tent ought to include the figures drawn in the diagram, and I have indicated by lines and shaded spaces the section of various descriptions of tents that would be just sufficient to embrace them. One side of the ordinary conical tents, figure 1, of a front view of figure 5, and of pyramidical tents, figure 6, are represented by the line ABC. Those that have a fall, figure 2, by the lines CDLF. Gypsy tents, as described page 161, umbrella tents, figure 4, and jorts, page 157, by the lines GHBK. Marquees and a side view of figure 5 by GLBM. Notwithstanding the great height and width of conical tents compared to the others, They afford scanty space at the level of the head of a seated person. There is a recent contrivance by Major Rhodes, to be seen at Silver and Co.'s, that is a modification of the gipsy tent. Among ordinary well-known tents, I believe none will satisfy the varied wants of a traveller so well as Eddington's 3-pole tents.
Figure 5.
After these I should choose a small marquee.
Figure 3.
But it is less secure in wind, and the pitch of its roof is bad for rain, and the numerous straggling tent ropes are objectionable. A pyramidal tent,
Figure 6,
of 7 or 9 feet in the side, is remarkable for its sturdiness. It will stand any weather, will hold 2 people and a fair quantity of luggage besides. It weighs from 25 to 40 pounds. It is not a good tent for hot weather, for it is far too stuffy, though by taking an additional joint to the tent pole and using tent ropes, it may also be done with any other kind of tent. It may be made more airy by being raised up, and by having walls added to it.
Figure 7.
In default of canvas, the walls may be constructed of other materials.
See materials for huts.
Tent pitched over an excavation. A hole may be dug deeply beneath the tent floor, partly for the purpose of a storeroom and partly for that of a living room when the weather is very inclement. This was practised before Sebastopol. Jorts. The Kirghiz jort is a capacious, solid, warm and fireproof structure that admits of being pitched or taken to pieces in an hour, and withstands the cold and violent winds of the steppes of Central Asia in a way that no tent or combination of tents could pretend to effect. A jort of from 20 to 25 or even 30 feet in diameter forms 2 camel loads, or about half a ton in weight. One camel carries the felt and the other the woodwork.
Figure 9 shows the jort half covered, and Figure 10 gives an enlarged view of a portion of the side.
There are 4 separate parts in its structure. 1. A solid piece of ornamental carpeting that takes to pieces instantly. 2. The sides, which consist of lengths of woodwork that shut up on the principle of the contrivance known sometimes as lazy tongs and sometimes as easy back scissors. They tie together and make a circle, beginning and ending with the doorway. A tape is wound round them,
as shown in Figure 9,
about 1/3 from their tops. 3. The roof ribs. The bottom of each of these is tied to the sides of the jort,
A. Figure 10,
and its top fits into a socket in 4. The roof ring, which is a hoop of wood strengthened by transverse bars. Over this framework broad sheets of felt are thrown. Their own weight makes them lie steadily, for they are quite an inch in thickness. However, in very stormy weather, if I recollect aright, they are weighted with stones, or they are stitched together. There is no metal in the structure. The laths of the willow wood that from the sides are united, where they cross, by pieces of sinew knotted at either end. These act as pivots when the sides are shut up. I am indebted to the late Mr. Atkinson for my information on these interesting structures. Farther particulars about them, the narrative way of making the felt, by continually rolling sheepskins with the wool between them, and numerous pictures in which jorts form a striking feature, will be found in his beautifully illustrated work on Siberia. Small tents, for tents of the smallest size and least pretentious.
Nothing can be better than the one represented in Figure 1.
The ends are slit down their middles and are laced or buttoned together, so that by unfastening these, the tent spreads out to a flat sheet,
of the form of Figure 2,
well adapted for an awning, or else it can be simply unrolled and used with the bedding. It is necessary that a tent should be roomy enough to admit a man of undressing himself when wet through, without treading upon his bed and drenching it with mud and water, and therefore a tent of the above description is found to be unserviceable if less than about 7 feet long, or ending in a triangle of less than 5½ feet in the side. Pete, a saddler in Bond Street, once made them. They cost £21 10s, and weighed 9 pounds when dry. They are liable to bag in the side when the wind is high. A cross pole or 2 sticks, following the seams of the canvas, would make them tauter. Alpine tent. Mr. Whymper contrived a tent for his Alpine explorations, which he found eminently successful. It has a waterproof floor continuous with the sides. It is supported by poles that slip into hems of the cloth, 2 poles at either end. These tents have been used on various occasions by Mr. Whymper's brother in Alaska and by Mr. Freshfield in the Caucasus, and were highly approved of, but I do not know whether these tents would be altogether suitable for a more comfortable travel. I myself had a tent made on this principle some years ago, but disliked it, for I found the continuity of the floor with the sides to act unsatisfactory. The tent retained the damp, and the weight of the body, acting on the floor of the tent, was apt to disturb its walls. Mr. Whymper's tent is procurable at Carter's Alpine Outfit, 295 Oxford Street, London. Boating tent. Further on in the chapter on boats, the way is shown by which sailors make a tent out of their lug sail, throwing it over a framework of oars. Gypsy tent. A traveller who has only a blanket, a plaid, or broad piece of material of any kind, with which he wishes to improvise a tent, may make a framework of long wands, planting their ends in the ground, bending their tops together, and lashing or wattling securely. Over this the blanket is thrown.
Figure 3.
If the sticks are sufficiently long and plain, the ends should be bent over the roof halfway down the opposite side. This adds considerably to the strength of the arrangement. The gipsies in England used the following excellent contrivance to save the trouble of tying the sticks together. They carried a light bar of wood 2½ feet long, bound with string here and there to keep it from splitting. Through this 6 holes, each big enough to admit the tip of the little finger, are bored or burnt. They also carry 8 hazel rods with them, each 6 feet long. It will be observed that the 2 rods which are planted behind give additional roominess and stability to the affair. The rug and pillows show the position in which the occupants sleep. Blankets, not sheeting, pinned together with wooden pegs, are thrown over the whole,
as in figure 3.
Tent d'abri. The French tent d'abri has not, so far as I know, been adopted by travellers. It seems hardly suitable except for soldiers. Each man carried a square of canvas,
figure 1,
with buttons and buttonholes all around it, by which it can be doubly attached to other similar squares of canvas, and thus from several separate pieces one large cloth can be made. The square carried by the French soldier measures 5 feet and 4½ inches in the side. Reckoning along the buttons, of these there are 9 along in each, including the corner ones. Each soldier has also to carry a tent staff, or else a proportion of the pegs and cord. When 6 men club together they proceed as follows. 3 tent sticks are fixed into the ground, whose tops are notched. A light cord is then passed around their tops and fastened into the ground with a peg at each end.
Figure 2. 2 sheets A and B are buttoned together and thrown over the cord, and then 2 other sheets C and D, and C is buttoned to A and D to B. Figure 3. Lastly, another sheet is thrown over each of the slanting cords, the one buttoned to A and B, and the other to C and D, and thus a sort of dog kennel is formed, in which 6 men, the bearers of the 6 pieces of canvas, sleep. The sides of the tent are of course pegged to the ground. There are many modifications in the way of pitching these tents. Should the sticks be wanting, faggots or muskets can be used in their place.
Tent of mosquito netting. I have been informed of a sportsman in Ceylon who took with him into the woods a cot with mosquito curtains as a protection not only against insects but against malaria. He also had a blanket rolled at his feet. At 3 in the morning, when the chill arose in the woods, he pulled his blanket over him. Pitching a tent. It is quite an art, so to pitch a tent as to let in or exclude the air, to take advantage of sun and shade, etc., etc. Every available cloth or sheet may be preserved into service to make awnings and screens, as we see among the gipsies. There is a great deal of character shown in each different person's encampment. A tent should never be pitched in a slovenly way. It is so far more roomy, secure, and pretty when tightly stretched out, that no pains should be spared in drilling the men to do it well. I like to use a piece of string marked with knots, by which I can measure the exact places in which the tent pegs should be struck, for the eye is a deceitful guide in estimating squareness.
See squaring.
It is wonderful how men will bungle with a tent when they are not properly drilled to pitch it. To secure tent ropes. When the soil is loose, scrape away the surface sand before driving the tent pegs. Loose mould is made more tenacious by pouring water upon it. When one peg is insufficient, it may be backed by another.
See figure.
The outermost peg must be altogether buried in the earth. Heavy saddlebags are often of use to secure the tent ropes, and in rocky ground heavy piles of stone may be made to answer the same purpose. The tent ropes may also be knotted to a cloth, on which stones are afterwards piled. Dataram is, as the late Dr. Bath informed me, the more new name for a most excellent African contrivance, used in some parts of the Sahara Desert, by means of which tent ropes may be secured, or horses picketed in sand of the driest description, as in that of a sand dune, whence the tent peg would be drawn out by a strain so light as to be almost imperceptible. I have made many experiments upon it, and find its efficiency to be truly wonderful. The plan is to tie to the end of the tent rope a small object of any description by its middle, as a short stick, a stone, a bundle of twigs, or a bag of sand, and to bury it from 1 to 2 feet in the loose sand. It will be found, if it has been buried 1 foot deep, that a strain equal to about 50 pounds weight is necessary to draw it up; if 1½ feet deep, that a much more considerable strain is necessary, and that if 2 feet deep, it is quite impossible for a single man to pull it up. In the following theatrical case, the resistance would be as the cube of the depth, but in sand or shingle the increase is less rapid. It varies under the different circumstances, but it is no exaggeration to estimate its increase as seldom less than the square of the depth.
The theoretical case of which I spoke is this. Let X be part of a layer of shingle of wide extent. The shingle is supposed to consist of smooth hard spherical balls of all the same size. Let S be a diaphragm buried in X, and T the string to which it is tied. Now, on considering figure 2, where a series of balls are drawn on a larger scale and on a plane surface, it is clear that the ball A cannot move in any degree to the right or the left without disturbing the entire layer of balls on the same plane as itself. Its only possible movement is vertically upwards. In this case it disturbs B1 and B2. These, for the same reason as A, can only move vertically upwards, and in doing so they must disturb the 3 balls above them, and so on. Consequently, the uplifting of a single ball in Fig. 2 necessitates the uplifting of the triangle of balls of which it forms the apex, and it obviously follows from the same principle that the uplifting of S in the depth of X in Fig. 1 necessitates the uplifting of a cone of balls whose apex is at S. But the weight of a cone is as the cube of its height, and, therefore, the resistance to the uplifting of the diagram is as the cube of the depth at which it has been buried. In practice, the grains of sand are capable of a small but variable amount of lateral displacement, which gives relief to the movement of sand caused by the deterrent, for we may observe the surface of the ground to work very irregularly, although extensively, when the diagram begins to stir. On the other hand, the friction of the grains of sand tends to increase the difficulty of movement. The arrangement shown in the diagram of a spring weighing machine tied to the end of a lever is that which I have used in the testing the strain the deterrent will resist under different circumstances. The size of the deterrent is not of much importance. It would be of still less importance in a theoretical case. Anything that is more than 4 inches long seems to answer. The plan succeeds in a dry soil of any description, whether it be shingly beach or sand.
Bushing a tent means the burying of bushes in the soil so far as to leave the only cut ends above the ground, to which a corresponding number of tent ropes are tied. Tent poles. When a tent is pitched for an encampment of some duration, it is well to lay aside the jointed tent poles, and to cut a stout young tree to replace it. This will be found far more trustworthy in stormy weather. If the shape of the tent admits of the change, it is still better to do away with the centre pole altogether, and in the place of it to erect a substantial framework of poles, which are to be planted just within the rim of the tent, and to converge a point under its peak. A tent pole can be lengthened temporarily by lashing it to a log with the help of a toggle and strop. A broken tent pole can be mended permanently by placing a splint of wood on either side to the fracture, and by whipping the whole together with soft cord or with the untwisted strand of a piece of rope. To prevent tent poles from slipping. When the tent is pitched in the ordinary way on a smooth rocky surface, there is considerable danger that the foot of the pole may slip whenever a gust of wind or other sudden impulse sways the tent. This danger is to be obviated on precisely the same principles as that by which builders secure their scaffolding poles upon the smooth footways of a street. They put the foot of each pole into a bucket filled with sand. At the base of the bucket is broad. The scaffolding is much less liable to slip than if the narrow base of the poles had rested directly upon the pavement. To tie things to tent poles. To hang clothes or anything else upon a smooth tent pole, see clothes hitch. A strap with hooks attached to it buckled round the pole is very convenient. If the pole be notched or jointed or in any way slightly uneven, bags, etc., are supposed to be hung upon the bit of wood that is secured to the free end. Convenient pegs made of bits of wood roughly sharpened may be driven into the tree, if any, when the encampment is made. Preparations for a storm. Before a storm, dig a ditch as deep as you can round the outside of the tent to divert the coming sheet of surface water, and see that the ditch has a good fallout. The ditch will also drain the floor of the tent, if the rain should soak in. Even a furrow scratched with a tent peg is better than no ditch at all. Fasten guy ropes to the spike of the tent pole, and be careful that the tent is not too much on the strain, else the further shrinking of the materials under the influence of the wet will certainly tear up the pegs. Earth banked up round the bottom of the tent will prevent gusts of wind from finding their way beneath. It is also a good plan to prepare a small hole near the foot of the tent pole, with a stone firmly rammed into the bottom, into which the tent pole may be shifted as soon as the strain of the tent, under the influence of the wet, becomes dangerous to its safety. To warm tents. When living in a tent in Otago, New Zealand, during a severe winter, we are perfectly numb with cold at nights, until we adopted the Moray plan, which is to dig a hole about 4 square in the clear, to cover the bottom with a stone or stones, and to fill it at night with red hot cinders from the campfire, and lastly to close the tent excepting a small opening near the top. The cinders are not nearly burnt out by morning. They diffused a pleasant warmth throughout the tent, and rendered us comfortable all night. There is no danger of suffocation unless the tent be closed up very tight indeed.
W. M. Cooper. Permanent Camp. The accompanying sketch shows a tent pitched for a lengthened habitation. It has a deep drain, a seat and table dug out, and a fireplace. See the following paragraphs.
Lost articles. Small articles are constantly mislaid and trampled in the sand of the floor of the tent. In searching for them, the ground should be disturbed as little as possible. It is a usual plan to score its surface in parallel lines with a thin wand. It would be well worth while to make a small light rake to use for this purpose. Precautions against thieves. Natives are apt to creep up to tents, and putting their hands under the bottom of them, to steal whatever they can. A hedge of thorn bushes is a protection against this kind of thieving. In some countries a net with 3 or 4 bells attached to it is thrown over the packages inside a tent. Strings tied horizontally a foot above the ground from package to package are found effective in tripping intruders. End of chapter 20. Recording by Elaine Webb, Bristol, England.